My daughter died, but my wife stayed with her white moonlight. My identity is no longer hidden. After retiring as the Wolf King of the Dragon Kingdom's elite special forces, the Wolf Fang, Lin Hao, in order to repay a debt of gratitude, hid his identity and married into the Gao family, taking Gao Qingyue as his wife. For 5 years, although Gao Qingyue was harsh and unkind, Lin Hao endured for the sake of his gratitude, silently fulfilling his role as the family's house husband. Later, their daughter passed away due to a heart attack, despite all efforts to save her. However, Gao Qingyue continued to care for her white moonlight, who had a fever. On the day of their daughter's cremation, Gao Qingyue went out to play with her white moonlight. Lin Hao, enraged, filed for divorce and finally revealed his true identity. Chapter 1: Daughter's Death. Outside the operating room, Lin Hao paced back and forth anxiously. His normally resolute face was now covered with deep worry, and beads of sweat were forming on his forehead from the intense tension. Just moments ago, his daughter, Gao Ruo Ruo, had suddenly suffered a heart attack, and in a critical condition, she was urgently rushed into surgery for resuscitation. Yet his wife, Gao Qingyue, after receiving a phone call, completely ignored their daughter who was being saved and left resolutely. Lin Hao took a deep breath. Ruo Ruo, you must hold on. He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed Gao Qingyue's number. But as soon as the call connected, it was immediately hung up. Lin Hao's heart tightened, and after taking a deep breath, he redialed the number. Once again, he was met with disappointment. The phone rang once before being ruthlessly disconnected. He dialed her number for the third time. This time, the call went through. Before Lin Hao could say a word, Gao Qingyue's furious voice came through the phone. Lin Hao, my work is very busy right now. Can't you stop calling me at such an inconvenient time? Lin Hao shouted. Gao Qingyue, is your work more important than Ruo Ruo's life? You? Before he could finish, Gao Qingyue coldly interrupted. Ruo Ruo's heart condition is congenital. It's an old problem, it won't be that serious. You've been at the hospital already, why keep calling me? I beg you, don't bother me with such trivial matters. With that, Gao Qingyue hung up the phone. Lin Hao's face turned ashen, like a frosted lake in winter. His hand, tightly gripping the phone, trembled uncontrollably, as though it would shatter at any moment. Gao Qingyue, so your work is more important than our daughter. At that moment, however, Lin Hao couldn't stay angry with Gao Qingyue anymore. What mattered now was that his daughter had to survive. He slowly walked over to the cold bench outside the operating room and sat down. As he struggled to calm himself, suddenly, the door to the operating room opened, and Dr. Li, the surgeon who had been working on his daughter, walked out with a solemn expression. Before Lin Hao could ask about the situation, Dr. Li sighed deeply. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. We did everything we could, but we couldn't save your daughter. The words hit Lin Hao like a bolt from the blue. Everything went dark in front of him, and his body involuntarily took 2 steps back. In an instant, it felt as if all his strength had been drained away, and his legs gave out, causing him to collapse to the ground. Seeing this, Dr. Li hurried forward and helped him up, continuously speaking comforting words. Mr. Lin, please accept my condolences. But Lin Hao could not hear a single word. His world had collapsed. The grief that had been suppressed deep within his heart surged out like a flood, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream, Ruo Ruo. Then, completely losing control, Lin Hao forcefully pushed Dr. Li aside and ran towards the operating room, regardless of everything. The doctors inside tried to stop him. Family members, you can't go into the operating room. But at this moment, Lin Hao had lost all reason. He used all his strength to push away the doctors trying to block him and stormed into the operating room. There, he saw his daughter's cold body. Tears flooded out of his eyes like a broken dam, instantly blurring his vision. His legs gave out again, and with a loud thud, he collapsed in front of his daughter's body. Utterly heartbroken, he could no longer hold back the excruciating pain deep within his soul. He opened his mouth and began to wail. His cry was desperate and mournful, as though trying to release all the sorrow in the world. As he thought back to the hardships and misfortunes he had faced in life, he couldn't help but feel that fate had been too cruel to him. When he was 18, a group of ruthless masked men broke into his house in the dead of night and carried out a horrific massacre. In that bloody slaughter, he witnessed his parents and his beloved younger sister perish in a pool of blood. Lin Hao was stabbed several times but barely managed to escape. When he was about to collapse, he was saved by Gao Qingyue, who happened to pass by. At that moment, he secretly vowed to live on, not only to seek revenge but also to repay Gao Qingyue for saving his life. After recovering from his injuries, Lin Hao chose to enlist in the military. In the army, with his indomitable will and extraordinary bravery and strategies, he repeatedly achieved great feats. Eventually, he was selected for the most elite special forces in the Dragon Kingdom, the Wolf Fang, and he rose to become the Wolf King. After retiring, he returned to Jiangcheng. To repay Gao Qingyue for her life-saving kindness, he hid his true identity and married her, willingly becoming a house husband. Although his life in the Gao family was filled with humiliation and hardship, enduring constant mockery and ridicule, he swallowed all his grievances, silently enduring it all, thinking only of repaying Gao Qingyue's life-saving grace. After Gao Qingyue gave birth to their daughter, she ignored the child, and Lin Hao had to take full responsibility for raising her. From then on, he played a dual role. He was not only a loving father but also a thoughtful mother. On countless long nights, he would endure his exhaustion, gently rocking his crying daughter in his arms, patiently coaxing her to sleep. He would carefully change her diapers and prepare her milk. It could be said without exaggeration that Gao Qingyue never once changed their daughter's diaper, let alone breastfed her. Yet, the daughter he had raised with so much love was now gone. His daughter's once vibrant, spring-like smile and warm, sunshine-like laughter now played in his mind like a series of slides, flashing continuously in his mind. Each image was so vivid, as though his daughter was still there, full of life. But reality was cruel. She was gone, forever. As he thought of this, Lin Hao's crying grew even more heartbreaking, filled with infinite pain and longing for his lost daughter. Ding! At that moment, Lin Hao received a WeChat message from Gao Qingyue. Lin Hao, Jingming is back in the country and has a high fever. I can't leave him alone, so I must stay by his side and take care of him. I may not have time to see Ruo Ruo. You'll have to take care of her yourself. After reading the message, Lin Hao's face instantly darkened, and a surge of anger erupted in his chest. The Jingming she mentioned was Jiu Jingming, Gao Qingyue's white moonlight, whom she could never forget. Lin Hao's eyes turned bloodshot, his fists clenched. Gao Qingyue, are you still working? Why are you still taking care of Jiu Jingming? I don't care about him, but you weren't even there for our daughter when she died. I can't forgive you for this. This marriage is over. Chapter 2, White Moonlight more important than daughter. Soon after, Lin Hao, burdened by 1,000 pounds of grief, slowly walked with a few serious-looking staff members to the morgue, carrying his daughter's lifeless body. He mechanically completed a series of formalities, then contacted the funeral home to arrange for his daughter's cremation in 3 days. After doing all of this, he returned to the Gao family's villa like a walking corpse. At this moment, Gao Qingyue, the family patriarch, was sitting in the center of the spacious and well-lit hall. His weathered eyes occasionally glanced toward the door. As Lin Hao entered with heavy steps, Gao Qingyue, who had been looking somewhat sluggish, suddenly stood up in a hurry. His quick movement caused the armchair to creak under the strain. His voice was filled with concern and unease. Lin Hao, how is Ruo Ruo? How is she doing now? Although Lin Hao had endured countless humiliations in the Gao family, Gao Qingyue had always treated him well, like a true grandfather. Furthermore, Gao Qingyue was suffering from severe heart disease and high blood pressure, making his health quite fragile. At this moment, as Gao Qingyue expressed his concern, Lin Hao's heart filled with hesitation. He couldn't bring himself to tell the elderly man that his beloved granddaughter, Ruo Ruo, had passed away. He knew that with Gao Qingyue's current health, the news might be a blow too heavy for him to bear. Thus, he forced a strained smile onto his face and responded with as calm a voice as he could muster, "Grandfather, don't worry. Ruo Ruo is fine. The doctor said that once this surgery is over, she will recover soon. She just needs to stay in the hospital for a few more days." Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue's furrowed brows relaxed slightly. He then asked, "And Qingyue? She's very busy with work. I don't want Ruo Ruo's situation to distract her," Lin Hao said, quickly turning to head upstairs. He was afraid Gao Qingyue might notice the sorrow in his eyes. But just as he turned around, the tears he had been holding back for so long suddenly broke free, spilling down his cheeks and dropping onto the cold marble floor. These tears were not just for Ruo Ruo's sudden passing, but also for the final farewell to his broken marriage. Lin Hao had made up his mind once Ruo Ruo's funeral was over, he would divorce Gao Qingyue. He went into his room, slowly picked up a photo of his daughter. In the picture, Ruo Ruo was smiling brightly, carefree, and full of life. That was his most precious memory, yet at this moment, it felt like the sharpest blade, slicing through his already shattered heart. He pressed the photo tightly against his chest, silently crying. After a while, he took out his phone and dialed Gao Qingyue's number, preparing to tell her about Ruo Ruo's death. Meanwhile, in the hospital's for infusion area, Jiyu Jingming lay quietly in his hospital bed, and for drip attached to his slender arm. Gao Qingyue was sitting on a wooden chair beside the bed, her gaze filled with concern and tenderness. She held a delicate porcelain cup, with warm water freshly poured from a thermos, still steaming gently. She blew on the water, tested its temperature, and carefully tilted the cup to let the warm liquid flow gently into Jiyu Jingming's slightly parted lips. As he drank, the warmth seemed to dissipate the chill in his body, softening his eyes. He slowly spoke, "Qingyue, stay with me here. I'm worried that when you return, Lin Hao will misunderstand and be angry with you." Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue smiled dismissively, a trace of arrogance and confidence in her expression. "Does he dare? Since we got married, he has never dared to get angry with me. It's always me who gets angry with him. Besides, if he holds a grudge just because I'm spending time with you, showing concern for a friend, it only means his heart is too narrow." Jiyu Jingming's lips curled up into an almost imperceptible smirk, then he added, "Then, should you go check on Ruo Ruo? Maybe this time her condition is more serious. Otherwise, why would Lin Hao keep calling you?" Gao Qingyue frowned slightly and shook her head. "There's no need to check. I know Ruo Ruo's heart condition well. It's nothing serious. Every time, they just treat it casually at the hospital and she's fine. As long as Lin Hao is taking care of her, that's enough. By the way, you just returned from abroad and don't have a place to stay. Why not stay at our house for now?" Jiyu Jingming heard this and gently shook his head, a conflicted look on his face. He spoke slowly, "I don't think it's a good idea. After all, if I stay at your place, Lin Hao probably won't be too happy about it." However, Gao Qingyue scoffed dismissively and replied with contempt, "HMPH. What does it matter if he is unhappy? He is just a useless good-for-nothing. All he does is hover around the stove, what else can he do? This whole family has been supported by me, working hard outside and earning money. What right does he have to object?" Over the past 5 years, under Gao Qingyue's meticulous management, the Gao family's business had successfully transformed from a small, obscure third-rate company into a first-class enterprise. What she didn't know was that if it weren't for Lin Hao's behind-the-scenes efforts and his network of connections, those large corporations that the Gao family could never have reached would have never even glanced at them, let alone cooperate. But in Gao Qingyue's eyes, the success of Gao Group was all thanks to her excellent leadership and business acumen. Her gaze softened as it fell on Jiyu Jingming's handsome face, and she gently said, "All right, Jingming, don't worry about it. Right now, your health is what I'm most concerned about. Close your eyes and rest. I'll stay by your side until you wake up." Upon hearing her soft, caring words, Jiyu Jingming couldn't help but smile slightly, his expression looking as charming as a crescent moon, with 2 irresistible dimples showing. The sight made him even more handsome and captivating. He nodded obediently and slowly closed his eyes. His long, thick eyelashes gently rested on his eyelids, casting a soft shadow over his face, making him appear peaceful and serene. Just then, Gao Qingyue's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, she realized it was Lin Hao. She furrowed her brows, and without hesitation, pressed the hang-up button. In her mind, she thought, this good-for-nothing never knows when to stop. Fearing that Lin Hao might call again and disturb Jiyu Jingming, she turned off her phone. After doing that, she returned her attention to Jiyu Jingming, staring lovingly at his tranquil sleeping face, full of concern and affection. Chapter 3. Let Bai Yueguang live at home. Lin Hao sat quietly in the dim room, holding his daughter's photo in his hands, his eyes revealing endless sadness and longing. He gently stroked his daughter's bright smile in the photo, and tears blurred his eyes involuntarily. After sighing deeply, he carefully put his daughter's photo into his arms as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. Then he stood up and planned to go for a walk outside. Just as he walked downstairs, a sharp shout suddenly reached his ears. Mother-in-law Wang Mailan was furious, with her hands on her hips, and she shouted at Lin Hao, "Lin Hao, you useless bastard. Look at what time it is now, and you haven't cooked yet. Do you want to starve our whole family to death?" Father-in-law Gao Qingyue also echoed the words and angrily accused him, "That's right. I really don't know what's in our Gao family committed in our previous life to raise a good-for-nothing like you. You are becoming more and more outrageous now. You don't even want to cook." Facing the reprimand from his parents-in-law, Lin Hao seemed not to have heard it at all and continued walking towards the door. Seeing this, Wang Mailan was so angry that she was shaking all over. She widened her eyes and shouted angrily, "Stop right there. If you dare to step out of this house today, you will never come back again." However, Lin Hao still turned a deaf ear to him, and did not even turn his head back, and continued to walk out the door. Seeing that Lin Hao ignored her warning, Wang Mailan was immediately furious. She rushed forward in 2 steps, raised her right hand, and slapped Lin Hao hard on the face. At this moment, Lin Hao turned around suddenly and quickly grabbed Wang Mailan's hand. His bloodshot eyes were as cold as ice, like 2 sharp knives, and he said coldly, "I'm in a bad mood, so it's best not to provoke me." When Wang Mailan met Lin Hao's eyes, a chill instantly surged into her heart and she subconsciously took 2 steps back. She really couldn't understand why Lin Hao, who was so cowardly on weekdays, had such a terrifying look in his eyes today. She asked in a trembling voice, What are you going to do?" Gao Qingyue, who was standing by, saw this and took a step forward. He shouted at Lin Hao fiercely, "You bastard, do you still have the guts to hit your mother-in-law?" At this moment, Gao Qingyue slowly walked out from the inner room with a cane. He looked at everyone solemnly and said in a deep voice, "Enough. Ruo Ruo is in the hospital because of a heart attack. It is understandable that Lin Hao is in a bad mood. You should stop making things difficult for him. Without him, will you not eat?" Gao Qingyue glared at Lin Hao fiercely, muttering, "Dad, why do you always favor this good-for-nothing piece of shit?" After hearing this, Gao Qingyue's already gloomy face instantly darkened a little. "Shut up. He's not a waste, he's your son-in-law." Gao Qingyue, however, was full of disdain and responded coldly, "Humph, sooner or later I will make Qingyue divorce him." Just then, Gao Qingyue walked in holding Jiu Jingming's hand. The two of them looked extremely intimate, talking and laughing with each other, just like a loving couple. Jiu Jingming hurriedly greeted them politely, "Grandpa, uncle, aunt, hello." Gao Qingyue ignored Jiu Jingming. His sharp eyes stared straight at Gao Qingyue. "Qingyue, don't forget that you are a married woman now. How can you hold hands with another man? It's outrageous." Gao Qingyue hurriedly loosened her tightly clasped hand with Jiu Jingming and lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. Seeing the atmosphere suddenly become tense, Wang Mailan quickly came out to smooth things over. With a kind smile on her face, she quickly walked forward and took Jiu Jingming's arm. "So it's Jingming who's here. Come in and sit down." Gao Qingyue looked up quickly when she saw this, and took the opportunity to explain to her mother, "Mom, Jingming just came back from abroad. He may have a high fever right now because of the fatigue from the journey and the unfamiliar climate. And he hasn't found a suitable place to live yet, so I want him to stay at home for a few days." Jiu Jingming glanced at Lin Hao calmly, shook his head gently, and responded calmly, "Forget it, thank you for your kindness, I will just stay in the hotel. After all, I think Mr. Lin doesn't seem very happy." Wang Mailan, who was standing nearby, smiled disdainfully when she heard this. She crossed her arms and said firmly, "So what if he's unhappy? This is my home, and I have the final say. Since I asked you to stay here, then you should stay here. There's no reason for me to ask you to stay in a hotel." At this time, Gao Qingyue also hurried over and agreed with a smile on his face, "That's right, Jingming, you must not be polite to us, just treat this place as your own home. It's okay to stay as long as you want, and you don't have to pay attention to Lin Hao's attitude at all." Gao Qingyue walked up to Lin Hao and asked in a proud tone, "Lin Hao, Jingming is my good friend. I will let him stay at home for a few days. You won't have any objections, right?" However, in response to his wife's question, Lin Hao just laughed coldly, and then replied expressionlessly, "This is originally your home. You don't need to ask for my opinion on who you want to live with. But I am curious, you are only concerned about entertaining your white Moonlight, why don't you care about Ruo Ruo's current situation? I feel relieved that Ruo Ruo is being taken care of by you. Gao Qingyue then ordered, okay, I won't say any more to you. I still have to take care of Jingming. Go and cook. By the way, you have to take care of Ruo Ruo in the hospital these few nights anyway. Clean up your room and let Jingming stay there for a few days. Although Lin Hao and Gao Qingyue are husband and wife, they do not sleep together. Normally, Gao Qingyue would only let Lin Hao sleep with her when she needed it. Lin Hao laughed sarcastically, I'm not in the mood to cook, you have to do it yourself. As for your Bai Yueguan, you have a closer relationship with him than I do. I think it's too neglectful to let him live in my room. It's better to let him sleep in your bed. Gao Qingyue's face changed drastically when she heard this, and she shouted at Lin Hao, you useless bastard. Look at what nonsense you said. Jingming is just my good friend. He is sick and has no place to live. What's wrong with me letting him stay at my house for a few days? How can you be so narrow-minded as a man? I let him sleep in your bed, and you still say I'm narrow-minded. Lin Hao smiled sarcastically, then turned and left. Gao Qingyue was furious. She rushed forward, raised her right hand, and slapped Lin Hao hard on the face. Chapter 4, Love is over, Fate is over. Lin Hao covered his cheeks tightly, however, he could not feel the pain on his face, only the pain in his heart as if it was being cut by a knife. He is the Wolf King of Langya, who once dominated the battlefield and terrified countless bandits and enemies. If anyone else had dared to attack him, he would have become a cold corpse by now. But the person who beat him at this moment was his wife Gao Qingyue, and he could only endure it. He stared at Gao Qingyue's familiar yet unfamiliar face, and his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to that moment many years ago. Gao Qingyue not only saved his life, but also encouraged him to hold on and live well. He would never forget Gao Qingyue's beautiful and kind eyes and the words that encouraged him to live. He really didn't understand how the kind and gentle girl back then could become like this. At this moment, Gao Qingyue seemed to realize that she had been too impulsive just now, and quickly explained, Lin Hao, it's all because of what you said just now that was too much, so I couldn't control my emotions and took action. However, you must apologize to me, otherwise I will never forgive you. Hearing this, Lin Hao smiled bitterly and said slowly, Gao Qingyue, if you still have a conscience, then go to Qinma Mountain number 32 in 3 days to see Ruo Ruo. This may be your last chance to see her. After saying that, Lin Hao turned and left. Gao Qingyue had no idea that number 32 Qinma Mountain that Lin Hao mentioned was the address of Jiangcheng Funeral Home. She never thought that Ruo Ruo had left this world forever. She hurriedly caught up with him and grabbed Lin Hao's clothes. Stop right there. Where are you going? Are you trying to use Ruo Ruo to threaten me? When Lin Hao slowly turned his head, tears were already streaming down his face. Of course, his tears were not shed for himself, but for the departure of his daughter. His lips trembled and his voice choked as he said to Gao Qingyue, remember, if you don't go to number 32 Qinma Mountain in 3 days, you will never see Ruo Ruo again. Just then, Jiu Jingming strode towards this side with a hint of disdain and sarcasm on his face. Lin Hao, you just got hit by Qingyue and said a few words, and you started crying? Are you still a man? No wonder even Qingyue looks down on you. As he spoke, Jiu Jingming actually leaned close to Lin Hao's ear and said in a low voice, let me tell you, your wife's skills in bed are first rate. Hearing this, Lin Hao's face suddenly became gloomy, and the anger that had been suppressed in his heart erupted like a volcano. He clenched his fists tightly, and his arms trembled slightly with extreme anger. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and punched Jiu Jingming hard. There was a dull bang sound, and Jiu Jingming was hit by the sudden punch without any preparation. He took a few steps back and then fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this scene, Gao Qingyue's face turned pale. She screamed and hurried over to help Jiu Jingming up, her eyes full of concern and heartache. Jingming, how are you? Are you hurt? I'm fine. Jiu Jingming endured the pain and got up from the ground, reaching out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He sneered, Lin Hao, let's talk it out, how can you hit someone? Gao Qingyue was so angry when she saw this that her eyebrows raised. She quickly walked up to Lin Hao, raised her hand and gave him another loud slap in the face without mercy. Lin Hao, I order you to apologize to Jingming immediately. Otherwise, this matter will not end today, and I will never forgive you. Lin Hao smiled bitterly. You want me to apologize to him? Gao Qingyue, you're dreaming. You don't even ask what Gao Jingming said to me. Gao Qingyue roared, no matter what Jingming said, it is wrong for you to hit someone. You must apologize to him. At this moment, Gao Xingdong and Wang Mailan rushed over together with great momentum. Gao Xingdong's eyes widened, his face full of anger, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "You useless piece of shit, you actually dared to hit Jingming, you are really getting more and more daring." Wang Mailan, who was standing by, was also furious. She yelled in a hoarse voice, "HMPH. I'm warning you, if you don't apologize to Jingming, I will definitely make Qingyu divorce you immediately." Hearing the word divorce, Lin Hao couldn't help but sneer. He responded expressionlessly, "Har har, divorce. I actually had this idea a long time ago. Even if Gao Qingyu doesn't divorce me, I will divorce her. Gao Qingyu, the love between us is over and the fate is over." After saying that, Lin Hao suddenly stretched out his hand and pushed Gao Qingyu away, then turned around and left without hesitation. Gao Qingyu shouted at Lin Hao's receding back, "Lin Hao, you are such a narrow-minded and petty person. I just brought Jingming home to stay for a few days, but you got so angry about it that you wanted to divorce me. Aren't you going too far?" However, Lin Hao pretended not to hear Gao Qingyue's rebuke and continued to move forward quickly. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared at the end of the road. Watching Lin Hao walk further and further away until he disappeared, Gao Jingming showed a guilty look on his face and said softly to Gao Qingyu, "Qingyu, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I made Lin Hao so angry with you. Now he's running away in anger. You should hurry up and chase him back." Gao Qingyu curled her lips in disdain and said nonchalantly, "Jingming, don't worry, he won't really leave. He used to do this all the time. In half an hour at most, he will come back dejectedly and apologize to me in a humble manner." Xiang Mailan stepped forward and grabbed Gao Jingming. "Jingming, don't worry about that loser, let's go home quickly." "Yes. Your illness has not yet been cured. It will be troublesome if you catch a cold again." Gao Qingyu hurriedly held Gao Jingming's hand and reached out to touch his lips that were injured by Lin Hao. Gao Qingyue walked over with a gloomy face, "You are really too much to treat Lin Hao like this. Grandpa, can you please stop interfering in my affairs?" Gao Qingyu said, then took Gao Jingming's hand and walked towards home. Gao Xingdong and Xiang Mailan hurriedly helped Gao Qingyue back home. Gao Xingdong said in a deep voice, "Dad, you are so old now, don't worry about young people's affairs, let's go home." "That's right." Wang Mailan pouted and said, "Dad, Lin Hao is just a useless waste. Why do you care about him so much? It would be better if Qingyu married Gao Jingming. He is a PhD who returned from overseas. His future is limitless." Gao Qingyue looked at the direction where Lin Hao left, shook his head helplessly, with a sad face. Chapter 5. The girl who saved Lin Hao back then is someone else. Lin Hao walked out of the Gao family villa slowly. Every step seemed to step on his heart, so painful that he almost suffocated. He took a deep breath, as if to expel all the unspeakable sadness in his heart. Gao Qingyue's indifference and ruthlessness made him sad. His daughter's innocent smile can now only flicker in the abyss of memory, like the brightest star in the night sky, so far away that it breaks his heart. The night was as dark as ink and the street lights were dim, stretching his shadow long and making him look particularly lonely. Lin Hao waved his hand to stop a taxi and headed to Qianshan Huiyuan Community. About half an hour later, the taxi arrived at Qianshan Huiyuan Community. Qianshan Huiyuan Community belongs to the Jiangcheng military region, and the people living there are all soldiers who have made contributions to the country. Lin Hao finally arrived at an apartment building and rang the doorbell of 602, which was the home of his good brother Chen Hui. Chen Hui was a soldier in Langye. After serving in Langye for 5 years, he was assigned to the Jiangcheng military region and served as the deputy commander of the military region. Soon, Chen Hui came down from upstairs and hugged Lin Hao in his arms, with a look of surprise on his face. "Brother Hao, why are you here suddenly?" Lin Hao looked at his good brother in front of him and asked in a low voice, "Is it convenient for me to stay here for a few days?" Without saying anything, Chen Hui quickly reached out and pulled Lin Hao into the apartment building, and said with a smile, "We are good brothers who have been through thick and thin together. Let alone staying for a few days, even staying for a few years is no problem. Afterwards, Chen Hui pulled Lin Hao into their house. However, when the two sat on the sofa, Chen Hui seemed to remember something and teased Lin Hao with a smile. Har har, brother Hao, since you got married, you have become a henpecked husband. If you don't get your sister-in-law's permission, I'm afraid you won't even dare to step out of the house. How come you have time to come to me today? Lin Hao didn't say anything. He grabbed a wine bottle on the coffee table, unscrewed the cap, and put the bottle mouth directly to his mouth. The strong liquor burned like a flame in his throat, causing a sharp pain. The bitterness of the alcohol mixed with the pain deep in his heart, making him miss his daughter even more intensely. Chen Hui's heart suddenly tightened. He realized that Lin Hao was completely different from the usual calm, self-possessed, and cheerful brother Hao. He hurriedly snatched the bottle from Lin Hao's hand. Brother Hao, what's wrong with you? Did something happen? Lin Hao's eyes turned red at this moment, and tears rolled down uncontrollably like beads that had broken off the string, wetting his resolute face. He finally couldn't suppress the grief in his heart any longer and burst into tears. Ruo Ruo is gone. What? Ruo Ruo is gone. What happened? Chen Hui's voice was trembling and his eyes widened instantly with disbelief. Lin Hao cried and said, Ruo Ruo, she died of a sudden heart attack. The most heartbreaking thing is that Gao Qingyue was with her by Yue Guang at the time. Even now, she doesn't know that Ruo Ruo has passed away. Lin Hao's words were like a sharp knife, stabbing Chen Hui's heart. Chen Hui's clenched fists trembled slightly, as if he was trying to restrain the surging emotions in his heart. Brother Hao, cry if you want to. Tonight, I will accompany you to drink as much as you want, but you must cheer up tomorrow, because if Ruo Ruo is still alive, she definitely doesn't want to see you immersed in the pain of losing her. After a moment, he sighed deeply and continued, Brother Hao, there is actually something I have wanted to tell you for a long time. Lin Hao asked, what's the matter? Chen Hui sighed deeply and said slowly, you asked me to secretly help you investigate the real murderer of your family. So far, I haven't found out. However, I did find out another thing by accident. The girl who saved you back then was not Gao Qingyue, but someone else. In fact, I have wanted to tell you this news for a long time, but I am really worried that you will divorce Gao Qingyue after knowing the truth. After all, it is better to destroy 10 temples than to destroy a marriage, and you two already have a child. Hearing this, Lin Hao was completely stunned. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. With a look of astonishment on his face, he muttered to himself, no wonder I always felt weird. The girl in my memory was not only gentle but also kind-hearted. But why is Gao Qingyue such a selfish and cold person? I finally understand now. But when I asked her at the beginning, she insisted that she was the one who saved me. Thinking of this, Lin Hao couldn't help but frown, looked at Chen Hui with doubt, and asked, then, who is the girl who really saved me? Chen Hui shook his head helplessly, I haven't found out yet, but don't worry, I will help you find out as soon as possible. At the same time, Gao Qingyue's family had just finished a sumptuous dinner. At the dining table, Gao Qingyue, her parents and Jiyu Jingming sat together, chatting in a harmonious atmosphere. Wang Mailan smiled and asked curiously, Jingming, I heard that you are a PhD student from Harvard. That's amazing. What did you study? Jiyu Jingming smiled modestly and replied, thank you for the compliment, auntie. I studied financial investment. Before that, I was fortunate enough to get a well-paid job in a well-known company on Wall Street. But at this point, he paused for a moment, looked at Gao Qingyue beside him affectionately, and continued, but I couldn't let Qingyue go in my heart. I missed her day and night, so I quit my job and returned to China to find Qingyue. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. After hearing this, Wang Mailan couldn't help. Gao Qingyue lowered her head shyly and responded softly, but I'm already married. However, Wang Mailan didn't care at all, with a look of disdain on her face, so what if you're married? You can get a divorce. I firmly support you in divorcing that good-for-nothing Lin Hao. At this moment, Gao Qingyue suddenly seemed to remember something. She raised her head abruptly and looked straight towards the door. She looked puzzled and muttered to herself, Mom, now that you mention it, I remember it. It's been so long. Logically, he should have come home to apologize to me a long time ago. Why is he still nowhere to be seen? Wang Mailan said coldly, it would be better if that idiot died outside. At this moment, Gao Qingyue walked in. Ruo Ruo is sick and in the hospital. She's going to have surgery soon. Qingyue, accompany me to the hospital to see her while we're free. Gao Qingyue didn't want to go at first, she just wanted to accompany Jiyu Jingming, but after all, she is Ruo Ruo's mother. If her daughter is sick and hospitalized, it would be unreasonable for a mother not to go and see her. She hurriedly said to Jiyu Jingming, Jingming, you have a good rest at home. We will go to the hospital to see Ruo Ruo and will be back soon. Jiyu Jingming nodded, okay. Then be careful on the road. Chapter 6 Ruo Ruo is fine. On their way to the hospital, Gao Qingyue's face turned pale. Qingyue, you are really outrageous. You and that kid named Jiyu are inseparable. Who do you think Lin Hao is? Don't forget that he is your husband. I know, I'm old, and now you hold the power of the Gao family, and you no longer take me, your grandfather, seriously. Gao Qingyue's brows were tightly knitted together, and a hint of barely perceptible dissatisfaction flashed across her beautiful eyes. She took a deep breath, tried to keep her tone calm, and slowly said, Grandpa, you think too much. I have always respected you since I was a child. How could I not take you seriously? As for Jingming and I, we are just pure friends. There is absolutely no relationship beyond friendship. I have explained to you many times before that he has no place to live for the time being. As a friend, I am kind enough to let him stay at our house for a few days. Really, the relationship between us is far less complicated than you think. However, Gao Qingyue remained unmoved after hearing this. His chest heaved violently, as if he was trying hard to suppress his inner anger. After a moment, he took a deep breath and said firmly, Qingyue, I am old, but not confused. You have already held hands, and you still say that it has not gone beyond friendship. No matter what, as long as I am still breathing, you will never be able to get together with that brat. If you dare to do anything beyond the line with him behind my back, I will never forgive you in this life. At this point, Gao Qingyue paused and continued to accuse, let's not talk about that kid Jiyu Jingming first, let's talk about Ruo Ruo. As a mother, when your own daughter was sick and hospitalized, you didn't even take a look at her. How can there be such a cold-blooded and heartless person like you in this world? Don't you care about your own child at all? Faced with such a rebuke from his grandfather, Gao Qingyue knew he was in the wrong and couldn't help feeling ashamed. She lowered her head, her hands unconsciously fiddling with the corners of her clothes, her lips trembling slightly, as if she wanted to explain something, but in the end she couldn't utter a word. Oh! With a long sigh, Gao Qingyue shook his head helplessly, his face full of sorrow. Soon, the car stopped smoothly in the hospital parking lot. Gao Qingyue was the first to open the car door and get out, followed closely by Gao Qingyue. The two of them walked hurriedly towards the heart disease ward. Qingyue, Gao Qingyue turned around and said as soon as they reached the entrance of the inpatient area, hurry up and call Lin Hao and ask which ward Ruo Ruo is in. Hearing this, Gao Qingyue couldn't help but feel a little resistance. To be honest, she is very reluctant to call him now. But facing her grandfather's request, she really didn't dare to refuse, so she reluctantly took out her mobile phone from her pocket and called Lin Hao. There was a beeping sound from the other end of the phone, but it rang for a long time and no one answered. Gao Qingyue's expression became more and more ugly, and she finally couldn't help but grit her teeth and cursed, this damn bastard, he is still angry with me and won't answer my call. Gao Qingyue, who was standing by, saw his granddaughter's angry look, took out his cell phone from his pocket and called Lin Hao himself. At this moment, Lin Hao was already unconscious due to drunkenness, so it was impossible for him to answer the phone. Seeing this, Gao Qingyue's mouth corners slightly raised, outlining a cold smile, and said to Gao Qingyue with a hint of sarcasm, Grandpa, look, he even dared not answer your call, and he didn't take you seriously at all. Gao Qingyue shook his head. Lin Hao must be busy taking care of Ruo Ruo, so he didn't answer the phone. Since the call can't be reached, let's go find someone and ask at the nurse's desk. Then, the two walked to the nurse's station. Gao Qingyue smiled slightly, Doctor, which ward is Gao Ruo Ruo staying in? The nurse was a young girl with a gentle face. She immediately started typing on the computer in front of her. After a few seconds, she shook her head with a hint of apology in her eyes, I'm sorry, I checked, and there is no patient named Gao Ruo Ruo on the hospitalization list. Perhaps you can go to other wards to ask, maybe the information is wrong or the patient has been transferred to another department. Gao Qingyue frowned even more tightly. Impossible. She was rushed to your hospital because of an acute heart attack. Could you please help me check it carefully again? The nurse nodded in understanding and checked again on the phone. I'm sorry, there really is no patient named Gao Ruo Ruo. Gao Qingyue nodded and said, thank you for your help. His brows knitted together, his face full of confusion and anxiety. That's not right. Did Lin Hao send Ruo Ruo to another hospital? At this moment, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in Gao Qingyue's eyes. Grandpa, I understand. Gao Qingyue frowned even more when he heard this, and asked in confusion, what do you understand? Gao Qingyue's mouth corners slowly lifted up, outlining a cold and mocking smile. Grandpa, because Ruo Ruo's illness is not serious at all, Lin Hao has already taken Ruo Ruo away from the hospital. However, Gao Qingyue shook his head gently. Impossible. If they have left the hospital, why didn't they go home? Gao Qingyue confidently analyzed. He is still angry with me because of Jiu Jingming's matter, so he didn't bring Ruo Ruo home. He wanted me to apologize to him on my own initiative. Didn't he just tell me to go to number 32 Qianma Mountain in 3 days? Otherwise, I will never see Ruo Ruo again. But I won't take the initiative to apologize to him. He has to apologize to me, otherwise I won't forgive him. Gao Qingyue thought for a moment and nodded. Well, your analysis makes sense, but you shouldn't make it too hard on Lin Hao. After all, he is your husband. He has been very good to you over the years, and I've seen it all. I got it. Gao Qingyue nodded. She had been paying close attention to the changes in Gao Qingyue's expression. Seeing Gao Qingyue's face gradually relaxed, she couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Then, she held Gao Qingyue's arm affectionately and said coquettishly, Grandpa, since Ruo Ruo's condition is not serious, you can put your heart at ease now. Gao Qingyue looked at his granddaughter's playful appearance and nodded lovingly. Yes, since Ruo Ruo is fine and Lin Hao is taking care of her, I feel relieved. Let's go home. Chapter 7 Whose ashes are these? Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was already the 3rd day. In the past 3 days, Gao Qingyue, Ruo Ruo's mother, has not called once to ask how Ruo Ruo is doing. Jiancheng Funeral Home, number 32 Qianma Mountain, Jiancheng. The sky was gloomy and the thick dark clouds seemed to be pressing down on our heads, making it hard to breathe. The wind howled and the trees swayed and rustled wildly, but it never rained. The weather at this moment was just like Lin Hao's sad mood. His heart was filled with sorrow surging like a tide, but his tears seemed to be blocked by something and could not flow down. The staff at the funeral home slowly carried Gao Ruo Ruo's body out and placed it aside so that relatives could say their final goodbyes and pay their last respects. Lin Hao dragged his legs, which felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and moved forward step by step with difficulty. When he came closer, he gently lifted the white curtain with trembling hands, and Ruo Ruo's familiar and pale little face came into his sight again. In an instant, all the grief, longing and reluctance flooded into his heart. He could no longer suppress the emotions deep in his heart, and finally burst into tears like a child. The cry was heart-wrenching and echoed throughout the funeral home, as if trying to vent all the pain that had been pent up in the heart for so long. Perhaps God was also touched by Lin Hao's miserable cry. The originally gloomy sky suddenly flashed with lightning and thunder, followed by a heavy rain falling from the sky. The raindrops as big as beans fell on the ground with a crackling sound, splashing water. Seeing Lin Hao so heartbroken, the staff couldn't help but sigh. Family, please accept my condolences. The time has come, the body needs to be sent for cremation. Chen Hui, who was standing nearby, quickly stepped forward, held Lin Hao tightly, and comforted him. Brother Hao, the dead are gone, you must take care of yourself. Don't be too sad. Lin Hao glanced at the time, then looked into the distance. Gao Qingyue still hadn't come. His heart was completely chilled. He nodded, and the staff pushed Ruo Ruo's body away and then carefully pushed it into the crematorium. As the crematorium door slowly closed, Lin Hao's heart seemed to sink into a bottomless abyss. Lin Hao's face turned pale, and the anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. He laughed out of anger, his voice trembling with rage. Gao Qingyue, I never thought that you only have that so-called white moonlight in your heart. Our daughter has been sent to be cremated, but what about you? You didn't even come to take a look. I already gave you a chance to come to number 32 Qianma Mountain, but you didn't come. You didn't even see Ruo Ruo for the last time. You are so cruel. At the same time, Gao Qingyue was also angry. Her beautiful face was now covered with a thick layer of haze, and her brows were tightly furrowed. Lin Hao is such a bastard. He actually didn't come home for 3 days and didn't even call me to apologize. Humph, even if he kneels down and begs for mercy this time, I will never forgive him. Jiu Jingming, who was standing at the side, raised his lips slightly, revealing a smug smile, and said softly, Qingyue, why are you angry for such a person? He is just a lapdog wagging its tail and begging for mercy beside you. Don't worry, it won't be long before he will come to you and kneel down to apologize. Okay. Let's not let him affect our mood. Why don't I take you to Qing'er shopping center and buy you some cosmetics? As he spoke, he gently held Gao Qingyue's hand, his eyes as gentle as water. After hearing this, Gao Qingyue's anger eased a little. She glanced at Jiu Jingming coquettishly, then smiled sweetly, reached out her hand and carefully helped Jiu Jingming straighten his collar, and said softly, Jingming, it would be great if that loser Lin Hao could be half as considerate as you. I have been married to him for so many years, and he has never bought me any cosmetics. After saying that, she sighed softly, with a hint of disappointment and helplessness in her eyes. Unfortunately, she forgot that every time Lin Hao bought something for her, she always found various reasons to refuse, either thinking it was cheap, or that the style was too old and did not suit her temperament. Then, Jiu Jingming took Gao Qingyue's hand, and the two walked outside while chatting and laughing. Gao Qingyue saw them walking down the stairs hand in hand from afar, and his face darkened instantly. When the two approached, he pointed at Gao Qingyue and scolded her angrily, Qingyue, how many times have I told you? You are a married woman. How dare you hold hands with another man so intimately? How can this be? However, facing Gao Qingye's scolding, Gao Qingyue did not back down at all. Instead, she held Jiu Jingming's hand even tighter. She looked at Gao Qingye firmly and responded without showing any weakness, Grandpa, I am not a child anymore. You don't need to interfere in my own affairs. As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled Jiu Jingming and turned away, leaving Gao Qingye standing there stamping his feet in anger. Alas! Looking at his granddaughter's back gradually going away, Gao Qingye sighed helplessly and muttered to himself, forget it, maybe I am really old and can't even discipline my own granddaughter. As he spoke, he slowly shook his head, his face full of dejection, then raised his leg and walked towards the door. It turned out that his old friend Mr. Zhang, whom he met while practicing Tai Chi today, suddenly passed away, and he decided to go to the funeral home in person to see Mr. Zhang off for the last time. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting later. Gao Qingyue then called the family driver and asked him to take him to the funeral home. On the other side, Ruo Ruo's body had been cremated and placed in an urn. At this moment, torrential rain was pouring down on the earth. The big raindrops hit everything around with a crackling sound, creating a noisy rain sound. Lin Hao held Ruo Ruo's cold urn in his arms and walked slowly in the rain. His steps seemed heavy and difficult, as if he needed to use all his strength to take each step. Tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes, blending with the relentless rain, flowing down her cheeks, and falling drop by drop onto the wet ground. Chen Hui, who was following behind Lin Hao, tried hard to hold up the umbrella, trying to shield him from some of the wind and rain, but the heavy rain made this action of little effect. Chen Hui looked at Lin Hao's lonely back in front of him, his heart filled with grief and helplessness. Brother Hao, I have bought a piece of land for Ruo Ruo on the hill behind the funeral home. Let's go over there and bury her properly now. When Lin Hao heard this, he raised his head slightly, glanced at the urn tightly in his arms with his empty eyes, then nodded slightly to show his agreement. So the two of them continued to move forward silently towards the back mountain. However, just as they were about to reach the foot of the mountain, Lin Hao suddenly stopped. I saw a black car slowly approaching from a distance and finally stopped on the side of the road. The car door opened and Gao Qingyue hurriedly got out of the car with the help of the driver. Because the rain was so heavy, his expensive coat was soon soaked. As Gao Qingyue got out of the car, his eyes were immediately fixed on the urn in Lin Hao's arms. He was stunned, not understanding why Lin Hao was in the funeral home. Whose urn was he holding? But the next second, an ominous premonition came to my mind. He ignored the heavy rain and hurried towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao, whose ashes are these? Gao Qingyue asked in astonishment, his voice trembling slightly with nervousness. Chapter 8: Ruo Ruo's Ashes. Lin Hao could never have imagined that Gao Qingyue would appear in the funeral home. He knew that Ruo Ruo's death could no longer be concealed. However, Gao Qingyue also had heart disease and high blood pressure, and he was worried that telling the truth would be a heavy blow that Gao Qingyue would not be able to bear. Although everyone in the Gao family regarded him as a waste and often spoke ill of him, Gao Qingyue was the only one who always cared for him and treated him sincerely. Gao Qingyue saw that Lin Hao remained silent and his face became more gloomy. He raised his voice and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Lin Hao, tell me quickly. Tell me, whose ashes are those in your arms?" Hearing Gao Qingyue's urgent and harsh questioning, Lin Hao sighed helplessly. He understood that at this point, all cover-ups were futile. He slowly lowered his head and answered in a low and hoarse voice, "Grandpa, these ashes belong to Ruo Ruo." When the word Ruo Ruo came out of Lin Hao's mouth, Gao Qingyue's body suddenly staggered back 2 steps, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. The face, which was already full of wrinkles, instantly became even more haggard, as if it had aged dozens of years in an instant. The muscles on his face trembled uncontrollably and tears flowed out like a flood. Gao Qingyue stretched out his trembling hands, tightly grasped Lin Hao's collar, and asked in a tearful voice, "Lin Hao, why did you hide this from me? How could you do this?" Lin Hao raised his head, looking straight into Gao Qingyue's eyes full of grief and anger, and explained softly, "Grandpa, the reason why I didn't tell you in time was because I was worried that your body couldn't bear this blow." Hearing this, Gao Qingyue's raging anger was instantly extinguished. Then, his tearful eyes stared at Lin Hao and he asked in a trembling voice, "Then, what about Qingyue? Why did you hide it from her?" When Lin Hao heard this, the anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. He laughed in anger and said with gritted teeth, "Humph! He only cares about his white Moonlight all day long. How can he still have this biological daughter in his heart? Besides, I told him clearly before that if he wants to see Ruo Ruo for the last time, he should come to Qinma Mountain number 32 today. But in the end, she didn't come." After hearing these words, Gao Qingyue became so angry that his chest heaved violently like a bellows and his face turned red. Suddenly, he covered his chest with his hands, a look of extreme pain appeared on his face, and his body leaned back involuntarily. Lin Hao was horrified upon seeing this, and hurriedly handed Ruo Ruo's urn carefully to Chen Hui beside him. Then he rushed forward, stretched out his hands to hold Gao Qingyue steadily, and quickly helped him to the eaves to avoid the rain. After settling Gao Qingyue, Lin Hao did not dare to delay for a moment. He hurriedly reached into Gao Qingyue's pocket and fumbled around, and soon found a bottle of quick-acting heart-saving pills. He opened the bottle cap, poured out a few pills, gently pried open Gao Qingyue's clenched teeth, and stuffed the medicine into his mouth. Not long after taking the quick-acting heart-saving pill, the painful and distorted expression on Gao Qingyue's face finally gradually eased and he slowly regained his calm. Lin Hao gently stroked his chest and asked with concern, "Grandpa, how do you feel now? Are you feeling a little better?" Gao Qingyue didn't say anything, but with a gloomy face he took out his cell phone from his pocket and couldn't wait to call Gao Qingyue. At this time, Gao Qingyue and Jiyu Jingming were walking in Qing'er shopping center. Jiyu Jingming raised his hand and pointed to the cosmetics area not far away, and said softly, "Qingyue, if there is anything you..." Hearing this, Gao Qingyue responded with tenderness in her eyes, "No need. I still have a lot of cosmetics at home, and I can't use them all up in a short time. And you just came back from abroad, and I know very well that your financial situation may be a little tight, so how can I bear to let you spend money? But since we are already here, why not let me pick out some nice clothes for you?" After saying that, she gently took Jiyu Jingming's arm and walked towards the clothing area. Soon, the two came to an Italian high-end brand men's clothing store with exquisite decoration and full of fashion atmosphere. Gao Qingyue smiled and turned to look at Jiyu Jingming, and asked gently, "Jingming, take a quick look here to see if there is anything you like." Ironically, Gao Qingyue and Lin Hao have been married for 5 years, but she has only given Lin Hao a pair of underwear, and that was because Gao Qingyue thought the price was too low. A faint smile bloomed on Jiyu Jingming's face, and the corners of his charming mouth slightly raised, revealing 2 cute dimples. He reached out and held Gao Qingyue's slender and soft hand tightly, and said affectionately, "Qingyue, when I find a job and have money, I will definitely repay your kindness doubly." Gao Qingyue couldn't help but chuckle after hearing this, and replied coquettishly, "All right. There's no need for us to be so formal with each other. I don't need any material rewards from you. As long as you can always treat me sincerely in the future, I will be satisfied. Besides, you are a PhD student from Harvard. It shouldn't be easy for you to find a high-paying job." Just then, Gao Qingyue's cell phone rang. It was Gao Qingyue calling. She said hurriedly, "Jingming, you pick out the clothes first, I'll take a call." Then, she walked to the side and pressed the answer button. "Hello. Grandpa, what's the matter?" Gao Qingye's deafening roar came from the other end of the phone. "Gao Qingyue, you must rush to number 32 Qianma Mountain immediately. Ruo Ruo." However, before Gao Qingyue could finish the rest of his words, Gao Qingyue interrupted him impatiently. "Grandpa, I'm busy right now and really don't have time to go over. I will definitely go after I finish the things I have on hand, that's all." Gao Qingyue was furious and continued to yell, "Wait until you're done. By then, I'm afraid you won't be able to see Ruo Ruo even if you want to, because she..." Unfortunately, Gao Qingyue didn't want to listen any further and hung up the phone without hesitation. At this time, Jiu Jingming, who was standing not far away, saw this and hurriedly stepped forward and asked with concern, "Qingyue, what's the matter?" Gao Qingyue looked unhappy and was about to speak when the cell phone in her hand rang at an inopportune time. She looked down and saw that it was still her grandfather calling, so she hung up without thinking and quickly turned off her phone. "It's so annoying. I finally managed to find some time to spend with you, but he keeps calling me to bother me. I might as well turn off my phone and see what else he can do to me." Chapter 9, Angry Gao Qingyue. Jiu Jingming looked at Gao Qingyue and said softly, "Qingyue, it's not a long-term solution for you to not answer the phone. You still have to face your grandfather when you get home at night." Hearing this, Gao Qingyue couldn't help but frown and sighed with a worried look on her face. "Oh, yes, what can I do? These past few days, I've been annoyed whenever I see Grandpa. He always bothers me with Ruo Ruo's affairs." Jiu Jingming raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a smile, and said comfortingly, "Don't worry, I have thought of a good idea. How about we just go out and have fun for a few days, just as a honeymoon?" When Gao Qingyue heard this, her originally dull eyes instantly became bright. When she married Lin Hao, she only regarded Lin Hao as a substitute for Jiu Jingming. She had no love for him in her heart, so naturally she never went out for a honeymoon. After hearing what Jiu Jingming said, she nodded without hesitation and said, "Well, this is indeed a good idea. Let's go out and have fun for a few days." At the same time, on the other side, Gao Qingyue was furious. He smashed the phone in his hand to the ground. There was a loud bang and phone parts flew everywhere. Then, he stood up suddenly and shouted angrily, "Humph! I will go find her myself, even if I have to drag her here by force." After saying this, he walked towards the car hurriedly, aided by the driver. Along the way, Gao Qingyue kept urging the driver to speed up. Under his repeated urging, the driver did not dare to delay at all and stepped on the accelerator and sped away. In less than 20 minutes, the car stopped steadily in front of Gao's house. As soon as he got off the car, Gao Qingyue walked into the living room angrily in the heavy rain, leaning on his crutches. At this moment, Wang Meilan was standing in the middle of the spacious and bright living room, staring at the TV screen intently, following there. I saw her twisting her waist lightly and waving her arms gracefully in the air. Every movement was full of energy and enthusiasm. Gao Qingyue sat leisurely on the comfortable sofa, holding a newspaper in his hand, reading the news and current affairs with relish. At this moment, a deafening roar suddenly broke the silence. It turned out that Gao Qingyue had stormed into the living room. His angry voice rang out like thunder, "Gao Qingyue, get out of here!" Hearing this roar, Wang Meilan, who was originally immersed in the world of dance, was suddenly startled and quickly stopped dancing. She walked quickly to Gao Qingyue and asked with concern, "Dad, how did Qingyue offend you? Look how angry you are." As she spoke, her eyes revealed a hint of worry and confusion. Gao Qingyue was also startled by his father's sudden anger. He quickly put the newspaper aside, stood up, and asked anxiously, "Dad, what happened?" However, when faced with questions from his son and daughter-in-law, Gao Qingyue did not answer immediately. He just widened his eyes and roared again in anger, "Tell Gao Qingyue to come out and see me. It looked as if it wanted to eat someone." Seeing this, Gao Qingyue became more and more anxious. While comforting his agitated father, he anxiously explained, "Dad, Qingyu just called and said that she and Jiyu Jingming are going out to play for a few days. She also specifically told us not to call her because she won't be turning on her phone these days." Wang Mailan was even more confused after hearing this. She couldn't help but ask, "Dad, even if Qingyu went out to play, you wouldn't be so angry. What happened?" An unexpected scene happened. Gao Qingyue slowly raised his right hand and then slapped his old face hard. There was a crisp pop sound, and a clearly visible red mark instantly appeared on his cheek. Then, Gao Qingyue seemed to have lost all his strength. His legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. He covered his face with his hands and burst into tears. "I am old and confused. Woo woo." Gao Qingyue cried and blamed himself, and his sad cry echoed throughout the living room, moving people. Gao Qingyue and Wang Mailan hurried forward to help him up. "Dad, why did you hit yourself? What happened? Tell us." Gao Qingyue pushed them away with all his strength, as if this push could vent all the anger and grief in his heart. Then, he raised his arms high and slapped Gao Qingyue and Wang Mailan hard. "I am old and confused, and you are young and confused. Woo." Gao Qingyue cried and was heartbroken. Gao Qingyue and Wang Mailan, who were beaten, immediately covered their burning cheeks and looked at each other in astonishment. They had no idea what serious matter could have made their usually calm father so furious. Gao Qingyue's heart was instantly in a knot, and he asked anxiously, "Dad, don't just cry. Tell us quickly, what happened?" At this time, Gao Qingyue sobbed and cried intermittently, "Our Ruo Ruo has died because of a heart attack and the rescue was ineffective. Lin Hao has cremated Ruo Ruo." Hearing this sad news, Gao Qingyue took a big step back as if struck by lightning. His face turned pale instantly and he murmured to himself, "What? Ruo Ruo is dead. How is this possible?" Wang Mailan, who was standing by, seemed a little guilty. She lowered her head and muttered softly, This is all Lin Hao's fault. He didn't even tell us when Ruo Ruo died. How you guys are." He stared at his son and daughter-in-law with a sharp gaze, and continued to scold loudly, "Every time you see Lin Hao, you treat him like an enemy, racking your brains to find all kinds of reasons to humiliate him. Naturally, Lin Hao doesn't want to say anything more to you. Also, you are Ruo Ruo's grandparents, but when Ruo Ruo was sick and hospitalized, did you take the initiative to care about her? Even make a phone call to ask about her family affection?" Hearing this, Gao Qingyue and Wang Mailan could not help but look at each other. A trace of guilt appeared on their faces, and then they slowly lowered their heads. Although Ruo Ruo is indeed their granddaughter, because she has Lin Hao's blood flowing in her body, they have always been prejudiced against this child and have never cared about her. Seeing the two men remaining silent, Gao Qingyue's anger grew stronger. He suddenly raised his voice and yelled again, "What are you two still doing standing here? Go find Gao Qingyue right now." Xiang Mailan looked embarrassed. "She and Jiyu Jingming said they were going to play for a few days, but we don't know where they are going, so how can we find her?" Gao Qingyue also said, "And her phone has been turned off, and the call cannot be reached." Chapter 10. Two important pieces of news. After Lin Hao buried Ruo Ruo, he seemed to have lost his soul for the next few days, immersed in endless sorrow and unable to extricate himself. Chen Hui looked at the Wolf King, who was once majestic but now depressed, and his heart was filled with worry and helplessness. He could no longer suppress his inner anxiety, walked to Lin Hao, sighed softly and said, "Brother Hao, you were once the dignified Wolf King. How can you be so depressed because of such a setback? Even the biggest setbacks in the past could not knock you down. You should stand up and stop living in the past." However, Lin Hao just sat there silently, his eyes empty and lifeless, without any response to Chen Hui's words. The departure of his daughter Ruo Ruo was undoubtedly a heavy blow to him. Just as the two fell into silence, the cell phone in Chen Hui's pocket suddenly rang. He quickly stood up and took out his cell phone to answer it. He didn't know what was said on the other end of the line, but he saw Chen Hui's face gradually becoming excited. After a while, he hung up the phone in a hurry, walked quickly to Lin Hao, and said excitedly, "Brother Hao, good news. We just found two very important pieces of information." Lin Hao, who had been keeping his head down, slowly raised his head after hearing this and asked in a slightly hoarse voice, "What news?" Chen Hui took a deep breath, calmed his excitement, and then said, "The first news is about the girl who saved you that year. After some investigation, we have found her whereabouts. Her name is Tang Ruo, and she is actually the daughter of Tang Yongnian, the richest man in Jiancheng." Lin Hao was slightly stunned after hearing this, and then nodded. Thinking back to that life and death moment many years ago, if it hadn't been for that kind girl helping me, I would probably have died long ago. He had thought that one day he would be able to find his benefactor to thank him in person and repay the favor, but when he learned that the other party was such a prominent person, he was a little at a loss for a moment. After a moment of silence, Lin Hao slowly said, "Since she is the daughter of the richest man, she must be living a rich and happy life without worries. Now I really don't know how to repay her for saving my life. As long as I know that she is living a happy and healthy life, I will not disturb her peaceful life anymore. By the way, didn't you say before that you found out 2 important pieces of information? What is the other piece of information?" Chen Hui took a deep breath and slowly said, "The second piece of news is about Jiyu Jingming. After an in-depth investigation by my men, his true face was finally revealed." "Humph, what Harvard PhD? It's all lies. In fact, this guy only studied at a third-rate university in the United States, and because his grades were so bad during his time at school, he didn't even get a diploma." At this point, Chen Hui showed a look of disdain on his face. Then, he added indignantly, "What's even more outrageous is that this guy actually borrowed a lot of money from his friends in the United States and was unable to repay it. So, in order to escape his debts, he fled back to China in disgrace. But who would have thought that this kind of rubbish would have the guts to lie to the public and claim that he is a PhD graduate from Harvard? It's really laughable." After saying this, Chen Hui couldn't help but sneer. At this time, Lin Hao, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "I have no interest in his rubbish background at all. Only a simple-minded woman like Gao Qingyue who has no judgment would be deceived and blinded by him. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. The most important thing right now is to help me investigate the real murderer who brutally killed my family." Hearing this, Chen Hui nodded vigorously and said, "Brother Hao, don't worry. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will definitely do everything I can to help you find those enemies. But I hope you can cheer up as soon as possible." After hearing this, Lin Hao gently patted Chen Hui on the shoulder, and tried to force a smile from the corner of his mouth and replied, "Well, don't worry. The Wolf King will not fall. On the edge of the beautiful coastal city of Jiangcheng, there is a towering, misty Wuyan mountain. And on the top of this mountain, sits an extremely luxurious villa area Tangcheng Yipin. The most eye-catching one is Tangcheng Yipin No. 1 villa. It is like a shining pearl, emitting dazzling light. It is well deserved to be the king of villas in Jiangcheng, and its value is as high as an astonishing 5 billion. This villa not only occupies a unique geographical location, surrounded by mountains and rivers, and perfectly integrated with nature, it also allows people to stand on a high place and take in the magnificent scenery of the entire river city. At this moment, Tang Ruo was sitting quietly in front of the spacious and bright floor-to-ceiling window, her beautiful eyes staring intently at the prosperous and bustling Jiangcheng scenery outside the window. However, at this moment her thoughts had already drifted to the distant past. Memories flooded back to her mind. When she went to Bagan with her father to discuss the jade business, she never expected that she would be kidnapped by vicious foreign terrorists. After Longhua learned of the situation, he ordered Langyer to go out and rescue people. The Wolf King led the Wolf Fang warriors in the deep mountains at the border of Longhua Tsayan province and Pagan Kingdom. After a fierce battle, they finally succeeded in rescuing her and her father from the clutches of terrorists. From that moment on, the handsome, resolute and courageous face of the Wolf King was deeply imprinted in Tang Ruoshua's heart, and it would be difficult to erase it no matter how time passed. Whenever it was late at night and everyone was asleep, that face would always appear before her eyes involuntarily, making her heart beat fast and unable to fall asleep. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Sigh. Tang Ruoshua sighed softly, her heart full of regret and helplessness. Over the years, she had always wanted to see her savior, the Wolf King, again, to say thank you to him in person, and to bravely express her love to him. It's a pity that the identity of the Wolf King is a top 5's secret in Dragon Country. Although her father was the richest man in Jiangcheng and used countless connections and various means to investigate the identity and whereabouts of the Wolf King, he was ultimately unable to find any information about the Wolf King. However, what Tang Ruo could never have imagined was that the Wolf King who had risked his life to save her from danger was actually the young boy whose life she had saved in the past. Just as Tang Ruo was immersed in her memories, Tang Yongnian walked quietly and silently behind her. Ruo, are you thinking about the Wolf King again? Tang Yongnian asked in a young voice. Hearing her father's words, Tang Ruo's cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment, as beautiful and tempting as a ripe apple. She lowered her head slightly and responded softly, "Dad, don't talk nonsense, I didn't." Although she denied it verbally, her cute look had already exposed her true thoughts. Tang Yongnian couldn't help but smile when he saw this, his eyes full of doting and love for his daughter. "Silly girl, you are my biological daughter, how could I not know what you are thinking about? You know, the Wolf King is a great hero of our country. Even if you really find him one day, I am afraid that by then he will have already started a family and become the husband of another woman." A hint of disappointment that was hard to conceal suddenly flashed across Tang Ruo's originally bright eyes. The dimmed gaze was like a star that had lost its luster, which made people feel pity. Seeing his daughter's dejected expression, Tang Yongnian sighed and said, "Ruo, you are not young anymore. It is time for you to get married. You can't just spend your life alone because you are always thinking about the Wolf King, right?" Tang Ruo shook her head firmly and answered resolutely, "Dad, I really can't bear not to see the Wolf King. Unless one day I know for sure that he has married and established a happy family, I will never consider marrying anyone else." Chapter 11 Qianma Mountain Number 32. After 3 days of sightseeing in Kyoto, Gao Qingyue and Jiyu Jingming finally. Sitting in the taxi on the way home, Gao Qingyue took out her cell phone and turned it on. As soon as I turned on the phone, the notification tone kept ringing and a large number of messages and missed calls appeared on the screen. She took a casual glance and found that except for the missed calls and messages from her parents and grandfather, the rest were from Lin Hao. Gao Qingyue's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile. "Humph, if I don't turn off my phone, they will definitely annoy me to death." Then, she clicked on the WeChat icon and saw a 99+ on Lin Hao's avatar. "This idiot sent me so many messages, they must all be apologizing and begging for forgiveness." Then, he clicked on Lin Hao's profile picture, but what caught his eyes was that these messages were not apologies or requests for forgiveness. All the messages said the same thing: "Gao Qingyue, Ruo Ruo is at number 32 Qianma Mountain. Are you really not going to come and see her for the last time?" Gao Qingyue frowned slightly and said casually, "Number 32 Qianma Mountain. What the hell is this place?" Jiyu Jingming, who was standing by, laughed sarcastically upon hearing this. Maybe that loser didn't go home these few days and rented a shabby house there. But Gao Qingyue had a vague feeling of familiarity in her heart, as if she had heard this address somewhere before. She couldn't help but frown and began to try to recall, muttering to herself, "Where on earth is it?" The next second, her originally calm face suddenly turned as pale as paper, completely bloodless. Her beautiful eyes were filled with fear, because she finally remembered that number 32 Qianma Mountain was a thorn in the side of all Jiangcheng people, and it was the address of Jiangcheng Funeral Home. With a click, her cell phone slipped from her hand and fell under the car seat. Her lips trembled uncontrollably as she murmured, "Could it be? Could it be that Ruo Ruo?" The following words seemed to be strangled in his throat by an invisible force and he couldn't utter them. Seeing this, Jiyu Jingming hurriedly asked with concern, "Qingyue, what happened?" But at this moment Gao Qingyue seemed to be completely immersed in her own world of fear, and seemed unaware of Jiyu Jingming's questions. She didn't dare to think any further, and in panic, she reached out to feel for the cell phone that had fallen under the seat. After finally picking up the phone, she couldn't wait to call Lin Hao. However, Lin Hao had blocked her and she couldn't get through to him at all. Her heart sank to the bottom in an instant. Not giving up, she quickly opened WeChat and wanted to send a message to Lin Hao to ask about Ruo Ruo's condition. Unfortunately, a striking red exclamation mark appeared next to the message just sent. Obviously, her WeChat account was also blocked by Lin Hao. Jiyu Jingming could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked again, "Qingyue, please speak up. What happened?" This time, Gao Qingyue finally came back to her senses a little, but her voice was clearly filled with tears, and she replied tremblingly, Ruo Ruo might have been in trouble." Then she yelled to the taxi driver, "Master, please drive faster. I beg you." Not long after, the taxi finally stopped in front of the Gao family villa. After Gao Qingyue and Jiu Jingming got out of the car, they almost ran into the living room. The atmosphere in the living room was extremely solemn at this time. Gao Xingdong and Wang Mailan were sitting quietly on the sofa, their faces gloomy. When they saw Gao Qingyue coming in, they just looked up slightly and then lowered their heads again. Gao Qingyue looked at her parents and felt more and more uneasy. She had already guessed that something must have happened to Ruo Ruo. But she hoped that nothing would happen to Ruo Ruo, so she asked tentatively, "Dad, Mom, is there something wrong at home?" However, in response to her daughter's question, Wang Mailan sighed deeply and moved her lips as if she wanted to say something, but she swallowed the words back into her stomach. Gao Xingdong was just about to speak when he saw Gao Qingyue walking out with a cane, staggering. His face, which had originally looked serious, now looked even more gloomy and frightening, and his bloodshot eyes glared at Gao Qingyue fiercely. When Gao Qingyue met Gao Qingyue's terrifying gaze, she involuntarily took a small step back, and her voice became more terrified. "Grandpa, why are you looking at me like that? Did something really happen at home?" Gao Qingyue didn't say anything. He raised his old and dry hand high, and then slapped Gao Qingyue hard on the cheek. Gao Qingyue covered her burning cheeks. Although she had guessed what happened, she still held onto a glimmer of hope and said in a trembling voice, "Grandpa, why did you hit me? Even if I did something wrong, you should at least tell me why you hit me." She was praying in her heart at this moment, hoping that her grandfather's answer was not because something happened to Ruo Ruo. Bang! However, Gao Qingyue still did not answer Gao Qingyue's question. Instead, he raised his hand and slapped Gao Qingyue in the face again. Gao Qingyue was beaten so hard that she took 2 steps back and looked at her grandfather in horror. "Grandpa, please tell me what happened." Seeing this, Jiu Jingming hurried forward and protected Gao Qingyue behind him. "Grandpa, can we talk nicely? Why do you hit Qingyue as soon as you meet? Get out of here. This is none of your business." Gao Qingyue pushed Jiu Jingming aside. Then he raised the cane in his hand and hit Gao Qingyue hard. Gao Qingyue subconsciously took a big step back, and Gao Qingyue's crutch missed the target. Due to excessive force, he lost his balance and staggered forward several steps involuntarily, and finally fell to the ground in a mess. Seeing this, Gao Qingyue quickly bent down and tried to help Gao Qingyue up. "Grandpa, are you okay?" Gao Qingyue didn't appreciate it at all. He threw his hands away and shouted viciously, "Get away! Don't touch me, you beast!" After saying that, he burst into tears like a child, and tears flowed freely down his wrinkled cheeks like a flood. Gao Qingyue looked at her grandfather with tears streaming down his face, her heart aching and her eyes became moist. She choked up and said, "Grandpa, please don't torture yourself like this anymore, okay? What happened? Please tell me quickly." At this time, Gao Xin walked up quickly, carefully helped Gao Qingyue up from the ground, and let him sit slowly on the sofa. "Dad, don't be too sad." Then, Gao Xingdong turned around, stared at Gao Qingyue sternly, and said in a heavy tone, "Ruo Ruo is dead, and Lin Hao has cremated her. But what about you? Not only did you not go to see her for the last time, but you even had the mind to go out and travel. I really don't know what to say to you." Chapter 12. It's all Lin Hao's fault. After hearing what his father said, Gao Qingyue suddenly collapsed to the ground. The thing she least wanted to hear finally happened. Ruo Ruo is really dead. "No. You lied to me, didn't you?" she screamed. Gao Qingyue's face was filled with anger. He pounded the ground with his cane. "You beast! Your biological daughter died, but not only did you not rush to see her for the last time, but you went out to play with that kid named Jiu for 3 whole days. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog?" Hearing this, Gao Qingyue's body trembled violently, and then she burst into tears heartbreakingly. "Grandpa, I really didn't know. This is all Lin Hao's fault. Why didn't he tell me that Ruo Ruo had passed away? Who said Lin Hao didn't tell you? He clearly told you to go to number 32 Qinmar Mountain, otherwise you would never see Ruo Ruo again. But what about you? Did you take his words to heart?" Gao Qingyue was so angry that he was shaking all over. He continued to scold, "Everyone in Jiangcheng knows that number 32 Qinmar Mountain is the address of the funeral home." At this time, Wang Mailan hurried over, sat next to Gao Qingyue, took his arm and persuaded him, "Dad, Ruo Ruo is already dead, it's useless for you to scold Qingyue now. Shut up. Gao Qingyue turned his head and yelled at Wang Mailan, "It's all because you doted on her too much that she became what she is today." Humph, even if Lin Hao didn't tell her that Ruo Ruo was dead, where was Gao Qingyue when Ruo Ruo was in the emergency room? She was accompanying her white Moonlight. Woo woo woo. Gao Qingyue got up and ran outside. Wang Mailan hurriedly called out, "Qingyue, where are you going?" However, Gao Qingyue did not stop and soon ran out of the Gao family villa. Jiu Jingming said hurriedly, "Auntie, don't worry, I will go and persuade her." After saying that, Jiu Jingming hurriedly chased after Gao Qingyue. Gao Qingyue ran a long way until she couldn't run anymore, then she stopped panting. She squatted on the ground, covering her face tightly with her hands, but tears burst out like a flood. "Ruo Ruo, Mom is sorry for you." Woo woo woo. Her crying was so heartbreaking and sorrowful. Just then, Jiu Jingming slowly walked behind her. He gently reached out his hand and patted Qingyue's trembling back tenderly. "Qingyue, don't be too sad. I don't think you are entirely to blame for this." Gao Qingyue raised her head and looked at him with tearful eyes. She shook her head and said with a sob, "I was not there when Ruo Ruo was being rescued. When she passed away, I couldn't even see her off. I'm so sorry for her." Woo. Jiu Jingming sighed deeply and said helplessly, "Qingyue, everyone is destined to face birth, aging, illness, death and suffering from the moment they are born. What's more, Ruo Ruo herself suffers from congenital heart disease, which is both dangerous and difficult to cure. So, maybe this is her fate, and no one can do anything about it." After a pause, Jiu Jingming's face suddenly turned gloomy, and he continued indignantly, "However, I think Lin Hao has something to do with Ruo Ruo's death. He definitely didn't take good care of Ruo Ruo, otherwise Ruo Ruo wouldn't have died. Besides, it's just a child. If it's gone, it's gone. You're still young and you can have another one." After hearing this, Gao Qinyue's originally dull eyes suddenly brightened up a lot. She nodded heavily and said through gritted teeth, "You are absolutely right. It must be that loser Lin Hao who didn't take good care of Ruo Ruo, otherwise how could Ruo Ruo suddenly have a heart attack? It's all his fault." At the end of her words, her voice was almost squeezed out from between her teeth. "Yes, if Ruo Ruo dies, I can still give birth to another one. However, I will never let that loser Lin Hao go easily. I must divorce him." The corners of Jiu Jingming's mouth rose slightly, revealing a barely perceptible cruelty. He immediately echoed, "Qingyue, you are right to think so. All of this can only be blamed on Lin Hao, so you don't have to blame yourself at all. Gao Qingyue, go find Lin Hao immediately, admit your mistake to him, get his forgiveness, and take him back home. From now on, you are absolutely not allowed to have any contact with this kid named Jiu." At some point, Gao Qingyue actually walked over slowly with a cane. However, Gao Qingyue had no intention of giving in. Instead, she retorted with an unhappy look on her face, "Grandpa, it's not that I don't respect you. It's just that I'm an adult now. Please don't interfere in my affairs anymore, okay?" At this point, she paused, and then added indignantly, "Besides, Ruo Ruo's death was all because Lin Hao didn't take good care of her. What did I do wrong? It's impossible for me to admit my mistake to him." After saying that, Gao Qingyue didn't give Gao Qingyue a chance to continue speaking. She took the hand of Jiu Jingming beside her, turned around and left quickly without looking back. "You beast, how can you say such things?" Gao Qingyue was so angry at his granddaughter's words that he trembled all over. He widened his eyes and roared at Gao Qinyue's receding back at the top of his lungs, "Stop right there. Come back right now." However, Gao Qingyue acted as if she didn't hear anything. Instead, she walked faster and faster, and soon disappeared at the end of the road with Jiu Jingming. Gao Qingyue already suffered from heart disease and high blood pressure. After being angered by Gao Qingyue, he felt a sharp pain like a knife stabbing his chest, as if it was going to tear him apart. His old face, which was already full of wrinkles, was now distorted due to extreme pain. He subconsciously stretched out his trembling right hand and covered his chest tightly, as if trying to relieve the unbearable pain in this way. However, it was all in vain. Instead of the pain subsiding, it hit his chest more and more strongly like a surging tide. Suddenly, he staggered and his body took several steps back uncontrollably. In a panic, he hurriedly reached out to hold onto the wall beside him to steady his body as he was about to fall. Although he tried his best to hold onto the wall, he eventually fell to the cold ground. He raised his head with difficulty and called out to passers-by in a weak and almost inaudible voice, "Please, help me up." However, despite the constant flow of people on the road, people chose to turn a blind eye. After all, it is not uncommon for elderly people to blackmail kind-hearted people in society nowadays. Everyone is afraid that they will become the next victim, so no one dares to take the risk easily. They just quicken their pace and walk past quickly, pretending not to see it. As time passed, Gao Qingye's breathing became more and more rapid, and every breath seemed so labored, as if the air had turned into a heavy block of lead, pressing him so hard that he couldn't breathe. Gradually, he felt his eyes becoming heavier and his consciousness becoming blurred. Finally, he closed his eyes and lay on the ground completely motionless. Chapter 13. Even if you forgive me, I won't forgive you. At the same time, a dark green military vehicle slowly approached from a distance. Lin Hao silently stared at the divorce agreement in his hand, feeling mixed emotions. He sighed deeply. Even though Gao Qingyue broke his heart, for the 5 years of marriage, he had always treated Gao Qingyue as the girl who saved him and poured all his love into her. Although it has now been made clear that the girl who saved her was not Gao Qingyue, after all, he had given her 5 years of love. Thinking of the upcoming divorce, he still felt a dull pain in his heart. Chen Hui, who was sitting in the driver's seat, glanced at Lin Hao, who looked dejected, and said in a deep voice, "Brother Hao, don't be too sad. A woman like Gao Qingyue is not worth your sadness at all." Hearing this, Lin Hao nodded slightly. "That's what I said, but in my heart." Alas! Suddenly, Lin Hao saw Gao Qingyue lying on the side of the road and shouted, "Stop the car." Chen Hui was startled by his sudden shout and quickly stepped on the brake pedal. With a harsh friction sound, the military vehicle stopped by the roadside. Before Chen Hui could ask what had happened, Lin Hao quickly opened the car door, jumped out, and ran towards Gao Qingyue. At this time, Gao Qingyue had his eyes closed, his face pale, and he lay quietly on the ground without moving. Many passers-by gathered around to watch the fun. They were whispering and pointing, but no one dared to step forward to help Gao Qingyue. Lin Hao pushed through the crowd, squatted down, held the back of Gao Qingyue's head with his palm, and then slowly lifted his body up, "Grandpa." But no matter how Lin Hao shouted, Gao Qingyue did not respond. His chest just rose and fell violently. Lin Hao hurriedly reached out and took out the quick-acting heart-saving pills from Gao Qingyue's arms, unscrewed the bottle cap, poured out a few pills, and stuffed them into Gao Qingyue's mouth. Chen Hui came over and asked, "Brother Hao, what's going on?" Lin Hao's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. He stared at Gao Qingyue nervously and replied, "My grandfather suddenly had a heart attack. Please help me take him to the hospital for emergency treatment." Then, the two men picked up Gao Qingyue and carried him into the car. Immediately, Chen Hui rushed into the driver's seat, started the engine, and the car sped towards the hospital like an arrow. In less than 10 minutes, the car arrived at the hospital. Lin Hao and Chen Hui carried Gao Qingyue all their way to the emergency room. Doctors and nurses came over immediately and quickly started emergency treatment. After a thrilling rescue, Gao Qingyue was finally out of danger, but he still needed to stay in the hospital for observation for a period of time. It was unknown how long it had been before Gao Qingyue slowly opened his eyes. He saw Lin Hao sitting beside the bed and asked weakly, "Lin Hao, where am I?" Lin Hao smiled and replied, "Grandpa, you had a heart attack and fainted on the side of the road. Fortunately, I happened to pass by there and sent you to the hospital in time. You are fine now, but you still need to rest well." Gao Qingyue nodded, then sighed, "Lin Hao, I know Qingyue has done a lot of things to let you down and made you suffer a lot. You must want to divorce her, but Grandpa still hopes that you don't divorce. I will make her apologize to you and forbid her to have any contact with that kid named Gao forever." Lin Hao smiled bitterly, shook his head helplessly, and sighed softly, "Grandpa, based on my understanding of Gao Qingyue, it would be harder than climbing to the sky to get her to admit her mistakes and cut off contact with Gao Jingming." At this point, he took a deep breath and a smile appeared on his face. "Grandpa, the most important thing for you now is to rest and recuperate and recover as soon as possible. As for the matter between Qingyue and me, let's talk about it after you get better." Lin Hao has already made up his mind to divorce Gao Qingyue, but Gao Qingyue cannot bear any more provocation at the moment, so he decides to wait until Gao Qingyue's condition stabilizes before discussing the divorce with Gao Qingyue. Gao Zhenghua nodded gently, okay. Then, Lin Hao took out his cell phone and called Gao Qingyue. As soon as the call was connected, Gao Qingyue's cold and angry voice was heard. Lin Hao, you useless guy, you finally called me to apologize. Humph, it's too late. Not to mention that you beat Jingming, just because you didn't take good care of Ruo Ruo and caused her to leave this world at a young age. I will never forgive you. To tell you the truth, I have made up my mind to divorce you. Gao Qingyue, you think too much. Even if you are willing to forgive me, I will not forgive you. Lin Hao said coldly, I called you just to tell you that Grandpa had a heart attack and is lying in the hospital. You should come and take care of him as soon as possible. After saying that, Lin Hao hung up the phone. Then, he sat down beside the bed and said solemnly, Grandpa, I have one more thing to tell you. Please persuade Gao Qingyue. Gao Zhenghua asked hurriedly, what's the matter? Lin Hao said in a deep voice, Jiu Jingming is not a PhD graduate from Harvard. He just studied at a second-rate school in the United States. Because of his poor academic performance, he did not even get a diploma. Moreover, he borrowed money from friends everywhere in the United States. He fled back to China to avoid debt because he was unable to repay the debt. I wanted to tell Gao Qingyue in person, but she certainly wouldn't believe me, so I hope you can persuade her. Gao Zhenghua nodded, I understand. Lin Hao smiled slightly, Grandpa, I have called Gao Qingyue, she will come to pick you up soon, I'm leaving first. Gao Zhenghua wanted to say something, but in the end he swallowed the words back. He knew in his heart that the marriage between his granddaughter and Lin Hao had come to an end. Originally, Lin Hao didn't want to get involved in Gao Qingyue's affairs, but he didn't want to see Gao Qingyue being deceived and implicate Gao Zhenghua. After Lin Hao left, Gao Zhenghua left the hospital alone despite the doctor's advice. He had just walked out of the hospital gate when he met Gao Qingyue and Jiu Jingming. Gao Qingyue hurried forward to support Gao Zhenghua, Grandpa, are you okay? Gao Zhenghua pushed Gao Qingyue's hand away and said coldly, what can I do? Gao Qingyue patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. That idiot Lin Hao said you had a heart attack and were lying in the hospital. I was scared to death. Jiu Jingming smiled and said, Qingyue, don't worry. Lin Hao is just looking for an excuse to call you to test your attitude and see if you will forgive him. Lin Hao is such a loser. How dare he lie to me? Gao Qingyue gritted her teeth, when I see him, I will definitely slap him twice. At this moment, Gao Zhenghua stepped forward and slapped Jiu Jingming in the face. Jiu Jingming was hit for no apparent reason, and asked, covering his face, Grandpa, why did you hit me? Chapter 14 Gao Zhenghua died despite failed rescue efforts. Gao Zhenghua's wrinkled old face was extremely gloomy. He pointed at Jiu Jingming with a trembling finger and roared angrily, I will beat you, the shameless third party. You ruined my granddaughter's marriage. I warn you, leave my granddaughter immediately, get out of here now. Seeing this, Gao Qingyue rushed forward and protected Jiu Jingming tightly behind her. She looked unhappy and shouted angrily, Grandpa, I have told you many times that I am not a child anymore. I decide my own life and you don't need to interfere. Besides, Lin Hao and I were planning to divorce. This matter has nothing to do with Jingming. Gao Zhenghua gasped for air and continued to yell, shut up. Qingyue, Lin Hao just told me that this guy named Jiu is a big liar. The doctorate from Harvard is all fabricated. He is actually a gangster who can't even get a diploma from those second-rate schools in the United States. Not only that, he also owed a lot of debts in the United States, and he ran back to China in despair because he had nowhere else to go. You have to keep your eyes open and don't be fooled by such a person. After hearing this, a trace of panic flashed across Jiu Jingming's eyes, but he was worldly wise after all, and his eyes quickly regained their composure. He argued calmly, Grandpa, Lin Hao already had a problem with me, he was slandering me on purpose. Shut up. Who is your grandpa? If you call me grandpa again, I will slap you. Gao Zhenghua said, and then he grabbed Gao Qingyue's wrist with anger on his face, Qingyue, come home with me now, and don't associate with him anymore. Gao Qingyue swung her arms vigorously and broke free from Gao Zhenghua's restraints. Then, she stubbornly retorted, Grandpa, how can you believe Lin Hao's one-sided words? Jingming would never lie to me. I have seen his graduation certificate and degree certificate with my own eyes. Gao Zhenghua pointed to the wall on one side, and saw many mobile phone numbers for processing various certificates posted on it. He snorted coldly, HMPH, take a look at this wall. It's full of contact information left by people who make fake IDs. They can forge any ID you want. Gao Qingyue took a deep breath and tried to calm the anger in her heart. Grandpa, I really don't want to argue with you anymore. After saying that, she took Jiyu Jingming's hand, turned around and left. As for Jiyu Jingming, Gao Qingyue believed that he would lie to everyone in the world but would never lie to herself. The corners of Jiyu Jingming's mouth slowly rose, revealing a smug smile. Gao Qingyue rushed forward in 2 steps and grabbed Gao Qingyue's clothes. Qingyue, stop right there. You are not allowed to leave. You must come home with me. Gao Qingyue turned around, frowning slightly. Grandpa, I have always respected you, but please don't go too far. Although I am your granddaughter, I am also a person with a temper. When Gao Qingyue heard this, he became so angry that his chest heaved violently, and his weathered and slightly sagging face turned red. Gao Qingyue, you can leave if you want, but you have to walk over my dead body. Gao Qingyue's eyes widened, and she suppressed the anger in her chest. Grandpa, please let go of me and stop being unreasonable, okay? However, Gao Qingyue not only had no intention of letting go, but instead pulled her clothes even tighter. He laughed in anger. His laughter was mixed with endless sadness and disappointment. Har har, great. Gao Qingyue, you are my granddaughter who I have loved since childhood, and you dare to say that I am being unreasonable. I say it again, you can leave if you want, but you have to walk over my dead body. Gao Qingyue finally couldn't bear it anymore. She stretched out her hand and pushed Gao Qingyue aside. Jingming, let's go. After saying that, she turned around, took Jiyu Jingming's hand, and left without looking back. Gao Qingyue staggered back several steps before eventually losing his balance and falling heavily to the ground. He lay on the ground, feeling a piercing pain in his chest, as if a huge hand was squeezing his heart fiercely. He covered his chest tightly with both hands. His face was as pale as paper, beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead, and his lips trembled slightly due to extreme pain. He shouted in the direction where Gao Qingyue left, Qingyue. What made him despair was that Gao Qingyue acted as if she didn't hear anything. She still held Jiyu Jingming's arm and walked forward quickly without looking back. The 2 figures soon disappeared in the distance. Looking at their backs getting farther and farther away, Gao Qingyue felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. He stretched out his right hand tremblingly, slowly reached into his pocket, fumbled for a long time, and finally found the quick-acting heart pill. Just as he was about to unscrew the cap of the medicine bottle, his hands were shaking so badly that the bottle fell to the ground, then rolled to the side and finally rolled into an open manhole on the side of the road. Helplessly, Gao Qingyue had to endure the severe pain in his chest, took out his mobile phone, turned on the screen tremblingly, found Gao Qingyue's phone number, and dialed it. As soon as the call was connected, Gao Qingyue hung up mercilessly. Once, twice, 3 times. Gao Qingyue kept redialing the number, and Gao Qingyue hung up every time he redialed. After many unsuccessful attempts, Gao Qingyue had to give up the idea of calling Gao Qingyue and could only call Lin Hao. Not long after, Lin Hao heard a familiar voice from the other end of the line. Hello. Grandpa, what's the matter? Hearing Lin Hao's voice, Gao Qingyue seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. He couldn't wait to say, Lin Hao, I. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes and fainted on the cold ground. Grandpa. What's wrong with you? Speak quickly. Lin Yan's anxious voice came from the phone. A young man passing by reacted quickly and ran to the security booth at the entrance of the hospital not far away without saying a word. Oh no. An old man has fainted on the side of the road. You guys should go over and take a look. Upon hearing this, the security guard on duty in the booth did not dare to delay at all. He immediately picked up the phone on the table and dialed the number of the hospital duty room. He said in a hurried tone, an old man has fainted outside. Please send a doctor to check it out. In less than a minute, 5 doctors in white coats rushed out of the hospital. They walked hurriedly with serious expressions and quickly surrounded Gao Qingyue. They systematically and thoroughly examined Gao Qingyue's physical condition. However, although everyone holds a glimmer of hope in their hearts, the reality is often cruel. After a busy and intense examination, the leading doctor slowly stood up, his face full of helplessness and solemnity. He shook his head gently and sighed in a heavy and slightly trembling voice, "Alas! It's too late. The old man is gone." Chapter 15. Don't be fooled by him. When Lin Hao rushed to the hospital in a panic, Gao Qingye's body was covered with a white cloth. Lin Hao slowly lifted the white cloth with trembling hands. When Gao Qingye's remains came into view, he could no longer suppress the surging sadness in his heart and burst into tears. Although Gao Qingye is not his biological grandfather, Gao Qingye has always treated him as his grandson for the past 5 years. In order to distance itself from Gao Qingye's death, the hospital took the initiative to play the surveillance video of Gao Qingye's death to Lin Hao. After reading it, Lin Hao couldn't believe it. It turned out that Gao Qingye died of a heart attack because Gao Qingyue pushed him to the ground. At the same time, in a private room of Weishixuan, the most luxurious restaurant in Jiancheng, bursts of Gao Qingyue and Jiu Jingming ordered a table full of Weishixuan's signature dishes and a box of moutai, and invited a group of young men and women. One of the girls, Qingyue, had a bright smile on her face and asked curiously, "Qingyue, is today a special day? Why did you suddenly think of inviting us to enjoy a luxurious meal?" Gao Qingyue glanced at Jiu Jingming beside her when she heard this, then raised the corner of her mouth slightly and replied slowly, "Because I made an important decision. I decided to divorce Lin Hao, that good for nothing, so I called you over to celebrate." Hearing this, Qingyue immediately clapped her hands excitedly. "Qingyue, you should have divorced that loser Lin Hao a long time ago. I really don't know why you fell in love with him in the first place." "Yes." Another girl named Lin Ya also nodded in agreement. "That's right. Sister Qingyue, you are famous beauty in our circle, and you are also the president of GAO Group, while Lin Hao is just a useless man who can only wash clothes and cook. He is not worthy of you at all." At this time, a tall and handsome young man, Wang Rui, hugged Jiu Jingming's shoulders affectionately, and said to Gao Qingyue with a smile, "Qingyue, if Jingming had not gone abroad for further studies, maybe you too would have achieved your goal long ago. Fortunately, Jingming has returned from his studies. This is a rare opportunity. You must not miss each other easily again." At this moment, the door of the private room was slowly pushed open, and then a slender and tall figure appeared in front of everyone. A young man in a white plaid suit walked in. He had a handsome face, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a faint smile hung on the corners of his mouth. "Qingyue, they are right, you should divorce that loser Lin Hao and marry Jingming. Jingming is a PhD graduate from Harvard University, and you are the president of GAO Group. If the two of you could get together, you would be a perfect match." This imposing young man is named Fu Hongyu, and he is the young master of the Fu family, one of the 4 major families in Jiancheng. Seeing Fu Hongyu walk into the private room, Gao Qingyue and others hurriedly stood up with flattering smiles on their faces. "Mr. Fu, why did you arrive just now? We have been waiting for you eagerly." "Yes, Mr. Fu, we've been waiting for you," another person also hurriedly echoed. "Mr. Fu, it's harder than climbing to heaven to see you recently." Fu Hongyu smiled and replied casually, "I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. There's nothing I can do about it. My family insisted that I be the one to run the company. I just negotiated an order for 10 small items. After the negotiation, I rushed here without stopping, but I didn't expect to be late." At this moment, the door of the private room was pushed open again. Everyone's eyes turned to the door, and they saw Lin Hao walking in with a gloomy face. When they saw that it was Lin Hao, the originally bustling and noisy private room instantly fell into silence. Gao Qingyue's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she slammed the table and stood up. "What are you doing here, you loser?" Lin Hao's eyes swept over the feast on the table, and a sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Gao Qingyue, Ruo Ruo just left not long ago, you don't feel sad for her, and you are still in the mood to eat a feast here." Facing Lin Hao's accusation, Gao Qingyue did not feel guilty at all. Instead, she laughed contemptuously and responded with disdain, "Humph, Ruo Ruo's death is all because of you, a loser, who didn't take good care of her. I haven't had time to settle accounts with you about this matter, but you have the nerve to question me first. Besides, Ruo Ruo is the child of a loser like you and I. Since she is dead, there is no need for me to be sad. At worst, Jingming and I can have another child in the future." Hearing Gao Qingyue's cold and ruthless words, Lin Hao froze in place as if struck by lightning. His eyes widened, his face full of disbelief, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. He looked at Gao Qingyue's familiar yet unfamiliar face, and asked with trembling lips, Ruo Ruo is your own flesh and blood, how could you say such a cruel and insane thing? However, Gao Qingyue just waved her hands at Lin Hao with annoyance and shouted, enough! Stop talking so much here, it's annoying. I'm happily drinking and chatting with my friends now, and I don't want to mention something unlucky like a dead person. Get out of here right now, and I'll talk to you about divorce when I'm free. Lin Hao's face was gloomy, and he said in a cold voice, Gao Qingyue, if I could get through to you on the phone, do you think I would want to come? I came to you just to tell you that Grandpa passed away. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue was struck by lightning and froze in place for a moment. At this time, Jiu Jingming smiled and said, Qingyue, don't be fooled by him. He said before that Grandpa had a heart attack and was lying in the hospital, but when we went there, Grandpa was fine. I guess he wanted to apologize to you, but he couldn't save face in front of so many people, so he made up this lie to trick you out. Gao Qingyue's frown instantly relaxed after hearing what Jiu Jingming said, and she immediately shouted at Lin Hao in anger, you idiot. You told me that Grandpa's heart condition was critical and he needed someone to take care of him in the hospital, and you tricked me into going there. Now you're lying to me that Grandpa had passed away. You're so bold. Facing Gao Qingyue's angry rebuke, Lin Hao responded in a cold tone, if you don't believe it, you can come with me to see it. It's fine if you lied to me, but you actually lied to me about my grandfather's death. How unlucky is that? Gao Qingyue was furious to the extreme and could no longer suppress the rage in her heart. She quickly walked up to Lin Hao, raised her hand and slapped him hard in the face. Lin Hao stretched out his right hand, grabbed Gao Qingyue's hand, looked at her coldly, and said coldly, Gao Qingyue, since you don't believe me, forget it, just continue to enjoy your feast. After saying that, he pushed Gao Qingyue away and turned away. Wait! At this moment, Fu Hongyu stood up and walked over, blocking Lin Hao with a gloomy face. Lin, you useless guy, since you are here, then stay and talk to Qingyue about the divorce. Chapter 16, Breaking the Limbs and Sinking into the Sea to Feed the Fish. Lin Hao stared at Fu Hongyu with a cold gaze. Whether Gao Qingyue and I are getting divorced or not, is it your turn to interfere? Get out of here. When Fu Hongyu met Lin Hao's extremely cold gaze, he felt a biting chill surging into his heart like a tide, causing him to shiver involuntarily and instinctively take 2 steps back. At this moment, he didn't understand why he felt so creepy when he met the gaze of this loser. But he didn't want to lose face in front of so many people. So he forced himself to remain calm, gritted his teeth, and took 2 steps forward. He pointed at Lin Hao and angrily cursed, Lin, you useless bastard, how dare you talk to me like that? Lin Hao simply ignored Fu Hongyu's shouting and was too lazy to even say a word in response. He swung his arm and slapped Fu Hongyu hard in the face. Par. The crisp and loud sound of slapping echoed in the entire private room for a long time. Fu Hongyu suddenly felt a burning pain on his face, and a bright red slap mark appeared on his face. This sudden scene left everyone present stunned. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Hao, who had always been cowardly and allowed himself to be bullied, actually dared to hit the eldest young master of the Fu family today. What happened to this idiot today? Who gave him the courage and guts? Gao Qingyue was so angry that she trembled and raised her eyebrows. She shouted at Lin Hao, you dare to hit Master Fu? Why don't you apologize to him now? Jiu Jingming walked forward with a gloating look on his face. Lin Hao, quickly apologize to Master Fu. I'll say a few good words for you, otherwise you'll be in trouble today. Lin Hao turned his head and looked at Jiu Jingming, and said coldly, you are not qualified to talk to me, get out of here. Jiu Jingming couldn't help but shudder. Thinking of the scene where Lin Hao slapped him before, he felt scared and took a small step back tremblingly. At this time, Fu Hongyu covered his face with his hands, walked forward with a face full of anger, and cursed, Lin Da waste, you F-king dared to hit me. If you don't kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake today, and then cut off one of your hands, this matter will not end. Gao Qingyue, who was standing by, saw this and shouted angrily again, Lin Hao, didn't you hear what Master Fu said? Hurry up and do as he said, kneel down and apologize to him, and then cut off one of your hands, otherwise, I can't save you. Qinyi folded his hands across his chest and walked forward slowly. Her powdered face was filled with disgust. She looked at Lin Hao with contempt and said sarcastically, Lin Hao, you, a loser, actually dared to hit Master Fu. If you don't do what Master Fu says today, you won't be able to leave here, and it's even a question whether you can save your life. That's right. Lin Ya, who was standing next to him, also echoed him. Her eyes also revealed a strong sense of disdain, and she said mercilessly, Lin Hao, in front of Master Fu, you are trash. Only Master Fu is qualified to beat you, and you are only worthy of taking it obediently. Do you understand? Lin Hao stared at the group of clowns in front of him with cold eyes, anger boiling in his heart. But he still relied on his strong willpower to suppress this anger. After all, as a soldier, and more importantly, the Wolf King, his fists have always been used to deal with enemy troops and bandits who violate national sovereignty and harm compatriots. These insignificant characters in front of him are not worthy of him using his fists at all. Thinking of this, Lin Hao's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing an extremely contemptuous smile, and then strode towards the door of the private room. Fu Hongyu took a step forward with a gloomy face, stretched out his hand and grabbed Lin Hao's arm tightly, and said viciously, You want to leave after hitting me? It's not that easy. Lin Hao just flicked his hand lightly, and a huge force was instantly transmitted, directly throwing Fu Hongyu back 7 or 8 steps, and then falling on his back. Gao Qingyue was so angry that her chest was heaving violently. She roared, Lin Hao, you are getting more and more daring. I warn you, if you don't apologize to Master Fu and cut off one of your hands today, I will never forgive you. Hearing this, Lin Hao slowly turned his head and looked at Gao Qingyue with eyes full of contempt and disdain, as if he was looking at a hopeless fool. You know, he used to listen to Gao Qingyue's words and never disobeyed her. That was entirely out of his deep love for Gao Qingyue. The most important thing is that he always regarded Gao Qingyue as the kind girl who saved his life. But now, he no longer had any love for Gao Qingyue, and he also knew that she was not the kind girl who saved him. Therefore, when facing Gao Qingyue at this moment, he would naturally no longer be the useless person who obeyed her orders and dared not disobey. There was a flash of disdain and indifference in his eyes, and he said softly, Gao Qingyue, don't be so self-righteous. To tell you the truth, I don't even need your forgiveness. Hearing this, Gao Qingyue was so angry that she trembled all over, and her face turned livid in an instant. She widened her eyes and laughed angrily, Okay, Lin Hao. Since you said so, I will no longer care about your life or death. At this time, Qingyue on the side snorted coldly and interrupted in a cold tone, Okay, Qingyue, why bother to waste your breath on this kind of waste? Since he is determined to die, let Master Fu kill him. Seeing this, Jiu Jingming hurried forward to help Fu Hongyu up, and said anxiously, Mr. Fu, since Lin Hao doesn't know what's good for him and refuses to do what you say, there's no need for you to show mercy to him. Just send someone to get rid of him. Fu Hongyu climbed up and slowly straightened his slightly messy collar. A ferocious expression appeared on his face, and he gnashed his teeth and roared, Lin, you useless bastard. Originally, I wanted to spare your life for Qingyue's sake. But now even Qingyue doesn't care about you, so don't blame me for being ruthless. If you dare to hit me, you will have to pay a heavy price. Then he turned around and shouted towards the door, Someone come. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 burly, muscular men walked into the private room like ferocious monsters. Fu Hongyu pointed his finger at Lin Hao and shouted ferociously, Listen to me. All of you, start right now. Break this kid's limbs first, and then sink him into the sea to feed the fish. Gao Qingyue had no feelings for Lin Hao a long time ago, but Lin Hao was still her husband after all. She couldn't bear to see Lin Hao's limbs broken, so she quickly turned her head away. Jiu Jingming, Qinyi and Lin Ya all showed a gloating smile on their faces. They stared at Lin Hao intently, fully expecting that Lin Hao's limbs would be ruthlessly broken and he would suffer great pain and torture. At this moment, the 4 strong men showed cruel smiles on their faces and approached Lin Hao step by step. Chapter 17 Beat him up. At this moment, Mar Deshui, the manager of Weishixuan, passed by the door of the private room and saw 4 strong men about to beat Lin Hao. He frowned and shouted angrily, What are you guys going to do? Upon hearing this, the 4 strong men stopped. Seeing this, Fu Hongyu explained to Mar Deshui with a smile, Manager Mar, this is what happened. This guy actually dared to hit me, so I asked my men to teach him a lesson. However, Mar Deshui's face remained livid. He snorted coldly and said, Humph. I don't care what grudges you have, but this is Weishixuan, not a place for you to go wild and fight. If you really want to fight, go somewhere else and don't affect our business and customers here. Although Fu Hongyu, as the eldest son of the Fu family, is usually arrogant and domineering, he knows very well that Wise Hixuan is an asset of the Long family, which ranks first among the four major families in Jiangcheng. Although the Fu family is also one of the four major families, it is still slightly weaker than the Long family. Fu Hongyu could only glare at Lin Hao fiercely and said with gritted teeth, "Lin, you are lucky, but today's matter is not over yet." Lin Hao didn't care about Fu Hongyu's threat at all. He turned to Gao Qingyue and said, "Gao Qingyue, I'll say it again, Grandpa is really dead. It's up to you whether you believe it or not." After saying that, he walked out of the private room without looking back. Mar Deshui also snorted coldly, then turned and left. Jiu Jingming's face was full of disappointment, and he muttered, "This loser, his luck is too good." Qin Yi, who was standing by, also echoed, "That's right. Letting him go like this is simply too easy for him. If he hits me, he won't be able to leave." Fu Hongyu gently stroked his slapped cheek and gritted his teeth as he said, "I'll take people to kill him right now." After saying that, he waved his arm violently and left the room with four burly bodyguards. Seeing this scene, Jiu Jingming laughed. He laughed gloatingly and said, "He, Master Fu still refuses to let that loser Lin Hao go. This time he is dead." Gao Qingyue's face was gloomy. "After being disturbed by Lin Hao, I am no longer in the mood to eat. Let's go back." At the same time, Lin Hao had just walked a short distance out of Wise Hixuan when he was stopped by Fu Hongyu and four sturdy bodyguards. Fu Hongyu's originally handsome face became a little distorted because of anger, looking extremely ferocious. "Lin, you useless bastard, you think you can just walk away after beating me? Now that you're out of Wise Hixuan's gate, who will come to save you?" Lin Hao had no expression on his face, and just responded coldly, "I'm in a bad mood, you'd better not provoke me." Hearing this, Fu Hongyu was furious as if he had been greatly insulted. He roared at the top of his voice, "I just want to provoke you, a piece of trash." Then, he turned around and shouted to the four burly bodyguards beside him, "Are you four wooden men? What are you still standing there for? Go up and break his limbs. Let him know what will happen if he hits me." After receiving the order, the four burly bodyguards immediately showed ferocious looks on their faces. They rubbed their hands together and approached Lin Hao step by step with a menacing momentum. Fu Hongyu leisurely lit a cigar, took a deep puff, and then slowly exhaled the smoke. When he looked up, the scene in front of him made him stunned for a moment, and the cigar in his hand slipped and fell to the ground. Because the four strong bodyguards had all fallen to the ground at this moment, each of them was twisting their bodies in pain and uttering painful wails from their mouths. Fu Hongyu couldn't help but gasp, his heart filled with astonishment and disbelief. He never expected that Lin Hao, whom he had always regarded as a waste, actually possessed such powerful strength. Everything happened so fast that he didn't even have time to see what was happening before his four sturdy bodyguards were knocked to the ground by Lin Hao. You know, his four bodyguards are all retired special forces soldiers hired at high salaries, and each of them is capable of fighting 10 people at once. But Lin Hao is not an ordinary person. He used to be the Wolf King who made the bandits tremble in fear. But in order to repay his gratitude, he chose to conceal his identity and marry into the Gao family, and became a cowardly son-in-law who was bullied. Although Fu Hongshue's four bodyguards are very strong, they are no match for Lin Hao. Lin Hao kicked away one of the bodyguards lying on the ground, then walked towards Fu Hongyu with an expressionless face. Fu Hongyu's face was filled with fear. He stepped back repeatedly, stammering, What are you going to do?" Lin Hao stopped, pointed at Fu Hongyu, and then coldly ordered the four bodyguards who fell to the ground, "You four, beat him up." The four burly bodyguards were stunned when they heard Lin Hao's words. Asking them to beat their own young master. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to do it. Seeing the four bodyguards standing there in a daze, Lin Hao's face became extremely gloomy. He suddenly raised his right foot and kicked one of the bodyguards hard in the calf. There was a crisp crack sound, and the sound of broken bones was clearly heard. Immediately afterwards, the bodyguard who was unfortunately kicked let out a heart-wrenching scream. His calf had been broken by Lin Hao's kick. Upon seeing this, the other 3 bodyguards were so frightened that they trembled all over and their faces turned pale. Lin Yang said coldly with an expressionless face, "If you don't want to have your legs broken by me like him, then do as I say immediately and beat him up." My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting later. Hearing this, the remaining 3 bodyguards dared not hesitate at all. They trembled and struggled to get up from the ground, then looked at each other, as if they saw fear and helplessness in each other's eyes. Finally, the 3 of them gritted their teeth, mustered up their courage, and quickly surrounded Fu Hongyu. Fu Hongyu looked at his bodyguards walking towards him viciously, and subconsciously stepped back repeatedly, screaming in a trembling voice, What are you going to do? Master, we're sorry, we had no choice. The 3 bodyguards said as they swung their fists mercilessly, punching and kicking Fu Hongyu. Poor Fu Hongyu had no power to fight back and could only passively endure this violent attack. After being beaten violently, Fu Hongyu's eyes rolled back and he fainted on the cold ground. Lin Hao nodded with satisfaction, then turned around and left without looking back, walking towards the Gao family. Gao Qingyue didn't believe that Gao Qingyue was dead, so he had to go to Gao's house in person to tell Gao Qingdong the news. Seeing Lin Hao coming back, Gao Qingdong frowned and shouted angrily, How dare you come back, you loser? I will beat you to death. As he said that, he raised his hand and slapped Lin Hao in the face. Lin Hao reached out and grabbed his hand, and said coldly, I came here just to tell you that Grandpa has passed away. Come with me to collect his body. What did you say? Gao Qingdong's face was full of astonishment, his mouth slightly open and his eyes wide open. I said Grandpa has passed away. Lin Hao replied expressionlessly. Dad, don't believe what he says. Just then, Gao Qingyue and Jiu Jingming walked in. Gao Qingyue pointed at Lin Hao angrily and shouted, You useless bastard, you first lied to me that my grandfather had a heart attack and was in the hospital, which made me rush over, only to find out that my grandfather was fine. Now you're saying that my grandfather passed away. You couldn't fool me, so you come to deceive me. What on earth are you thinking? Gao Qingdong was at a loss for a moment. He turned to look at his daughter and asked in confusion, Qingyue, what is going on? Gao Qingyue said angrily, Dad, this idiot told me that Grandpa was in critical condition and was hospitalized. I was scared to death, but when I got to the hospital, Grandpa was fine. Now he actually said that Grandpa passed away. This is too much. After hearing what his daughter said, Gao Qingdong's face became uglier and uglier. He stared at Lin Hao and said with gritted teeth, You useless guy, I didn't expect you to dare to deceive me with your grandfather's life and death. You are so brave. Lin Hao said coldly, Grandpa really passed away. If you don't believe it, then I can't do anything about it. After saying that, he left without looking back. Chapter 18 Body Search. Stop right there. Gao Qingyue took 2 steps forward and stood directly in front of Lin Hao, blocking his way. Her beautiful eyes flashed with undisguised disgust, and she said coldly, Strange, didn't Master Fu bring people to deal with you? How come nothing happened to you? Forget it. I don't want to bother with your business. Since you're here, let's get a divorce today. Lin Hao nodded expressionlessly, his voice as calm as a pool of stagnant water, Okay. Originally, I was planning to talk to you about divorce after Grandpa's funeral. Since you can't wait, let's sign the divorce agreement now. Then, he took out a divorce agreement that he had prepared in advance, handed it to Gao Qingyue, and said, This is the divorce agreement I prepared in advance. Take a look at it. If you think there is no problem in it, then sign it. Gao Qingyue snatched the divorce agreement, glanced at it casually, and then raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile. Har har, Lin Hao, I didn't expect you to still have some backbone and choose to leave the house on your own initiative. In the 5 years since you got married to me, you have been staying at home doing miscellaneous housework all day long, and have never gone out to earn a penny. You are self-aware and willing to leave the house, which is considered to be sensible. At this moment, Wan Mailan came out while eating melon seeds, with a look of disgust on her face. Qingyue, this idiot has been living and eating for free in our house for so many years, it's simply a waste of food, you should have divorced him a long time ago. Lin Hao said coldly, Gao Qingyue, if you have no objection to the divorce agreement, then sign it quickly. Gao Qingyue expressionlessly took out a pen from her bag, then stared at Lin Hao with a look full of disdain and ridicule. Lin Hao, if you leave me, I'm afraid you won't be able to support yourself. Don't come back crying and beg me to remarry you when the time comes. After saying that, she deliberately raised her eyebrows, as if she wanted to see Lin Hao's frightened expression. However, Lin Hao just glanced at Gao Qingyue coldly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, outlining a contemptuous smile. Gao Qingyue, you talk too much nonsense. Hurry up and sign the letter. We will have nothing to do with each other from now on. Just as Gao Qingyue was about to sign, Jiu Jingming suddenly walked up to her and held her right hand, with a faint smile on his face. He turned to look at Lin Hao and said slowly, "Lin Hao, you and Qingyue have been married for 5 years, but you haven't earned a penny. Since you took the initiative to leave their house, you naturally can't take anything that belongs to the Gao family with you." As he spoke, he also deliberately emphasized the words, Gao family. Wang Mailan quickly agreed, right, Qingyue, we must not let this loser take anything from our house, not even a needle. We must search his body. Faced with such an unreasonable request, Lin Hao's face instantly became extremely gloomy, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Body search? Don't go too far. I can tell you clearly that I didn't take anything from your Gao family. Gao Qingyue laughed sarcastically, since you keep saying you didn't take it, why are you afraid of being searched? Could it be that you are feeling guilty? That's right. Jiu Jingming also laughed sarcastically, Lin Hao, if you really have a clear conscience and have never taken anything from the Gao family, then why don't you dare to accept the body search? Lin Hao nodded and said coldly, okay. Since you want to search me, go ahead. But let me be frank with you. If you can't find anything belonging to the Gao family on me, don't blame me for being rude. Hearing this, Wang Mailan said, disapprovingly and spat the melon seed shells in her mouth on the ground. Search if you want, who are you trying to scare? Then, she walked up and began to search Lin Hao without any hesitation. After some trouble, she finally found a mobile phone and a black wallet from Lin Hao. Seeing his wallet being searched, Lin Hao's heart tightened and he quickly said, "This wallet contains important secrets, you can't open it casually." However, Wang Mailan ignored his warning and just snorted coldly, mocking him with disdain, "Who do you think you are? You still want to keep secrets? What secrets can a good-for-nothing like you have? I think you are guilty of something." After saying that, she reached out and opened the wallet without saying a word. The wallet was opened, revealing a certificate and an exquisite medal. Wang Mailan curiously picked up the certificate and examined it carefully. When she saw what was written on the certificate, she couldn't help but widen her eyes, with an expression of disbelief on her face, and exclaimed, You are actually our country's heroic wolf king." At this moment, Jiu Jingming suddenly couldn't help laughing. He pointed at Lin Hao and laughed, "Har ha har har. Auntie, if he is the wolf king, then I am the Jade Emperor." Wang Mailan raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a scornful smile on her face. She taunted, Lin Hao, I didn't expect you to dare to forge the wolf king's credentials to swindle people." Gao Qingyue at the side also chimed in with a harsh laugh, "Humph, Lin Wu, I never knew you were so bold that you dared to forge documents and pretend to be our country's great hero, the Wolf King." Facing the two's cold words and ruthless ridicule, Lin Hao's face was as gloomy as water. "Since you have already seen it, then quickly return the certificate and medal to me." However, Wang Mailan had no intention of returning it. Instead, she humiliated Lin Hao even more. "You ignorant loser, I will never let you use this fake director title and medal to deceive others again." As she said this, she threw the certificate and medal to the ground and stomped on them hard with her foot. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao's eyes instantly became cold as ice, and an invisible pressure emanated from him. He shouted angrily, "Stop! This certificate and medal are the highest honors awarded to me by the country. They must not be desecrated." However, Wang Mailan not only did not restrain herself when she heard this, but she laughed even more wildly, and even tears were about to flow out. "Har har har, the highest honor. A waste like you is worthy of the country's highest honor? Don't be so foolish here, you're really making me laugh to death." At this time, Gao Qingyue and Jiu Jingming also started laughing. They looked at Lin Hao with eyes full of contempt and disdain, as if they were looking at a funny clown. Chapter 19 Lin Hao is arrested. Lin Hao's chest was heaving violently, his anger had been completely ignited. He rushed forward, bent down quickly, picked up the certificate and medal, carefully wiped off the footprints, with a blazing fire in his eyes. Wang Mailan was his elder, and he could choose to silently endure the humiliation and even beatings he received from her on a daily basis. But she had trampled so wantonly on the certificates and medals that he regarded as more important than his life. This undoubtedly touched his bottom line and he must pay a heavy price. At this time, Wang Mailan still had a sarcastic smile on her face. The next second, Lin Hao raised his hand and slapped Wang Mailan hard on the face. Par. There was a crisp slapping sound, and Wang Mailan staggered back 2 steps. A mouthful of blood mixed with 2 teeth came out of her mouth. She covered her burning face with her hands, her eyes wide open with a look of disbelief. All along, she was the only one who beat up the loser Lin Hao, but she didn't expect that this loser would dare to hit her today. Gao Qingyue saw this and hurried to Wang Mailan, anxiously asking, "Mom, are you okay?" Wang Mailan screamed at the top of her lungs, "Lin Hao, you loser, you eat and live in our house, and you dare to hit me. Don't forget, I'm your mother-in-law." As she spoke, she pounced towards Lin Hao with bared fangs and claws like a mad tigress, and grabbed Lin Hao's face with her fingers painted with red nail polish. Lin Hao's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand and slapped Wang Mailan again, this time knocking her to the ground. Gao Qingyue was so angry that she was shaking all over. She pointed her shaking finger at Lin Hao and yelled hysterically, "Lin Hao, you loser! My mother is your mother-in-law, and you dare to hit her? You are simply inhuman. I want you to apologize to her immediately, otherwise I will never forgive you in this life." Facing Gao Qingyue's accusations and scolding, Lin Hao's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a sarcastic smile, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. "Gao Qingyue, I think your head was caught in the door. We are both on the verge of divorce. Do you think I still care whether you forgive me or not?" After saying this, Lin Hao's cold gaze suddenly turned to Ji Jingming. "Everything that happened today was ultimately due to you constantly fanning the flames and making trouble here." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and swung it out continuously. Par. Ji Jingming's head was shaken from side to side after being hit, and his originally fair and handsome face swelled up like a steamed bun in the blink of an eye. Seeing his beloved being badly injured, Ji Jingyu couldn't help but scream out in panic. She quickly stepped forward to support Ji Jingming, her eyes full of concern and distress. "Jingming, are you okay?" At the same time, Gao Xingdong, who had been silent, walked quickly to the side, took out his mobile phone and called his nephew Gao Juanzong. Gao Juanzong is the captain of Jiangqing's law enforcement department. He usually looks down on Lin Hao, and Lin Hao has suffered a lot of his sarcasm and ridicule before. As soon as the phone call was connected, Gao Xingdong couldn't wait to say, "Hey, Juanzong, bring someone over here quickly. That loser Lin Hao actually dared to hit your mother. Moreover, he even forged the Wolf King's certificate and medal." Gao Juanzong was shocked when he heard this. You know, forging the Wolf King's certificate and medal is a serious crime. So he quickly responded, "Uncle, I will bring people over to deal with it right away." After hanging up the phone, Gao Xingdong walked up to Lin Hao and said in a cold voice, "Lin Hao, just wait here obediently. I have just called Juanzong to inform him that you forged the Wolf King's certificate and medal, so you can wait to go to jail." Lin Hao ignored Gao Xingdong, turned his head expressionlessly to look at Gao Qingyue, and said calmly, "Hurry up and sign the divorce agreement." "HMPH, you useless bastard, you're still pretending." Gao Qingyue's face was full of anger. She quickly picked up the pen and signed her name on the divorce agreement without hesitation. Then she threw the divorce agreement at Lin Hao and said coldly, "If you dare to hit my mother and Jingming, even if you kneel down and beg me in the future, I will never remarry you." Lin Hao glanced at the divorce agreement and said coldly, "Gao Qingyue, from now on, we have no relationship anymore. But I'll say it one last time, Grandpa is really dead, and his body is in the hospital. You..." Gao Qingyue was almost mad to death. "You still dare to say something unlucky like Grandpa has passed away?" Just then, a law enforcement vehicle with red and blue warning lights flashing slowly drove over and stopped on the side of the road. The car door opened and Gao Juanzong was the first to get out of the car. He was wearing a neat uniform and a black belt around his waist with various law enforcement tools hanging on it, making him look majestic. Behind him followed 2 law enforcement officers who were also in uniform and had serious expressions. Gao Juanzong took big strides and walked straight towards Lin Hao. There was a barely perceptible sneer on his stern face, and his eyes revealed a kind of condescending arrogance. "Lin Hao, I didn't expect you to be so courageous that you even dared to hit your own mother-in-law. I really admire you." He changed the subject and his tone became more severe, "But this is not a big deal. The real serious thing is that you dare to forge the Wolf King's certificate and medal. You know, this behavior is a felony." At this point, Gao Juanzong stretched out his right hand and said sternly, "Now, hand over your documents and medals immediately." Lin Hao looked calm. He calmly handed the certificate and medal to Gao Juanzong and said calmly, "Look carefully, this is not a forgery." Gao Juanzong snatched the certificate and medal, glanced at them briefly, and snorted with disdain, "Lin Hao, you are still stubborn and insist that this is not forged. Do you think I will believe it? Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? Don't tell me that you, a piece of trash, are the Wolf King. Compared with the Wolf King, you are not even as good as one of his toes." Gao Juanzong then waved his hand impatiently and ordered the two law enforcement officers behind him. "This man forged the Wolf King's ID and medal. The evidence is irrefutable. Cuff him and take him away." As soon as he finished speaking, the two law enforcement officers quickly stepped forward, grabbed Lin Hao's arms on the left and right, took out handcuffs and handcuffed Lin Hao. Lin Hao still looked calm, and then said calmly, "Gao Juanzong, it's easy to handcuff me, but it's hard to let me go." Wang Mailan stepped forward and screamed, "Juanzong, you must keep him in custody for a few more days, and transfer him to the procuratorate, and find a way to sentence him to a few more years." At this time, Jiu Jingming also came over with a grim smile on his face. "Lin Hao, you are a waste. Oh no, you are even worse than a waste now. I should call you Lin the labor camp prisoner from now on." Chapter 20. Turn off the lights, close the door, and turn off the surveillance. Soon, Lin Hao was taken to the law enforcement team. After walking through a long, narrow and dark corridor, he was finally pushed into a closed interrogation room. There was a depressing atmosphere inside. The cold walls and glaring lights made people feel a little uncomfortable. Lin Hao was handcuffed to a special chair designed specifically to restrict people's movements. At this time, Gao Juanzong and two other law enforcement officers were sitting opposite him, ready to question him in detail and record relevant information. Gao Juanzong placed the Wolf King certificate and medal on the wooden table with a gloomy face. "Lin Hao, tell me the truth. Where were these Wolf King certificates and medals forged? Also, what was your purpose in forging them?" However, facing Gao Juanzong's questioning, Lin Hao appeared unusually calm. He crossed his legs leisurely and replied calmly, "Gao Juanzong, I have already told you, this is not fake, it is real." Hearing this, Gao Juanzong was immediately furious. He slammed the table and said, "Lin Hao, I warn you, don't have any fluke mentality. Our policy has always been severe treatment for resistance and leniency for confession. You'd better tell the truth." Lin Hao still responded calmly, "Since you don't believe it, you can send an official letter to the War Department to verify my identity." "Okay. You actually dare to talk back at me?" Gao Juanzong's eyes widened with anger, and he roared loudly, "Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Humph, let me tell you, I've seen a lot of suspects like you who refuse to cooperate. I have plenty of ways to make you talk. I'll give you one last chance, tell the truth, otherwise you'll regret it." Facing Gao Juanzong's threat, Lin Hao remained calm and responded calmly, "I have said everything I should say." Hearing this, Gao Juanzong suddenly sneered. He stood up slowly, staring at Lin Hao with eyes as sharp as a hawk, and said word by word, "Lin Hao, since you are so stubborn and refuse to accept my toast, don't blame me for being rude to you." After saying that, he left the interrogation room with two law enforcement officers. When he reached the door, Gao Juanzong stopped, turned around and waved to their four auxiliary law enforcement officers not far away. Upon seeing this, the four men immediately stepped forward and asked, "Captain, what do you want me to do?" Gao Juanzong lowered his voice and said sinisterly, "The guy inside won't confess. You go in and teach him a lesson. Make him suffer. Remember, be quick and don't forget to turn off the lights, close the doors, and turn off the surveillance." One of the auxiliary law enforcement officers patted his chest and assured, "Captain, you can rest assured. This is not the first time we have done this kind of thing." After receiving a positive answer, Gao Juanzong nodded with satisfaction, then turned and left. Four auxiliary law enforcement officers quickly walked into the interrogation room. One of them picked up his cell phone and called the monitoring room, "Turn off the monitoring in the interrogation room." After hanging up the phone, the other three people quickly closed the door of the interrogation room and turned off the lights. In an instant, the interrogation room was plunged into darkness, and one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. Lin Hao certainly knew what they were going to do, but he remained calm. Gao Juanzong stood outside the interrogation room, leisurely lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and smiled coldly, "Lin Hao, let me see how hard you can keep your mouth shut." The next second, the sounds of fierce fighting and screams suddenly came from the interrogation room. Gao Juanzong frowned slightly, exhaled a puff of smoke, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Before long, the interrogation room returned to silence. Gao Juanzong casually threw the cigarette butt in his hand to the ground, stomped it out with his foot, then pushed open the door of the interrogation room and walked in with two law enforcement officers. A law enforcement officer hurriedly turned on the light and the interrogation room became bright again. When Gao Juanzong saw it, he was stunned for a moment. He saw the four auxiliary law enforcement officers lying on the ground in pain. Lin Hao was actually sitting safely on the specially designed chair, his hands still handcuffed firmly to the back of the chair, and he looked unusually relaxed. It took a long time for Gao Juanzong to recover from his shock. He stared at the scene in disbelief with his eyes wide open, and asked in a stern voice, "Who beat you up like this?" At this time, one of the auxiliary law enforcement officers endured the severe pain in his abdomen and answered intermittently, "I don't know. We just turned off the lights and hadn't reacted yet, and we were inexplicably knocked to the ground." Gao Juanzong looked at Lin Hao in confusion, wondering if he was the one who hit him. But soon, he denied his idea. He knew Lin Hao too well. He knew Lin Hao was just a useless guy who was powerless. Moreover, his hands were handcuffed to a chair, so he couldn't hit anyone even if he wanted to. He was completely confused. "What is going on?" Lin Hao joked, "Gao Juanzong, who told you to turn off the lights and surveillance? Otherwise, if you turn on the surveillance, you will know who beat them." Gao Juanzong's face was gloomy. "Lin Hao, don't be complacent. I have a way to deal with you." Just then, a middle-aged man in a white uniform came over. It was Jiangcheng Police Chief Wu Feiting. "Jun Zong, I heard that you caught someone who forged the Wolf King's certificate and medal." Gao Junsha quickly pointed at Lin Hao and said, "Chief Police Officer Hua, that's him." Wu Feiting glanced at Lin Hao, then said in a deep voice, "Forging Wolf King's certificate and medal is too serious. Come with me to the office." My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting later. Afterwards, Gao Juanzong followed Wu Feiting to his office. Wu Feiting's face was solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "Show me your documents and medals." Gao Juanzong followed his instructions and placed the certificate and medal in front of Wu Feiting. Wu Feiting picked up the certificate and medal, examined them carefully for a while, frowned and said, "It doesn't look fake. Could that person really be the Wolf King?" "No." Gao Juanzong sneered, "Chief Police Hua, Lin Hao is my cousin's husband. He is just a useless gigolo. How could he be the Wolf King?" Wu Feiting frowned, and then said, "This matter is of great importance. We'd better be cautious. If he is really the Wolf King, we will be in trouble." Then, he opened the official website of the Dragon Country War Department on his computer and entered the number of Lin Hao's ID to check its authenticity. The next second, the computer sounded an alarm and four big red words popped up, "Top secret." Seeing these four big red words, Wu Feiting stood up suddenly, shock flashing in his eyes. He murmured, "Top secret. Only identities above the 5-star level can be top secret. Could it be that Lin Hao is really the Wolf King?" Gao Juanzong was also a little panicked, with beads of sweat the size of beans oozing out of his forehead. He said confidently, "No. No, absolutely not. Lin Hao is just a live-in son-in-law who lives off the Gao family. He never fights back when they hit him or scold him. He definitely can't be the Wolf King." Just then, a law enforcement officer walked in. "Chief Police, Jiangcheng Military Region Deputy Commander Chen Hui is outside and wants to see you." Chapter 21. Kneel down and slap 100 times. When Wu Feiting heard this, the expression on his face turned pale in an instant, as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes widened as he looked at Gao Juanzong. His lips trembled involuntarily, and his voice was obviously nervous. Why did Chen Hui come here at this time? Gao Juanzong was also shocked and shook his head. An ominous premonition came to his mind. Could it be that the waste Lin Hao was really the Wolf King? Thinking of this, Gao Juanzong felt his legs go a little weak. Wu Feiting calmed himself down and shouted loudly, "Quick, please let him in." "Yes," the law enforcement officer responded, then turned around and left quickly. Not long after, Chen Hui walked into the office. He was wearing a neat military uniform, and the military rank on his shoulders was shining brightly. Seeing Chen Hui coming in, Hua Feiting tried to appear calm. He forced a smile, hurried forward, stretched out his right hand to shake hands with Chen Hui, and said with a smile, "Deputy Commander Chen, why are you here?" However, Chen Hui turned a blind eye to the hand that Hua Feiting extended to him. He looked at Hua Feiting coldly and said in a stiff tone, "Chief Police Hua, you even dared to catch the Wolf King. I'm worried that you will catch me too, so let's forget about shaking hands." The smile on Hua Feiting's face froze instantly. He forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, and stammered to explain, "Deputy Commander Chen, what do you mean? What Wolf King? I really don't know." Chen Hui ignored Hua Feiting's explanation and walked straight to the desk. His eyes searched for the Wolf King's certificate and medals on the table, then he raised his head, stared at Hua Feiting with eyes as sharp as a knife, and sneered, "Chief Police Hua, the Wolf King's certificate and medals are all here, are you still pretending to be confused? The Wolf King was personally appointed by the king, and he is a hero of our country. You actually arrested him. You have such great power." Hua Feiting was so frightened that his face turned pale, beads of sweat the size of beans kept dripping from his forehead, and his body was shaking slightly involuntarily. He opened his mouth, but found that he had no idea how to answer. Gao Juanzong hurriedly stepped forward and asked with a smile, "Deputy Commander Chen, Lin Hao is just the son-in-law of our Gao family. He is a good-for-nothing who can only rely on women for a living. How can a man like him be a Wolf King? You must be mistaken, right?" Bang! Chen Hui turned around suddenly and gave Gao Juanzong a loud slap in the face with his backhand. The sudden slap made Gao Juanzong see stars. His cheek swelled up instantly, and 5 bright red finger marks were clearly visible. Chen Hui's eyes widened with anger, and he shouted loudly, "I have followed the Wolf King for many years, how could I be wrong? And if you dare to call him trash again, I will break your dog legs right now." Gao Juanzong covered his red, swollen and hot face with his hands and said dissatisfiedly, "Deputy Commander Chen, even if you are of noble status, I am still a law enforcement officer of the country. How can you hit people casually?" Hearing this, Chen Hui snorted coldly, with a hint of disdain and coldness in his eyes, "Humph, I'm not going to hit you lightly. Let me tell you, if the brothers of Langya knew that you had captured the Wolf King, they would definitely raise the Jiangcheng law enforcement building to the ground." Gao Juanzong was so frightened when he heard this. He had also heard that the soldiers of Langya were hot-tempered and they were definitely capable of demolishing the law enforcement building. "Deputy Commander Chen, this can't be blamed on me. It was his mother-in-law who reported him for forging the Wolf King's certificate and medal, so I arrested him." Hua Feiting hurriedly said with a wry smile, "Deputy Commander Chen, this is a complete misunderstanding. I will release him immediately." Chen Hui nodded, "Then why are you still standing there?" Yes. "Please sit for a moment, we will release him right away." After Hua Feiting finished speaking, he hurriedly took Gao Juanzong to the interrogation room. The moment he walked out, his face suddenly darkened. "Gao Juanzong, if you want to die, don't drag me along." Gao Juanzong had a bitter look on his face. "Chief Police Officer Hua, Lin Hao is the useless son-in-law of our Gao family, but who would have thought that he is actually the Wolf King? This is all Wang Meilan's fault. If she hadn't reported that Lin Hao forged the Wolf King's certificate, how could I have arrested Lin Hao? I will definitely settle accounts with them." "Okay, shut up." Hua Feiting said coldly, "The identity of the Wolf King is an absolute secret, and this matter ends here. Also, you are the one who captured the Wolf King. I don't care what method you use, you must obtain the Wolf King's forgiveness, otherwise I will dismiss you from your position as captain." Soon, the two walked into the interrogation room. Lin Hao glanced at Gao Juanzong jokingly, then turned his head away. Hua Feiting hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Wolf, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I'm Hua Feiting, the chief police officer of Jiangcheng. We arrested you because of our mistakes in our work. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against us." Then he winked at Gao Juanzong. Gao Juanzong understood and hurried forward, forcing a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. "Lin Hao, brother-in-law, I'm sorry. I looked down on you before. For the sake of our relationship, please don't be so mean to me." Lin Hao turned his head and looked at Gao Juanzong with a cold smile. "Captain Gao, I want to correct you. I have divorced Gao Qingyue and am no longer your brother-in-law. And I also told you that it's easy to cuff me, but it's not easy to let me go. Gao Juanzong reached out his hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead and pleaded bitterly, Lin Hao, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I never dreamed that you would be the Wolf King. All right, I don't want to hear your apology. Lin Hao's mouth curled up slightly. In the past, you often humiliated and ridiculed me in front of the Gao family. I didn't bother with you for Gao Qingyue's sake, but now I have divorced her, so let's settle the old and new grudges together. Kneel down and slap me 100 times, or I won't leave. What? You want me to kneel down and slap myself in the face? Gao Juanzong was so angry that anger was pounding in his chest and he clenched his fists. Lin Hao nodded, I don't want to repeat it a second time. Wu Feiting hurriedly kicked Gao Juanzong on the butt and shouted angrily, didn't you hear what Mr. Lin said? Do as I say. Gao Juanzong's face looked uglier than if he had eaten shit. He stood there for a long time without moving, just staring at Lin Hao. If looks could kill, Lin Hao would have been killed by him 100 times by now. What are you still standing there for? Wu Feiting roared, get down on your knees and slap your face. Chief Police Officer Hua, I am a law enforcement officer of the country and I represent the country. Gao Juanzong was so angry that he was shaking all over. You asked me to kneel down and slap my face. This is too much of a bully. I would rather be fired than kneel down and slap him in the face. Chapter 22 Good News. Wu Feiting's eyes widened with anger, and he roared, Gao Juanzong. If you don't do what Mr. Lin said, I will immediately contact the disciplinary inspection department to investigate you thoroughly. When Gao Juanzong heard this, his body trembled violently. He knew what he had done over the years, and if the disciplinary inspection department found out about any of it, he would definitely go to jail for life. Thinking of this, Gao Juanzong felt a chill rising from his spine, and his whole body was like a deflated ball. His legs went soft and he fell to his knees in front of Lin Hao's feet with a plop. Then he raised his right hand and slapped himself hard in the face. Every slap that landed made a crisp and loud sound. Gao Juanzong's heart was filled with frustration and resentment. While slapping himself hard, he cursed all the ancestors of Lin Hao and Wu Feiting in his heart. Lin Hao crossed his legs leisurely and looked at Gao Juanzong with amusement. Time passed by minute. After Gao Juanzong slapped him 100 times, Lin Hao raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. Gao Juanzong, how do you feel? Gao Juanzong didn't say anything when he heard this, but his face looked extremely ugly, even uglier than if he had eaten shit, and his chest was heaving violently with anger. Wu Feiting, who was standing nearby, saw this and shouted, why are you still standing there like an idiot? Uncuff Mr. Lin. Gao Juanzong gritted his teeth, suppressed the anger in his heart, then reluctantly took out the key and unlocked the handcuffs for Lin Hao. Lin Hao moved his hands, stood up, glanced at Gao Juanzong, then stood up and left the interrogation room. Wu Feiting watched Lin Hao leave, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that his clothes were already soaked with sweat. He turned his head and glared at Gao Juanzong who was standing beside him, and shouted angrily, you have been with me for several years and are usually loyal to me. But this time, you made such a serious mistake, I will not punish you this time, but... At this point, Wu Feiting paused for a moment, then added in a more serious tone, you must write me a 100,000-word self-criticism. Remember, it must be handwritten, and not a single word can be missing. Hearing this request, Gao Juanzong's eyes widened and he shouted in disbelief, what? 100,000 words. That's so many. It will take me forever to finish it. However, in response to Gao Juanzong's complaint, Wu Feiting just glanced at him coldly, turned around and left the interrogation room without looking back. After walking out of the interrogation room, Wu Feiting took out his mobile phone from his pocket while walking quickly and called Tang Yongnian, the richest man in Jiangcheng. Soon, Tang Yongnian's rough and loud voice came from the other end of the phone, hello, Chief Police Wu, why did you think of calling me today? Wu Feiting immediately put on a flattering smile and said in a flattering tone, hey, Mr. Tang, hello. As soon as I got the good news, I wanted to report it to you. Tang Yongnian seemed to have heard something behind Wu Feiting's words, and asked quickly, oh? Really? Tell me quickly, what good news is it? Wu Feiting took a deep breath and said in a mysterious voice, Mr. Tang, I now know who the Wolf King is. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Yongnian on the other end of the phone sat up straight and asked anxiously, "Really? Who is he? Tell me quickly." Hua Feiting raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile and said, "He is the son-in-law of the Gao family, Lin Hao, but now he and Gao Qingyue have divorced." Hearing this, Tang Yongnian couldn't help but widen his eyes and shouted in surprise, "What? He's actually the son-in-law of the Gao family." Tang Yongnian had heard of the son-in-law who came to the Gao family. It is said that he is just a useless guy who lives off his wife. How could such a person be the Wolf King? Thinking of this, Tang Yongnian was filled with doubts and puzzlement, and hurriedly asked anxiously, "Chief Police Officer Hua, could you be mistaken?" Facing Tang Yongnian's questioning, Hua Feiting gave a helpless bitter smile and slowly explained, "Mr. Tang, let me tell you the truth. Just now, someone reported to us that Lin Hao forged the Wolf King's certificate and medal. At that time, our law enforcement department also thought so, thinking that this guy must be a fake, so we arrested him. Who could have expected that not long after, the Jiangcheng military region came to ask for him in person?" At the end, Hua Feiting lowered his voice and said seriously, "Mr. Tang, the true identity of the Wolf King is an absolute secret. You must not tell anyone that I told you. I'm hanging up now." After saying that, he hung up the phone. On the other side, Tang Yongnian immediately walked quickly to his daughter Tang Ruoshue's door, raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. "Ruoshue, I have found out the news about the Wolf King for you." Upon hearing this, Tang Ruoshue couldn't help but feel excited and quickly opened the door. Her beautiful eyes were sparkling with anticipation. "Dad, is what you said true?" Tang Ruoshue's voice trembled slightly, as if she couldn't believe this sudden news. Tang Yongnian smiled and nodded, and answered affirmatively, "Of course it's true, how could Dad lie to you? He is Lin Hao, the son-in-law of the Gao family." Hearing this, Tang Ruoshue's eyes, which were originally full of expectation, dimmed in an instant, and a trace of imperceptible disappointment quietly passed across her delicate face. "So, he is already married." However, Tang Yongnian's next words rekindled Tang Ruoshue's hope. He just smiled and said, "But, he just divorced Gao Qingyue. Ruoshue, do you dislike him because he is a married man?" When Tang Ruoshue heard this, her face immediately turned red with shame and she lowered her head to gently fiddle with the corner of her clothes. Her heart had long been occupied by the Wolf King, and her love for him had penetrated deep into her soul. She shook her head shyly and said softly, I don't mind." Tang Yongnian smiled and nodded. As the richest man in Jiangcheng, he had unique insights and precise vision on things. Although Lin Hao is a divorced man, he is the Wolf King who is feared by the enemy country. If the Wolf King becomes his son-in-law, the status of the Tang family will definitely be raised to a higher level. Even if he faces the top wealthy families in Kyoto in the future, he will have enough confidence to stand up straight. Thinking of this, Tang Yongnian patted Tang Ruoshue on the shoulder and said, "Okay, I will definitely arrange a meeting between you two as soon as possible. Remember, you must behave well at that time and do everything you can to make him." Then he called out, "Mr. Tang." Tang Sheng, the butler of the Tang family, walked in. "Master, what do you want me to do?" Tang Yongnian said in a deep voice, "Immediately investigate the whereabouts of Gao's son-in-law Lin Hao, and then check everything that happened to him over the years." Chapter 23 is so interesting. Late at night, the whole city was immersed in silence, only the Gao family villa was brightly lit. Gao Xingdong stood in the luxurious living room, holding the mobile phone tightly in his hand, and dialed Gao Xingguo's number with a serious expression. He had called dozens of times, but the phone was turned off. His brows were instantly knitted into a shape, and he said to Gao Qingyue, "It's really strange. Your grandpa hasn't come home yet so late, and his phone is turned off. Could it be that Lin Hao didn't lie to us, and your grandpa really got into trouble?" Gao Qingyue, who was standing by, showed a disdainful smile on her face after hearing her father's words. "Dad, we can't believe what that idiot Lin Hao says. In my opinion, Grandpa must have been hidden by him, and he deliberately didn't let us find him." Gao Xingdong frowned slightly when he heard this, and asked in confusion, "Why did he hide your grandfather?" Gao Qingyue's lips curled up slightly, and she said confidently, "Dad, do you know why he dared to take the initiative to ask for a divorce for me this time?" Without waiting for Gao Xingdong to answer, she continued, "He hid my grandfather. He must have wanted to use my grandfather to force me to remarry him." Gao Xingdong nodded, and then said, even if this is the case, I still feel uneasy without seeing your grandfather. I will call Lin Hao now. Wang Mailan sat on the sofa, applying ointment on her swollen face, and said, don't worry about it. Why call that loser? If you call him, he will think we are going to give in to him. Besides, that idiot has been arrested by the law enforcement team. How can he answer your call? That's right. Gao Qingyue nodded and put the phone back into his pocket. Wang Mailan suddenly said, okay, let's not talk about that loser. I feel sick when I mention him. Now Qingyue has divorced him, shouldn't we discuss the marriage of Qingyue and Jingming? Jiyu Jingming, who had been sitting silently beside her, heard this and quickly stood up and said, Aunt, I just came back from abroad and I don't have my own career yet, so I don't plan to get married for the time being. I've already told Qingyue about this. Gao Qingyue quickly agreed, yes, Mom. Jingming and I have already discussed this matter. We will get married when he has his own career. Wang Mailan nodded and said, that's fine. Since you don't want to get married for the time being, then just schedule the wedding for now. That's right. Gao Qingyue immediately echoed, Qingyue had a failed marriage after all. Since Jingming is really sincere. Then, he turned his gaze to Jiyu Jingming, Jingming, what do you think? Jiyu Jingming wanted to refuse, but then he thought that it was just an engagement, not a marriage, and it would not be legally binding, so he nodded and said, I have no objection. Qingyue, what about you? Gao Qingyue looked at Qingyue. Gao Qingyue smiled faintly, I have no objection either. Gao Qingyue's face immediately showed joy. On the other side, Chen Hui asked in a deep voice, Brother Hao, if the Gao family doesn't believe you, what should we do with Mr. Gao? We can't just leave his body in the funeral home forever, right? Lin Hao slowly stretched out his hand from the coffee table, gently picked up a cigarette and lit it. After exhaling a cloud of smoke, he said, although the old man is not my biological grandfather, he has always been very good to me. Since the Gao family doesn't care about him, I will hold a funeral for him. After a pause, he continued, but I still plan to give the Gao family one last chance. Tomorrow, I will go to the Gao family and tell them that I will hold a funeral for the old man at the funeral home the day after tomorrow. As for whether they can come or not, that is their business. Chen Hui nodded and said, yes, by doing this, you can be regarded as doing justice to the old man. Suddenly, his eyes were fixed on the phone screen and he couldn't help laughing. Har har, this is so interesting. Lin Hao couldn't help but frowned and asked in confusion, what's so interesting? Chen Hui's smile grew brighter, and he replied with a smile, the Gao family actually announced on the internet that they will hold an engagement party for Gao Qingyue and Jiyu Jingming at Huangju Villa the day after tomorrow. Just think about it, you are going to hold a funeral for Gao Qingyue's grandfather at the funeral home, while the Gao family is at Huangju Villa. Hearing this, Lin Hao took a puff of cigarette and smiled coldly, Gao Yuqing just divorced me and got engaged to Jiyu Jingming. She really can't wait. Chen Hui said in a deep voice, if Gao Qingyue knew that Jiyu Jingming was not a PhD graduate from Harvard, I wonder how she would feel. Lin Hao smiled and said, I have divorced her. What happens to her in the future has nothing to do with me. Then, his face became serious and he sighed, but if Grandpa is still alive, he would be so heartbroken to see that on the day of his funeral, his own granddaughter is actually engaged to someone else. Afterwards, he also posted an obituary online, announcing that a funeral for Gao Qingyue, the grandfather of the Gao family, would be held at Jiangcheng Funeral Home. Shortly after the obituary was issued, Gao Qingyue walked downstairs with a gloomy face, looking quite angry. Wang Mailan, who was dancing square dance on TV, stopped and asked, Qingyue, who made you angry? Gao Qingyue gnashed her teeth and said, it's still that loser Lin Hao. Gao Qingyue, who was reading a newspaper, frowned and asked in confusion, you've divorced him, why did he make you angry? Gao Qingyue handed the phone to Gao Qingyue, Dad, you'll know after you take a look yourself. Gao Qingyue took the phone in confusion and saw the obituary posted by Lin Hao on the internet. The gist of the obituary is that Gao Qingyue died of illness and his funeral will be held at Jiangcheng Funeral Home the day after tomorrow. When Gao Qingyue saw the obituary, his face became so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. This idiot must have seen the announcement of your engagement the day after tomorrow on the internet, so he deliberately posted an obituary to disgust us. But he used your grandfather's death to disgust us, which is really too much. Gao Qingyue was furious. Gao Juanzong is also a loser. He clearly arrested Lin Hao, so why did he let him out again? Wang Mailan stepped forward, pulled Gao Qingyue to sit on the sofa, and advised, Qingyue, you don't have to be angry about that loser. The day after tomorrow, you can happily get engaged to Jingming. As for that loser Lin Hao, there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him in the future. Chapter 24 Information about Lin Hao. The next morning, the sunlight shone through the window onto the dining table, and Tang Yongnian was leisurely enjoying a hearty breakfast. Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps was heard and Tang Xing walked in. Mr. Tang, I have found out everything that Lin Hao has been through in recent years. Tang Yongnian raised his head slowly, glanced at Tang Xing, and then pointed to the chair opposite the dining table. Sit down and tell me slowly. Tang Xing hurriedly walked to the chair and sat down, and began to tell the story. Lin Hao was originally the eldest son of the Lin family in Jiangcheng. Wait. Tang Yongnian suddenly waved his hand to interrupt Tang Xing's words, and asked in astonishment, you just said that Lin Hao was the young master of the Lin family, one of the four great families. Tang Xing nodded quickly and answered affirmatively, yes. Back then, the Lin family suffered a tragic disaster and the entire family was almost wiped out. Only Lin Hao escaped by chance. At that time, he escaped with several knife wounds. Just when he was desperate, a girl saw him, hurriedly called the emergency number, and encouraged him to hold on. Coincidentally, the girl who saved her was the young lady. Hearing this, Tang Yongnian couldn't help but widen his eyes, with an expression of disbelief on his face, and muttered to himself, it turns out that the boy that Ruoshua saved that year was actually the Wolf King. He knew that his daughter had saved a dying boy in the past, but he never imagined that the boy would grow up to become the mighty Wolf King. After a brief moment of surprise, Tang Yongnian came to his senses and said to Tang Xing, go on. Tang Xing responded and continued, since then, Lin Hao has disappeared from the face of the earth for several years. I guess he was serving in Langya during those years. Many years later, he returned to Jiangcheng, secretly investigating the murderer who wiped out the Lin family, while looking for the girl who saved her to repay her life-saving grace. Coincidentally, he saw Gao Qingyue at the place where he was rescued. Gao Qingyue and the girl who rescued him had similar eyes, and they both had a mole on the back of their hands. So Lin Hao asked Gao Qingyue in person if she was the girl who rescued him. Unexpectedly, Gao Qingyue shamelessly admitted it. Later, because Gao Qingyue was abandoned by her white Moonlight, she took the initiative to pursue Lin Hao. Lin Hao married Gao Qingyue into the Gao family and was willing to be a house husband to repay her kindness. But this marriage did not bring Lin Hao a happy life. Gao Qingyue pursued him only because she regarded him as a substitute for Bai Yueguang. He was humiliated and looked down upon by the Gao family, but thinking of Gao Qingyue's life-saving grace, he silently endured all kinds of unfair treatment from the Gao family. Just last week, his and Gao Qingyue's daughter had a sudden heart attack and was rushed to their hospital for emergency treatment. This should have been a time for the family to face difficulties together, but Gao Qingyue's daughter Bai Yueguang just came back from abroad and happened to have a fever. After hearing the news, Gao Qingyue left her daughter who was being rescued and went to the airport to pick up her Bai Yueguang. What's more outrageous is that Gao Qingyue took care of Bai Yueguang for a whole night and didn't care about her daughter's life or death. After hearing this, Tang Yongnian was dumbfounded and his three views were completely overturned. He shook his head in disbelief, muttering to himself, how could there be such a cruel and heartless mother in this world? In order to take care of Bai Yueguang, she actually ignored her own biological daughter who was seriously ill and on the verge of death. So, what happened to their daughter later? Alas! Tang Xing sighed heavily, his face full of regret, and he slowly said, later, the little girl died despite failed rescue efforts. This is simply outrageous. Tang Yongnian was so angry that he raised his fist and smashed it hard on the table in front of him with a loud bang. Lin Hao must be heartbroken because of this. Tang Xing calmed down a little and continued, just yesterday, Lin Hao and Gao Qingyue divorced. It's too good to leave. Tang Yongnian snorted coldly, his face full of frostbite. A heartless and ungrateful woman like this should be left alone as soon as possible. At this time, Tang Xing suddenly changed the subject and said solemnly, I just saw an obituary on the internet by accident. It said that the old man of the Gao family, Gao Qingyue, passed away due to illness. Lin Hao plans to hold a funeral for him tomorrow. But what is puzzling is that the Gao family held an engagement party for Gao Qingyue and her Bai Yueguang on the same day. What? Tang Yongnian was stunned when he heard the news. He stared at Tang Xing with wide eyes and looked at him in disbelief. Grandpa's funeral and granddaughter's engagement party are scheduled to be held on the same day? This is ridiculous. Tang Xing also shook his head helplessly and sighed. I really don't understand how the Gao family thinks about this matter. Aren't they afraid of causing criticism by doing this? Tang Yongnian stood up and said calmly, I don't care about the Gao family's affairs, but Lin Hao is holding a funeral for Mr. Gao tomorrow, and I want to attend. Just then, a sound of light footsteps came from the stairs, and Tang Ruo Ruo slowly walked downstairs. She was tall and slender, with a pretty face, as charming as a blooming flower. Tang Ruo Ruo asked, Dad, have you found out where the Wolf King is now? Tang Yongnian smiled and replied, Har har, my dear daughter, we have found out the whereabouts of the Wolf King. But Daddy has even better news to tell you. When Tang Ruo Ruo heard this, her beautiful eyes lit up instantly, as dazzling as the stars twinkling in the night sky. What's the better news? Tang Yongnian smiled gently and kept the secret. Hey, don't worry, let Daddy tell you slowly. Do you still remember that you saved a boy that year? Tang Ruo Ruo frowned slightly, and after carefully recalling it, she nodded, I remember. What's wrong? Tang Yongnian smiled and said, to tell you the truth, the boy you saved is actually the Wolf King. What? It's the Wolf King. Tang Ruo Ruo was so shocked when she heard that, her beautiful big eyes widened and her face was full of disbelief. She could never have imagined that the hero she had always admired was actually the boy she had saved that year. This coincidence was too unexpected and shocking for her. Tang Yongnian continued, he will hold a funeral for the old man of the Tang family at the funeral home tomorrow. If you come with me, you will be able to see him. Tang Ruo Ruo nodded heavily, her eyes full of anticipation. She hurried back to her room, thinking about what she should say first when she saw the Wolf King she had been thinking about the next day. Chapter 25 Choose to believe in Gao Qingyue. The atmosphere in the Gao family's living room was depressing. The living room was crowded with Gao's relatives, each of them with a face as hard as iron, as if frozen by frost, and full of anger. Gao Xindong looked suspicious and asked in confusion, What's wrong with you? You all look so ugly, as if someone owed you money and didn't pay it back. Gao Qinghai, the second son of the Gao family, said sullenly, Brother, I saw an obituary on the internet saying that a funeral will be held for Dad at the funeral home tomorrow, and that you will also hold an engagement party for Qingyu on the same day. Just as Gao Xindong was about to explain, Gao Qinghai said coldly, You didn't even tell us that Dad passed away. What are your intentions? Gao Xinmai, the third child of the Gao family, crossed her arms in front of her chest and said slowly, Grandpa's funeral and granddaughter's engagement party are actually held on the same day. What kind of thing are you doing? It's simply unforgivable. Other relatives of the Gao family also echoed the voice of dissatisfaction. That's right, how can a grandfather's funeral and a granddaughter's engagement party be held on the same day? If this gets out, how will the public view our Gao family? Gao Xindong, if you don't give us a reasonable explanation, we will never let you go for what happened today. Gao Xindong shouted at the top of his voice, Okay, stop arguing, I will of course give you an explanation. In an instant, the Gao family's living room fell into deathly silence, and you could hear a pin drop. Gao Xindong said in a heavy tone, Things are not what you think. In fact, Dad is not dead at all. As soon as these words were spoken, discussions broke out in the living room. Gao Xinhai couldn't wait to ask, Dad is not dead. Then why did you post the obituary online? Let me explain this. Gao Qingyue came down from upstairs and said in a cold voice, This obituary was posted by Lin Yang. Because I divorced him, he heard that I was getting engaged, so he posted an obituary about my grandfather's death online in an attempt to disrupt my engagement party. Gao Xinhai frowned and said, Since your grandfather is not dead, call him out quickly. Gao Qingyue said helplessly, Grandpa was hidden by that loser Lin Hao. I didn't hide Grandpa at all. At this moment, Lin Hao walked into the living room and said in a deep voice, Grandpa did pass away the day before yesterday. Okay. You, a piece of trash, actually dare to come back. Wang Mailan was so angry when she saw Lin Hao that she stepped forward and raised her hand to slap Lin Hao. However, when she met Lin Hao's icy gaze, she was so scared that she quickly put down her hand and took 2 steps back. Gao Qingyue took a step forward, her eyes filled with hatred, like 2 sharp blades, piercing Lin Hao. Lin Hao, hand over grandpa quickly, or I will never let you go. Lin Hao ignored Gao Qingyue and said loudly, I am not here to quarrel with you today. I just want to tell you that grandpa has indeed passed away. I will hold a funeral for him at Jiangcheng Funeral Home tomorrow. He slowly swept his eyes over all the Gao family relatives, and then said, I have already told you the facts. It is up to you to believe it or not. It is up to you to choose whether to attend grandpa's funeral or Gao Qingyue's engagement party. Gao Shindong roared, Lin Hao, you still dare to talk nonsense here, quickly hand over your grandfather, otherwise you will never leave here today. Gao Shanghai asked, brother, what's going on with your family? Is dad dead? Without waiting for Gao Shindong to answer, Gao Qingyue said impatiently, second uncle, I can guarantee that Lin Hao is just talking nonsense. Grandpa has never died. Don't believe his nonsense. Last time he lied to me that grandpa was seriously ill and in the hospital. I was so scared that I rushed to the hospital, but grandpa was fine. This time he hid grandpa and said that grandpa had passed away. He also wanted to hold a funeral for grandpa, just to disgust me at my engagement party. Hearing this, Gao Shanghai stared at Lin Hao coldly. Lin Hao, we can't intervene in the conflict between you and Gao Qingyue, but you can't joke about your grandfather's life and death. Hand your grandfather over quickly, or don't blame me for being rude to you. Wang Mailan glanced at Gao Juanzong with dissatisfaction and complained, Juanzong, you clearly arrested him yesterday, why did you release him so quickly? Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many things happening today. Gao Juanzong opened his mouth, but hesitated to speak. Lin Hao's identity as the Wolf King is absolutely confidential and he dare not disclose it under any circumstances. Lin Hao's words have been conveyed to everyone in the Gao family. As for whether they believe it or not, that is their business. He didn't want to waste any more words with the Gao family, so he turned around and was about to leave. Gao Shanghai stepped forward, blocked Lin Hao's way, and said sternly, Lin Hao, hand over your grandfather quickly. As he said that, he raised his palm and slapped Lin Hao in the face. Seeing this, Gao Juanzong hurriedly reached out and grabbed his hand, persuading him, Dad, don't be impulsive, Lin Hao should not lie to us. Gao Shanghai looked suspicious, Juanzong, why would you speak for this loser? He really didn't understand. In the past, whenever his son saw Lin Hao, he would humiliate him and ridicule him. Why did he act so out of character today? Gao Xingmai crossed her arms and said sarcastically, Juanzong, you were not like this before. Yes. Wang Mailan also echoed, why are you speaking for this loser today? Gao Juanzong's face was full of mixed emotions, and he said softly, anyway, I believe Lin Hao will not lie to us. Lin Hao patted Gao Juanzong on the shoulder, then left without looking back. Gao Juanzong looked at Lin Hao's back and felt very uncomfortable. He had never dared to dream that Lin Hao, who had always been regarded as a waste by him and everyone in the Gao family, was actually the Wolf King. He couldn't even tell his father Gao Shanghai about this secret. He sighed and said in a deep voice, Dad, we will go to Grandpa's funeral tomorrow. As for other people, I can't control it. Gao Qingyue was incredulous when she heard this. Brother, you're not going to my engagement party. Instead, you're going to attend that fabricated funeral. Gao Shanghai touched his son's forehead and said, Juanzong, do you have a fever? Are you confused? Gao Juanzong pushed his father's hand away and said in a deep voice, Dad, just listen to me. We will go to the funeral tomorrow. After saying that, he left without looking back. Everyone in the Gao family looked at each other, not understanding what happened to Gao Juanzong today. Gao Qingyue said hurriedly, everyone, please don't believe Lin Hao's words. I guarantee 100% that Grandpa is not dead. Gao Xingmai nodded and said, I believe Qingyue will not lie to us. I will attend her engagement party tomorrow. Me too. Me too. The other relatives of the Gao family nodded in agreement. They naturally chose to believe Gao Qingyue. After all, Gao Qingyue controlled the Gao group, and everyone in the Gao family depended on Gao Qingyue for how much dividends they could get every year. Chapter 26 Gao Zhenguo's funeral. After walking out of the Gao family villa, Gao Qingyue frowned and looked at Gao Juanzong with confusion. Junzong, I don't understand why you would speak for that loser Lin Hao today. Gao Juanzong's expression looked extremely complicated, his eyes flickered, and he sighed deeply. Dad, there are some things that I can't explain clearly now, but please listen to me. No matter what, don't go to Gao Qingyue's engagement party tomorrow. Please come with me to attend Grandpa's funeral. What did you say? Gao Qingyue's voice suddenly rose. Juanzong, are you confused? Qingyue personally assured me that your grandfather is not dead. Are you asking me to attend a fictitious funeral? Gao Juanzong looked around and confirmed that no one was around. He lowered his voice and said, Dad, I'm going to tell you a secret, but you must not tell anyone else, including my mom. Gao Qingyue nodded. I'm your father, don't you believe me? Tell me, what is the secret? Gao Juanzong looked around and confirmed that there was no one around. Then he lowered his voice and said, Dad, Lin Hao is actually not a waste at all. His real identity is the Wolf King of the Wolf Fang, the most elite special forces of Dragon Country. What did you say? Gao Qingyue's eyes widened suddenly when he heard this, as if he had heard the most incredible thing in the world. He then shouted, You said Lin Hao is the Wolf King? Are you sure you are not mistaken? Isn't he just a useless gigolo? How could he be the Wolf King that the enemy is terrified of? Gao Jun quickly reached out his hand and covered his father's mouth, his eyes full of anxiety and nervousness. Dad, please keep your voice down. The identity of the Wolf King is an absolute state secret. If someone hears it, it will be troublesome. He looked around again, and after confirming that no one was around, he slowly let go of his hand, took a deep breath, and continued, Dad, how could I possibly joke with you about this? Yesterday, my aunt reported that Lin Hao had forged the Wolf King's certificate and medal, and asked me to arrest him. Later, after confirmation, it turned out that the certificate and medal were all real. Moreover, people from the Jiangcheng military region actually came to ask for him. After hearing this, Gao Qingyue was completely stunned, his eyes widened and his mouth half open. He simply couldn't imagine that Lin Hao, who in his impression was weak and incompetent, who never fought back or retaliated, was actually the Wolf King. He murmured, I never thought that Lin Hao would hide so deeply. Gao Juanzong said in a deep voice, Dad, now you know Lin Hao's true identity, do you still think he will deceive us? What's more, I have personally investigated it, and Grandpa did die the day before yesterday. He was pushed by Gao Qingyue, and he fell to the ground and died of a heart attack. What? Gao Qingyue heard this, his eyes flashing with disbelief and deep sorrow, and he said in a trembling voice, You mean, your grandfather was killed by Gao Qingyue? Gao Juanzong nodded heavily, Yes, Dad, although Gao Qingyue didn't do it on purpose, Grandpa died at her hands after all. Gao Qingyue's face turned pale as paper in an instant. He clenched his hands into fists, and his knuckles turned white from excessive force. Then why didn't you tell this in front of everyone? Gao Juanzong raised a sly and meaningful arc at the corner of his mouth. Dad, the reason I chose to remain silent is because I don't want Gao Qingyue's family to attend Grandpa's funeral. Gao Qingyue frowned slightly when he heard this. You mean? Gao Juanzong smiled softly. Think about it, if Grandfather's funeral and granddaughter's engagement party are held at the same time, once the news spreads, how will public opinion view Gao Qingyue's family? They will be pushed to the forefront, become the target of public criticism, and be branded as unfilial. Gao Qingyue smiled and patted Gao Juanzong's solid shoulders. Juanzong, you are still thinking far ahead. In this way, we can take this opportunity to regain control of Gao Group with justification. The next day, it was drizzling. In the Fowell Hall of Jiangcheng Funeral Home, soft but slightly sad lights were cast, shrouding everything in a layer of faint sadness. In the center of the hall, Gao Qingye's body lay quietly on a flower bed decorated with white lilies, his face peaceful. Lin Hao stood in front of the body, his eyes sometimes falling on Gao Qingye's face, and sometimes looking out the window to see if Gao Qingyue had arrived. Just then, a black car drove up quickly and stopped in the small square in front of the Fowell Hall. The car door was pushed open suddenly, and Gao Qingyue and Gao Juanzong almost stumbled into the hall. Their eyes were filled with self-blame. They knelt in front of Gao Qingye's body, tears rolling down like pearls from a broken string. Gao Qingyue slapped himself twice with shaking hands and burst into tears. Dad, I am an unfilial son. I didn't even know you were gone. Woo! I should have been by your side, accompanying you on your last journey. Gao Juanzong's face was also covered with tears, and his voice was choked with sobs. Grandpa, I'm sorry, we are late, please forgive us. Lin Hao could see that Gao Qingyue and Gao Juanzong were pretending to be sad. At this time, Chen Hui gently raised his wrist and glanced at his watch. Brother Hao, it's almost 10 o'clock. According to custom, the body should be cremated earlier so that the deceased can rest in peace sooner. Hearing this, Lin Hao sighed and said, wait a little longer. Give Gao Qingyue's family half an hour. This is my last respect to Grandpa. It is also the last chance for Gao Qingyue's family. Chen Hui nodded in understanding and took a step back silently. At this moment, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan shining with a dark luster slowly drove over and stopped. What was even more shocking was that the license plate number was 5/8. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting later. Gao Juanzong's eyes were instantly attracted by the luxury car. He was startled, and then exclaimed in disbelief, isn't this the car of Tang Yongnian, the richest man in Jiangcheng? Could it be that he is coming to attend Grandpa's funeral? Upon hearing this, everyone present looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. The name Tang Yongnian is known to almost everyone in Jiangcheng, and his every appearance causes quite a stir. Is Gao Qingyue so influential that he could have the richest man in Jiangcheng attend his funeral? As the car door slowly opened, Tang Yongnian and his daughter Tang Ruo Ruo got out of the car and entered the farewell hall under the gaze of everyone. Tang Yongnian and Tang Ruo Ruo walked slowly to Gao Qingyue's body, lit a stick of incense, and then bowed deeply. Gao Juanzong hurriedly stepped forward and stretched out his hand, his voice trembling slightly. Hello, Mr. Tang, I am Gao Juanzong, the captain of the Jiangcheng Law Enforcement Brigade. However, Tang Yongnian acted as if he didn't see Gao Juanzong. His eyes passed over Gao Juanzong's shoulder and locked directly on Lin Hao. Tang Yongnian took Tang Ruo Ruo and walked around Gao Juanzong and headed towards Lin Hao. Gao Juanzong stood there in astonishment and embarrassment, and slowly withdrew his hand that was hanging in the air. Tang Yongnian walked up to Lin Hao and slowly extended his hand. Mr. Lin, please accept my condolences. Although Lin Hao didn't understand why Tang Yongnian came to attend his grandfather's funeral, he still politely extended his hand and shook his hand. Mr. Tang, thank you for coming to my grandfather's funeral. Tang Ruo Ruo, who was standing next to Tang Yongnian, could no longer conceal the excitement in her eyes from the moment she saw Lin Hao. She wanted to say something, but she was too excited and couldn't say anything. Chapter 27 Funeral and Engagement Party held simultaneously. Half an hour passed quickly. Chen Hui glanced at his watch and said in a deep voice, Brother Hao, it's already 10:30. We can't wait any longer. Gao Qingyue, who was standing nearby, quickly agreed, yes. We can't wait any longer. Lin Hao glanced out the window, but Gao Qingyue and her family still hadn't shown up. But he still planned to give Gao Qingyue one last chance. After all, Gao Qingyue was the grandchild that his grandfather loved most during his lifetime. If Gao Qingyue did not attend the funeral, his grandfather would definitely be very sad in heaven. So he took out his cell phone and called Gao Qingyue. The phone was quickly connected, and Gao Qingyue's teasing laughter came. You useless thing, you called me to tell me that my grandfather passed away, so that I can give up my engagement party and attend the funeral, right? Lin Hao said in a deep voice, Gao Qingyue, Grandpa loved you the most when he was alive. I hope you can come and see him off. Although we have divorced, I will not joke with you about this kind of thing. Then you just wait patiently. Gao Qingyue said and hung up the phone. Lin Hao sighed, and then said to Chen Hui, okay, then let's not wait, let's start the funeral right away. Chen Hui turned to the funeral home staff and said, the funeral can officially begin now. The staff member immediately shouted, the funeral begins now. Please keep quiet. First, let's hold the flag raising ceremony. As the funeral home staff finished speaking, funeral music began to play, instantly echoing throughout the farewell hall. Then, white soul calling banners slowly rose up, swaying in the air as if they were symbols of the souls of the deceased. Another staff member in charge of presiding over the funeral began to recount Gao Qingyue's eventful life in an affectionate tone. Gao Qingyue narrowed his eyes slightly and gave Gao Juanzong a subtle look. Juanzong nodded in understanding, then hurried out of the farewell hall. Coming to a relatively quiet corner outside the door, Gao Juanzong took out his mobile phone and called Gao Qingyue. The phone was quickly connected, and Gao Qingyue's complaining voice came, "Brother, what time is it? Why haven't you come yet?" Gao Juanzong sneered and responded slowly, "We are attending Grandpa's funeral at the funeral home, so we can't attend your engagement party." Hearing this, Gao Qingyue was immediately furious and shouted, "Brother, you actually joked with me about Grandpa's funeral. What do you mean? Did you accept benefits from that loser Lin Hao?" Gao Juanzong's smile deepened. "Qingyue, don't always call Lin Hao trash. One day, you will finally understand that in front of him, both you and your fiancée Gu Jingming are worse than trash. Enough. Come if you want or not." Gao Qingyue roared and hung up the phone. Gao Juanzong listened to the busy tone coming from the receiver, chuckled indifferently, then raised his right hand and made a standard "OK" gesture towards Gao Xinhai. At the same time, in the Huangdu villa located in the city center, there were lights and decorations, creating a bustling scene. Wang Mailan noticed that Gao Qingyue was standing there with an unhappy look on her face, and a trace of worry arose in her heart. She walked quickly to Qingyue and asked softly, "Qingyue, today is your engagement day, why do you look unhappy?" Gao Qingyue tightly grasped the hem of her skirt, frowned slightly, and replied in a cold voice, "Humph, it's all because of Gao Juanzong." Wang Mailan was puzzled when she heard this, and asked quickly, "Gao Juanzong, how did he offend you?" Gao Qingyue bit her lip and said indignantly, "He actually colluded with that loser Lin Hao and said that he was attending his grandfather's funeral, so he wouldn't come to my engagement party. Even he used this to disgust me, it's really too much." Hearing this, Wang Mailan sighed softly and comforted her, "Okay, Qingyue, don't be angry. After all, today is such an important day, we can't let these little things affect our mood. Besides, the engagement banquet is about to begin, and all relatives and friends are already here." At this time, Jingming came over with a smile on his face, gently took Qingyue's arm, and said softly, "Qingyue, don't worry about this. Today is a wonderful time for the two of us. It's unlucky if you keep a stern face." After hearing this, Gao Qingyue nodded slightly, tried to adjust her mood, and then forced a smile. Afterwards, she and Gu Jingming linked their arms and slowly walked towards the wedding hall. As they walked into their hall, the engagement host picked up the microphone and said, "Dear guests, please give us your warmest applause." As their host finished speaking, thunderous applause and amidst thunderous applause, Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming linked their arms and walked slowly toward the main stage. Among the guests, Gao Xinmai quickly picked up her phone, called Gao Xinhai, and said softly, "Second brother, the engagement ceremony has begun. It's up to you." After saying that, she hung up the phone. At this moment, Gao Xingdong's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Gao Xinhai calling. He quickly answered the phone and asked anxiously, "Hey, Lauer, why haven't you arrived yet?" Gao Xinhai sneered from the other side of the phone, "Brother, Dad's funeral is going on, how can I come?" Gao Xingdong's brows were tightly knitted together, as if they could pinch a fly to death. He said coldly, "Second brother, you can come if you want, but don't use this matter to disgust me. I knew you wouldn't believe it." Gao Xingdong's voice was full of sarcasm. "I'll video call you right now and show you the funeral scene." Then he requested a video call. Gao Xingdong nodded his agreement with trembling fingers. In an instant, the picture on the phone was like a sharp sword, piercing straight into his heart. He saw that a funeral was indeed being held across the street, and his father Gao Xingguo's body was lying quietly in the middle of the hall. His heart tightened, as if an invisible hand was squeezing his heart tightly. "Dad is really dead." Gao Xinhai's cold laugh came again. "Do you think I would joke with you about this? Dad is holding a funeral, and you are here to hold an engagement party for your daughter. Only you can do such a rebellious thing." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Gao Xingdong's face turned pale as paper in an instant, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead and cheeks. Wang Mailan, who was standing by, frowned and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Gao Xingdong wiped the sweat from his forehead and said in a trembling voice, "Lin Hao did not lie to us, Dad really passed away, and the funeral is being held at the funeral home." Chapter 28. Faster. Faster. Wang Mailan saw that her husband didn't seem to be joking, so she quickly asked, "How did you know?" Gao Shindong didn't bother to explain, and hurried to the main stage, shouting, "Qingyu!" When the guests heard the shouting, their eyes were drawn to the direction, and their faces were filled with curiosity. At this moment, Gao Qingyu was holding the microphone on the main stage and talking about how she and Jiyu Jingming knew each other and fell in love. When she heard her father's shout, she immediately looked unhappy and complained, "Dad, what are you doing in front of so many relatives and friends?" Gao Shindong ran over and said, panting, "The engagement ceremony must be suspended." As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and the scene was instantly thrown into an uproar. How could an engagement banquet be suspended halfway? Gao Qingyu and Jiyu Jingming looked at each other, and their faces instantly turned ugly. Gao Qingyu said dissatisfiedly, "Dad, can we talk about it after the engagement party?" Gao Shindong said in a heavy tone, "Your grandfather passed away and the funeral is being held at the funeral home, so your engagement party cannot go on." Upon hearing this, the guests were once again stunned with shock. The grandfather's funeral and the granddaughter's engagement party were held on the same day. How could such a ridiculous thing happen in the world? Gao Qingyue's face looked uglier than if she had eaten a fly. She said unhappily, "Dad, I've already told you that Grandpa is not dead. It was Lin Hao who lied to us." Gao Shindong was sweating profusely with anxiety. "Your second uncle just called me and told me. He also had a video call with me. I saw your grandfather's body and the funeral is being held. Stop talking and come with me to the funeral home." When Gao Qingyu heard this, she felt like she was struck by lightning. Her body trembled violently and all the blood disappeared from her face in an instant. Lin Hao might lie to her, but second uncle would never joke about such a thing. She found it hard to accept this cruel fact. She took 2 steps back involuntarily, muttering to herself, "Grandpa is really dead." Gao Shindong hurried forward and grabbed Gao Qingyue's arm, "Hurry. The funeral has already started. If you go too late, I'm afraid you won't even be able to see your grandfather for the last time." Then, Gao Qingyu and her family left the wedding hall amid everyone's astonished gazes. The guests looked at each other in bewilderment. The food had not yet been served and they were still hungry. But the engagement party had been cancelled, so they had no choice but to get up and leave the wedding hall. Gao Qingyu and her family got into the car, and Jiyu Jingming quickly started the car and drove towards the funeral home like a wild horse. Gao Shindong glanced at his watch. The hands pointed to 11:15, so the funeral might have ended. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and he shouted to Jiyu Jingming, "Jingming, drive faster." "Okay." Jiyu Jingming responded, then stepped on the accelerator. The car's engine roared like a roaring lion and rushed forward. Gao Shindong was still not satisfied with the speed and shouted again, "Faster! Faster! We must get to the funeral home within 15 minutes. Jiyu Jingming shook his head helplessly, "No. We are on a city road. Driving too fast can easily lead to an accident. Besides, the funeral home is more than 20 kilometers away. How can we get there in 15 minutes? Gao Shindong didn't care and shouted, "I don't care if you run a red light or drive against the flow, you have to get there within 15 minutes. Yes. Gao Qingyu echoed, "Jingming, you should hurry up. If you go too late and can't see Grandpa for the last time, how can our family be worthy of Grandpa? We will also be drowned by the spit of the world." But Jiyu Jingming wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Gao Qingyu, "No buts, we have to be quick." Jiyu Jingming had no choice but to shift the gear to high gear and speed up again. Red lights frequently came on along the way, and Jiyu Jingming gritted his teeth and rushed through. Several times he almost collided head-on with normal moving vehicles. Gao Qingyu and his family sat in the car, their hearts in their throats and sweating profusely. At the same time, in the farewell hall of the funeral home, the funeral had ended. The staff at the funeral home said softly, "Mr. Lin, the funeral is over. Please take one last look at the old man's remains. We will cremate the body soon." Lin Hao nodded silently, then knelt on his knees and kowtowed 3 times respectfully in front of Gao Xinguo's body. "Grandpa, have a pleasant journey." Gao Xinghai and his son Gao Juanzong also hurriedly knelt down in front of Gao Xinguo's body, tears streaming down their faces, crying so sadly. Lin Hao shook his head. If he didn't know how they behaved in their daily lives, he would have thought that they were truly sad. Other people present also walked forward and, with heavy hearts, bowed deeply for the last time in front of Gao Qingyue's body. Immediately afterwards, several staff members quickly walked to the front and gently and solemnly pushed Gao Qingyue's body away, preparing to send it to the crematorium for cremation. Lin Hao and his group followed the staff with heavy steps and slowly moved towards the cremation hall. Not long after, the staff pushed the body to the crematorium. With a slight noise, the body was gently pushed into the crematorium. In an instant, a ball of dazzling flame suddenly rose up and ruthlessly devoured Gao Qingyue's body. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao felt as if his heart was pierced by countless needles at the same time. Chen Hui reached out his hand and gently patted Lin Hao on the shoulder. "Brother Hao, please accept my condolences and don't be too sad." Hearing this, Lin Hao sighed, his face full of sadness. In a short period of time, he first lost his beloved daughter, and now he has to say goodbye to the grandfather who was so kind to him. How can he not be sad? At the same time, Jiu Jingming held the steering wheel tightly with both hands and stared at the road conditions intently. He had increased the speed to the limit. Finally, we passed through the crowded city and drove onto the winding and rugged road on Qianma Mountain. Although the mountain road was dangerous, under the constant urging of Gao Qingyue and Gao Xingdong, Jiu Jingming had no choice but to bite the bullet and rush towards the funeral home. Finally, after several dangerous situations, the car finally arrived at the door of the funeral home. Just as we were about to drive in, the security guard at the door gestured for us to stop the car. "Sorry, the parking spaces inside are full. You can only park your car in the parking spaces on the roadside." Jiu Jingming had no choice but to park the car in a parking space on the side of the road. Immediately, Gao Qingyue and her family got out of the car in a hurry and ran towards the farewell hall. Gao Qingyue was holding up the hem of her wedding dress and running in high heels. She had only run a few steps when she fell to the ground. Passers-by looked at her in surprise, wondering why a woman in a wedding dress came to the funeral home. Jiu Jingming hurriedly helped her up and asked softly, "Qingyue, are you okay?" Gao Qingyue sobbed and said, "Help me up quickly. We must get to the farewell hall before the funeral is over." Chapter 29 Surprise. Gao Qingyue and his family rushed into the farewell hall breathlessly, but it was empty, with only paper money scattered on the ground like snowflakes. Gao Qingyue's mouth trembled. Why is there no one here?" At this moment, Gao Juanzong walked in slowly with a smile on his face. "You are too late. Grandpa has been pushed away for cremation." Gao Qingyue rushed forward and grabbed Gao Juanzong by the collar. "Tell me, did you collude with Lin Hao to make us miss Grandpa's funeral?" Gao Juanzong pushed Gao Qingyue's hand away with a teasing smile on his face. "Gao Qingyue, don't forget, I called you just now to inform you, but you didn't believe me. How dare you blame me now?" Gao Qingyue was suddenly speechless. Gao Juanzong had indeed called her just now and told her that her grandfather's funeral was being held, but she thought Gao Juanzong was lying to her. Gao Xingdong was extremely worried and shouted hurriedly, "Don't just stand there, let's go to the cremation hall. Maybe we can see your grandfather for the last time." "Wait." Gao Juanzong laughed again. "Uncle, I have another surprise." Xingdong frowned. "It's already this time, and you're still joking with us." Gao Juanzong smiled calmly. "I'm not kidding, this shock." After saying that, he slowly took out his mobile phone and played a video. "Uncle, this is the surveillance video of the day when Grandpa died. You all need to open your eyes and watch it carefully. You will be shocked when you see it." Gao Qingyue's family gathered around with suspicion, totally unaware of what Gao Juanzong was up to. It was a surveillance video. In the video, Gao Qingyue and Gao Qingyue were talking about something. Then Gao Qingyue pushed Gao Qingyue hard, and then turned and left with Jiu Jingming. Gao Qingyue staggered back 2 steps and fell to the ground. Then he covered his chest with his hands in pain and took out a bottle of medicine with his other hand, but the medicine accidentally fell to the ground and rolled into the manhole. Then, Gao Qingyue desperately took out his mobile phone and made several calls in succession. During the last call, he only said a few words and then lost consciousness. Gao Juanzong smiled smugly and said, "Did you see clearly? Grandpa died at Gao Qingyue's hands. Are you shocked?" Gao Qingyue felt as if struck by lightning. His face turned as pale as a piece of white paper and he staggered back 2 steps. "Grandpa was actually killed by me. Gao Juanzong nodded and smiled. Yes, you are the murderer who killed Grandpa. Gao Qingyue was trembling all over, unable to accept this cruel fact. She squatted on the ground with her hands on her head and burst into tears, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, she looked up and shouted, "No! That's not the case. I didn't kill Grandpa." Gao Xingdong's anger was surging like a volcano, and he roared, "Qingyu, how could you treat your grandfather like this? How can I face the ancestors of the Gao family in the future?" Wang Mailan pulled Gao Xingdong and said hurriedly, "Now is not the time to blame Qingyu. Hurry to the cremation hall, otherwise you will really be separated from the old man forever." "Yes." Jiu Jingming quickly helped Gao Qingyu up. "Qingyu, let's go." Then, Gao Xingdong and Wang Mailan supported each other, and Jiu Jingming supported Gao Qingyu, and they rushed towards the cremation hall. Gao Qingyu ran and cried, her heart filled with endless self-blame. She never dreamed that her grandfather would die at her hands. "Grandpa, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it, please forgive me." Along the way, Gao Qingyu fell countless times, and her white wedding dress was covered with dust and mud. The family gritted their teeth and ran forward, finally arriving at the cremation hall. However, the cremation hall was crowded. Gao Qingyu was extremely worried and quickly grabbed a funeral home staff member and asked, "Excuse me, where is Gao Qingyue cremated?" The staff at the funeral home thought for a moment, raised his hand and pointed at the mountain not far away and said, "You are talking about Gao Qingyue. He was cremated a long time ago and has been sent to the cemetery on the mountain for burial." Gao Qingyue's heart was burning with anxiety. Without having time to think, he ran towards the nearby mountain like an arrow. "Qingyu, wait for me!" Jiu Jingming shouted and hurriedly chased after her. Wang Mailan beat her legs and said weakly, "I can't run anymore. You guys go." Although Gao Xingdong wanted to see his father off for the last time, his legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead and he was already exhausted. He shook his head helplessly, "No. I can't run anymore." Although Gao Qingyue's legs were sore and weak, she still gritted her teeth and climbed up the mountain firmly. The road leading up the mountain is paved with stone steps. Gao Yuqing had only climbed a few steps when he was already panting like a cow, and his legs were so heavy that he could no longer move. But she felt guilty and had to see her grandfather off for the last time, so she still persisted tenaciously. However, the weather seemed to be playing a trick on us, and a drizzle began to fall again. Gao Qingyu gasped heavily, took off her high heels and threw them away, then took a difficult step forward barefoot. Jiu Jingming finally caught up and said breathlessly, "Qingyu, forget it, I really can't run anymore." Gao Qingyu acted as if she didn't hear anything and continued walking up the stairs step by step. Suddenly, her feet slipped and she stumbled and fell to the ground. Although the fall hurt, her heartache hurt even more. She lay on the ground, her tears mixing with the rain and dripping onto the ground. Her white wedding dress was covered in mud and her hair was disheveled. She raised her head and looked at the mountain. "Grandpa, you must wait for me, the unfilial granddaughter is here." As soon as she finished speaking, she endured the pain, struggled to get up, and continued to move up the mountain step by step with difficulty. Chapter 30, Buying a yati requires weighing your wallet. Gao Qingyu finally climbed to the top of the mountain after going through untold hardships. She was exhausted and her legs were so numb that she seemed to have lost all feeling. She saw her grandfather's grave from afar and saw Lin Hao kneeling in front of the tombstone. But her legs were so weak that she could no longer support herself and she fell to the ground. "Grandpa, I'm here, please wait for me." "I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to push you, you must forgive me." She struggled to support her body with her hands and slowly moved towards the cemetery. She regretted it so much that her heart felt as if it was pierced by thousands of needles at the same time. The pain was so severe that she could hardly breathe. Lin Hao finally saw Gao Qingyu. He shook his head, feeling mixed emotions. Gao Qingyue's hands were rubbed bloody from excessive force, but she still gritted her teeth and insisted on crawling towards her grandfather's grave. Lin Hao sighed deeply, "You came too late, Grandpa has already been buried." Gao Qingyu continued to move forward as if she didn't hear Lin Hao's words. Not only her hands but also her knees were rubbed raw. The blood was like blooming red plums, staining the white wedding dress scarlet. Finally, she climbed to Gao Qingyue's tombstone. She raised her hand and slapped herself twice in the face. "Grandpa, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to do that. I didn't expect that I would accidentally kill you. Woo woo. Gao Qingyue cried heartbrokenly, endless regret flooded her heart like a tide, but unfortunately there is no medicine for regret in this world. Chen Hui sighed helplessly, Brother Hao, let's go. Lin Hao nodded silently, glanced at Gao Qingyue, then turned and left. At this moment, Jiyu Jingming also climbed up panting. When he saw Lin Hao, he instinctively took a step back. Lin Hao stared at Jiyu Jingming intently. Jiyu Jingming, you also contributed half to Grandpa's death. I will slowly settle this account with you, just wait. After saying that, Lin Hao and Chen Hui left without looking back. It was not until Lin Hao's figure disappeared from his sight that Jiyu Jingming revealed a contemptuous smile. Humph. Mr. Lin, you are just good at boxing and kicking, and you are totally useless in other aspects. You are complete waste. What's so great about that? Then, he hurriedly stepped forward and helped Gao Qingyue up from the ground. Qingyue, don't cry. Grandpa has passed away, and your crying can't bring him back to life. Gao Qingyue's eyes were as empty as ashes. She shook her head slowly, I am to blame for Grandpa's death. I didn't even attend his funeral, and I didn't see him off for the last time. I really feel guilty towards Grandpa. As she spoke, she raised her hand and slapped herself hard in the face. Jiyu Jingming was quick to grab her hand and said, Qingyu, don't blame yourself. You can't be blamed entirely for this. Grandpa is already old and has a heart disease. Even if you didn't push him, I guess he wouldn't live long. Although Jiyu Jingming's words of comfort seemed a bit far-fetched, Gao Qingyue felt that they made sense after listening to them. Her originally dull eyes suddenly brightened up. Yes. You are right. Grandpa was already old and frail, and was suffering from illness. Although I pushed him and caused his death, it cannot be entirely blamed on me. Thinking of this, Gao Qingyue felt much better. She seemed to remember something and murmured in a low voice, but I was unable to attend Grandpa's funeral and did not see him off for the last time. I still feel very sorry for Grandpa. Jiyu Jingming shook his head helplessly. You can't be blamed for this. If anyone is to blame, then it's Lin Hao. What qualifications does he have to take the initiative to arrange a funeral for Grandpa and cremate him? Gao Qingyue nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Yes. He and I have divorced, and there is no relationship between him and Grandpa anymore. Why did he hold a funeral for Grandpa and cremate him without my consent? Thinking of this, her guilt towards her grandfather instantly disappeared without a trace. You're right to think so. Jiyu Jingming took off his coat, gently put it on Gao Qingyue's body, and said softly, let's go. Gao Qingyue nodded, then gnashed her teeth and said, Lin Hao, it's all because of you that my whole family couldn't attend Grandpa's funeral. I will never let you go, just wait for me. Jiyu Jingming carefully helped Gao Qingyue down the mountain while angrily saying, also, it was because of that jerk Lin Hao that he deliberately held Grandpa's funeral today that our engagement party was ruined. That's right. Gao Qingyue clenched her pink fists, her beautiful eyes gleaming with coldness as she said coldly, all of this is because of that loser Lin Hao. Then, she turned around and looked at her grandfather's tombstone. Grandpa, everything that happened in the past few days was because of Lin Hao. If you are still alive, please help me kill him. Jiyu Jingming's mouth curled up slightly, and he sneered in his heart, this stupid woman Gao Qingyue is so easy to deceive. Once I get your money, I will kick you away. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sneer. Gao Qingyue frowned slightly, with a suspicious look on her face. Jingming, what are you laughing at? Jiyu Jingming was startled, and when he came to his senses, the smile on his face disappeared instantly. He hurriedly explained, seeing that you have figured it out and are no longer sad, I couldn't help but laugh out loud because I was so happy. Gao Qingyue had absolute trust in Jiyu Jingming and had no doubt about his words. Suddenly, she stopped and her beautiful eyes opened as wide as bells. She saw Lin Hao get into a Cullinan, and the license plate number of this Cullinan actually had 5/8. Jiyu Jingming frowned and asked in confusion, Qingyue, what's wrong with you? Gao Qingyue raised her hand and pointed at the bottom of the mountain and said, look, that loser Lin Hao got into a Cullinan with a license plate number of 5/8. Jiyu Jingming looked in the direction of her finger. Lin Hao had already gotten into the car, so he did not see Lin Hao get into the Cullinan. He raised the corner of his mouth in contempt, and said with a disdainful smile, Qingyue, are your eyes blurry? I wasn't mistaken. Gao Qingyue shook her head. I really saw him get into the Cullinan. Jiu Jingming shook his head, his eyes flashing with contempt. Qingyue, with that loser Lin Hao, even if he saves money by not eating or drinking for the rest of his life, he definitely can't afford a Cullinan. Gao Qingyue thought about it and it made sense. Lin Hao was a useless guy who only knew how to play around. He had to consider his wallet before buying a yaddy, so how could he afford a Cullinan? She shook her head. Maybe I'm just too tired. I'm really confused. Chapter 31 The Target of Public Criticism. Gao Qingyue and Jiu Jingming had just walked down the mountain when they saw their parents standing in the middle of the road looking at their cell phones, their faces so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of them. Gao Qingyue hurriedly asked, Dad, Mom, what's wrong with you? Gao Shindong slowly raised his head and handed the phone to Gao Qingyue. Qingyue, take a look. I don't know which bastard posted the news that we didn't attend your grandfather's funeral online. Now our whole family is being cursed online. Gao Qingyue took the phone and saw a news headline that was like a sharp sword, piercing her eyes directly. A world of wonders. Gao Group President Gao Qingyue actually held an engagement party on the day of Grandpa's funeral. The comment section below the news was filled with angry curses from netizens. Some netizens even used vicious words to curse Gao Qingyue's family, hoping they would not die a good death. Looking at these comments, Gao Qingyue was so angry that she was fuming and her whole body was shaking like a sieve. Jiu Jingming said coldly, this must have been posted online by that loser Lin Hao. Yes. Wang Mailan gnashed her teeth and said, apart from that loser, who else could do such a wicked thing? Gao Qingyue clenched her jade fists. Lin Hao, if I don't tear you into pieces, I'm not Gao Qingyue. Just then, a group of mourners passed by inadvertently and saw Gao Qingyue, so they pointed at Gao Qingyue. Look, this person seems to be Gao Group's president Gao Qingyue. It's not like, this is Gao Qingyue. This kind of person is truly intolerable. He didn't even attend the funeral when my grandfather died, and yet he still had the mood to hold an engagement party. Yes. How could there be such a ridiculous thing in the world? Listening to the discussions of passers-by, Gao Shindong and Wang Mailan's faces looked as ugly as if they had eaten a fly. Gao Qingyue roared like an enraged tigress, what does it have to do with you? Get as far away from me as possible. However, instead of leaving, more and more passers-by gathered. Humph. If you can do it, are you still afraid of what others will say? That's right, what a heartless person. If I were you, I would have no face to live any longer and would have just found a piece of tofu and killed myself. Gao Qingyue clenched her fists like an enraged tigress and wanted to step forward to argue, but was held back by Jiu Jingming. Qingyue, forget it, let's go. You bunch of nosy people, do you have nothing to do after eating so much? Gao Qingyue roared loudly at the passers-by while being dragged by Jiu Jingming. Afterwards, the family left in embarrassment amid the shouting and cursing of passers-by. Sitting in the car on their way home, Gao Qingyue became angrier and angrier the more she thought about it, and her anger grew stronger and stronger. Lin Hao, you bastard, just wait for me. Just then, her cell phone rang. It was her secretary calling. After she answered the phone, her voice was as cold as ice. What's the matter? The secretary's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Gao, it's bad. Many companies that cooperate with us have unilaterally announced the termination of their contracts with us, and major banks have asked us to repay our loans in advance. What? Gao Qingyue roared, why is this happening? The secretary replied timidly, because the thing you posted on the internet has spread. I'm so angry. Gao Qingyue yelled and threw the phone away. The cell phone hit the car window, leaving several spider web-like cracks on the glass. Wang Mailan also heard the content of Gao Qingyue's call and was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Qingyue, what should we do now? Gao Shindong's face turned pale. How are we going to explain this to the board of directors tomorrow? Gao Qingyue roared like thunder, Lin Hao, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. Kill you? Jiu Jingming hurriedly advised, Qingyue, don't be angry, it's useless to be angry. I have a friend who has an old relationship with several bank presidents in Jiangcheng. Wait for me to call him and ask him to communicate with those bank presidents to see if they can let those banks give up and let you repay the loan in advance. Gao Qingyue took a deep breath. forced down the anger in her heart, and then nodded, okay. Jingming, now only you can help me. At the same time, Lin Hao sat in Tang Yongnian's kulinan. He asked with a puzzled look on his face, Director Tang, where are you taking me? Tang Yongnian raised his lips slightly, revealing a faint smile. Mr. Lin, do you still remember that time when you led the brothers of Langye deep into the mountains and forests of Xi'an province, killed countless terrorists, and saved Ruo Ruo and me from them? Lin Hao nodded. Of course I remember. Why did you think of this? Tang Yongnian continued, since then, Ruo Ruo has admired you immensely and regards you as a hero in her heart. She has a lot to say to you in person. Tang Ruo Ruo lowered her head in embarrassment. Her rosy cheeks were as delicate and beautiful as a ripe apple. Immediately, Tang Yongnian asked the driver to stop the car. He patted his daughter's shoulder gently and said with a smile, Ruo Ruo, don't you have something to say to Mr. Lin? Look, the scenery outside by the lake is pleasant. Why don't you talk while walking? Tang Ruo Ruo nodded slightly and got out of the car. Tang Yongnian smiled at Lin Hao, Mr. Lin, please. Although Lin Hao was full of confusion, he still got out of the car. He walked up to Tang Ruo Ruo and said softly, Miss Tang, I know what you want to say. Actually, you don't have to thank me. As a soldier, it was my job to protect the lives and property of the people. Besides, you saved me before. Tang Ruo Ruo secretly glanced at Lin Hao and lowered her head, so you already knew. She had already thought of a lot of things to say in her mind, but when she really faced Lin Hao, she found it difficult to speak. Tang Ruo Ruo secretly encouraged herself in her heart, then raised her head and was about to confess to Lin Hao. But at this moment, a harsh curse was heard. Lin Hao, I'm going to kill you, you bastard. Lin Hao looked up when he heard the voice, and saw Gao Qingyue's family walking towards him in a menacing manner. Lin Hao frowned and said sternly, Gao Qingyue, we are divorced and have no relationship anymore. Please be careful with your words. When Jiyu Jingming saw Tang Ruo Ruo, he was deeply attracted to her at first sight. Envy, jealousy and hatred surged into my heart. He really couldn't understand how this beauty, who was 10 times prettier than Gao Qingyue, could fall for a loser like Lin Hao. Gao Qingyue also saw Tang Ruo Ruo, and found that she was prettier than herself. Although she and Lin Hao had divorced, she still felt jealous. Great. No wonder you dare to divorce me. It turns out you have already found this little slut in advance. Tang Ruo Ruo's face changed suddenly, tears of grievance hung in the corners of her eyes. She looked at Gao Qingyue, her chest heaving with anger. How can you say something hurtful? Did I say something wrong? Gao Qingyue said with a ferocious look on her face, aren't you a little slutty fox? Chapter 32 Thrown into the lake. Lin Hao's eyes turned cold, and he shouted sternly, Gao Qingyue, shut your stinky mouth, or don't blame me. Gao Qingyue sneered and said sarcastically, what? You found a little slutty fox, and you won't let me say a word. I'm going to scold her, little slutty fox. Wang Mailan also echoed and yelled at Tang Ruo Ruo, you little slut, how dare you seduce a married man? Do you have any shame? Tang Ruo Ruo could no longer bear the vicious insults. The grievances in her heart surged up and she couldn't help but burst into tears. Lin Hao's eyes became increasingly cold, like a cold pond. He stretched out his hands like lightning and tightly grasped Gao Qingyue and Wang Mailan by the collars. He swung his arms violently and threw them directly into the lake as if throwing away garbage. Thump! Gao Qingyue and Wang Mailan were thrown into the lake at the same time, splashing water several meters high and causing the mud in the lake to roll up. The two men poked their heads out of the lake in a panic, their bodies covered with black mud, with green seaweed hanging on their hair. They looked like two monsters crawling out of a quagmire. Seeing this, Jiyu Jingming rushed over and dragged them out of the lake. Gao Xingdong's face turned pale, and he roared at Lin Hao, Lin Hao, you bastard, you will die a horrible death. Lin Hao couldn't stand it when someone scolded him and brought up his tragically dead parents. He turned his head, his eyes like two sharp knives, you get out too. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed Gao Xingdong, and threw him into the lake like a sandbag. Gao Qingyue and Wang Mailan had just been pulled ashore by Jiyu Jingming when they were knocked into the lake by Gao Xingdong's body flying like a cannonball. Lin Hao turned to Tang Ruo Ruo and said, Ms. Tang, it's all because of me that you have been insulted by them for no reason. I'm really sorry. Tang Ruo Ruo shook her head gently, I'm fine. Lin Hao comforted, let's ignore them and go. After a while, Gao Qingyue and his family climbed out of the lake with difficulty. They looked so miserable that passers-by looked at them sideways. Lin Hao, you damn bastard, I will never let you and your little slut go, just wait for me. Gao Qingyue roared at the backs of Lin Hao and Tang Ruo Ruo at the top of her lungs. Fuck your ancestors for 18 generations, you bastard. Wang Mailan also started cursing without giving in. Gao Xindong's expression was extremely ugly, even uglier than if he had eaten shit. He roared, shut up, everyone. Isn't this embarrassing enough? Gao Qingyue screamed, I'm so mad. Okay, now is not the time to get angry. Gao Xindong's face was as blue as steel. The most urgent thing is to find a way to resolve the crisis of Gao Group. As for that loser Lin Hao, we will settle the account with him later. Gao Qingyue took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, and then said, Jingming, let's go back and change our clothes first, and then ask your friend to come forward and ask the presidents of those banks to come out and talk. Okay. Gu Jingming nodded. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, under the lobbying of Gu Jingming's friend Xiaofang, Jiang Jingdong, the president of Black Gold Bank, finally agreed to meet with Gao Qingyue. Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming arrived at the door of the Black Gold Bank's office, where the president's secretary had been waiting for a long time. You two must be Mr. Gao and Mr. Gu, right? Our president Jiang is inside, please come in. Gao Qingyue nodded, and then went into the office with Gu Jingming. Jiang Jingdong was sitting upright in his boss's chair at this moment, like a steady mountain, concentrating on writing documents. Gao Qingyue hurried forward and said, Hello, President Jiang. I am Gao Qingyue from Gao Group, and he is my fiancé Gu Jingming. Jiang Jingdong raised his head, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. Please take a seat, both of you. Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming nodded and sat on the sofa opposite. Gao Qingyue was about to speak, but Jiang Jingdong had already spoken. Boss Gao, Xiaofang has already told me the purpose of your visit. Frankly speaking, considering what happened online, it is reasonable for the major banks to ask you to repay the loan in advance. Gao Qingyue hurriedly explained, President Jiang, the rumors on the internet are purely slander against me. Please. Jiang Jingdong interrupted Gao Qingyue with a wave of his hand, Mr. Gao, I am not interested in whether you are slandered or not. If I were to lend you money based on your reputation, I would be taking a huge credit risk, so you have to give me some benefits. HD Moon's strong face. Jiang Jingdong shook his head, raised the corner of his mouth, and then said, Mr. Gao, let me be frank. If you want me to lend you money, it will take more than just a little benefit. He raised 3 fingers and said, the interest rate is 30 points. What? 30 points. Gao Qingyue's eyes widened like bells. President Jiang, 30 points is too much. You are asking for more than a lion. You are asking for more than a whale. That's right. I am the whale with a big mouth. Jiang Jingdong lit a cigarette leisurely and said slowly, if you feel high, then go out and turn left. Gao Qingyue could not accept such a high interest rate in any way, so she stood up and left angrily. Seeing this, Gu Jingming hurriedly chased after him. Gao Qingyue's face turned pale, and she said angrily, this Jiang guy is too ruthless. A 30-point interest rate is too ruthless. Gu Jingming looked helpless, and then said, Qingyue, don't worry, I will ask Xiaofang to see if she has any other way to help you. Then, he quickly took out his cell phone and called Xiaofang, Xiaofang, we have already contacted Jiang Jingdong. He wants an interest rate of 30 points, which is ridiculously high. Qingyue can't accept it. Do you think there is any other way? After a moment of silence, Xiaofang said, okay. Jingming, I'll help you again. Tang Ruo Ruo, the daughter of Jiangqing's richest man, and I were college classmates. I'll call her and ask her to come out and talk to you. If she's willing to help you, the presidents of all the major banks will definitely give her, the daughter of the richest man, face because of her. Gu Jingming nodded with a sense of relief, really? Then I'll trouble you to ask Tang Ruo Ruo to come out for us. After hanging up the phone, Gu Jingming smiled and said, Qingyue, there is a way. Xiaofang promised to help us get Tang Ruo Ruo, the daughter of Jiangqing's richest man, to come out and talk to us. If she is willing to come forward, those bank presidents will definitely give her face and no longer ask us to repay the loan in advance. Gao Qingyue heard this and was delighted. Chapter 33 Tang Ruo was beaten by Gao Qingyue. Tang Ruo returned home in a depressed mood. She threw her bag aside and turned to go upstairs to her room. Seeing this, Tang Yongnian frowned slightly, and his tone was filled with concern and confusion. Ruo, what's wrong with you? Didn't Lin Hao accept your confession? Hearing this, Tang Ruo paused, a barely perceptible blush appeared on her cheeks, and she whispered, I tried to speak, but when the words came to my lips, I couldn't say them. After saying that, she turned around, hurried upstairs to her room, and slammed the door shut. A helpless smile appeared on Tang Yongnian's lips. He knew this pure-hearted yet extremely reserved daughter too well. Yes, with Ruoshue's shy personality, it is almost impossible for her to take the initiative to confess to a man. As soon as Tang Ruoshue returned to the room, her cell phone rang. It was her college classmate Xiaofang calling. She hurriedly pressed the answer button. Hello, Xiaofang, what's going on? On the other side of the phone, Xiaofang said, Ruoshue, I have something I want to ask you for help with. Can you spare some time to come to the Aegean Sea Cafe? Tang Ruoshue was in a bad mood and wanted to decline, but then she thought, Xiaofang had such a good relationship with her, what if she really encountered some trouble? So, she said softly, okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Tang Ruoshue walked out of the room, went downstairs, picked up her bag and went out. Tang Yongnian asked, Ruoshue, where are you going? Tang Ruoshue replied casually, my friend asked me out. After saying that, she opened the door and left. In an alley next to the Aegean Sea Cafe, Xiaofang, wearing a red dress, elegantly exhaled a wisp of smoke, which lingered on Jiyu Jingming's face. Jiyu Jingming, tell me the truth, are you really? Jiyu Jingming casually put his arm around Xiaofang's waist and kissed her on the cheek, his eyes gleaming with disdain. How could that be? I just fancy her wealth. What do I really want in my heart? TSK. Xiaofang took a puff of her cigarette and rolled her eyes. Jiyu Jingming, your tricks can only fool women like Gao Qingyue. If you want to fool me, you are still not experienced enough. I'm warning you, if you dare to make it real with Gao Qingyue, you'll be in trouble. He. Jiyu Jingming's face twitched, and he forced out a slightly stiff smile, and took Xiaofang into his arms. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing, and I will never treat you unfairly. When the Gao family's wealth falls into my hands, I will kick Gao Qingyue away, and then I will marry you. Xiaofang curled her lips into a sneer. How could she not know Jiyu Jingming's cunning mind? It's just that, although Jiyu Jingming is handsome, to her, he is just a tool to solve life problems. She blew out a smoke ring, then gracefully threw the burnt cigarette butt onto the ground, and extinguished the spark with a light roll of her high heels. Okay, stop talking nonsense. You owe me their public reign for a while. Jiyu Jingming smiled bitterly and replied, now? Or should we find another time? Stop talking nonsense. Xiaofang interrupted impatiently, grabbed Jiyu Jingming's arm without any explanation, and went straight to the hotel across the street. Jiyu Jingming secretly groaned in his heart. Although Xiaofang was a woman, her actions were quite rough. There were several times when she made him unable to walk properly for several days. On the other side, Gao Qingyue was in front of the Love Sea Cafe, dialing Jiyu Jingming's number over and over again, but no one answered. Her brows were furrowed, and her tone was mixed with dissatisfaction and anxiety. Where on earth has this guy gone? He didn't even answer the phone. Just then, Tang Ruoshue came over. When enemies meet, they are especially jealous of each other. Gao Qingyue suddenly took a step forward and stood in front of Tang Ruoshue, with a sneer on her lips. You little slut, we are really enemies on a narrow road. Although Tang Ruoshue has a good temper, it doesn't mean she doesn't have a temper. A hint of barely perceptible anger flashed in her eyes. Please keep your mouth shut. Bang! Gao Qingyue raised her hand and slapped Tang Ruoshue's delicate cheek fiercely. You shameless slut, how dare you seduce my husband? I must teach you a lesson today. Tang Ruoshue covered her burning face with her hands, tears streaming down her eyes like pearls from a broken string. You've obviously divorced Mr. Lin. Bang! Without waiting for Tang Ruoshue to finish her words, Gao Qingyue slapped her other cheek again. Listen to me, you little slut. Even if I divorce him, you are not allowed to be with him? Tang Ruoshue's body was shaking with anger. Are you being reasonable? Humph, I'm just unreasonable, what can you do to me? You little slut. Gao Qingyue's face was full of contempt and disdain. Remember, you'd better not let me see you again in the future, otherwise, I will beat you every time I see you. Tang Ruo was furious and took out her cell phone to call her father. Seeing this, Gao Qingyue snatched her phone and threw it to the ground. The moment the phone touched the ground, spider web-like cracks appeared on the screen. Tang Ruo was so angry that her chest heaved violently, and finally she turned and left in tears. Gao Qingyue looked at Tang Ruo's back, a smug smile appearing on the corner of her mouth. Lin Hao, don't even think about being with another woman in your life. Then, she checked the time on her phone and frowned. That's strange, why hasn't Jingming come yet? My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting later. So she called Jiyu Jingming's cell phone again. Although the call went through, no one answered. Just then, Jiyu Jingming and a beautiful woman in a red dress came over. Jiyu Jingming hurriedly stepped forward and introduced, Qingyu, this is my friend Xiaofang. Gao Qingyue glanced at Xiaofang and nodded slightly as a greeting. Xiaofang also glanced at the time on her phone. Strange, Ruoshue should be here too. Then she called Tang Ruoshue, but unfortunately her phone was turned off. She frowned. Strange, why did Ruoshue turn off her phone? Jiyu Jingming smiled and said, maybe there's a traffic jam on the road, why don't we go in and wait? Xiaofang and Gao Qingyue nodded at the same time. Then, Jiyu Jingming walked into the coffee shop first, but there was a discordant stagger in his steps. Gao Qingyue frowned slightly, her eyes involuntarily fell on Jiyu Jingming's feet, and asked with concern, Jingming, is your foot injured? Why are you limping? Jiyu Jingming's eyes flashed with panic, and he hurriedly explained, I just sprained my ankle accidentally. Although the panic was fleeting, it was captured by Gao Qingyue's sharp eyes. Her tone involuntarily became a little colder. Then why didn't you answer my call just now? Jiyu Jingming hurriedly smiled and said, I left my phone at home when I was changing clothes just now. Gao Qingyue glanced at Jiyu Jingming and said nothing more. Then, the three of them entered the coffee shop, found a seat by the window and sat down to wait for Tang Ruoshue. At this time, Tang Ruoshue returned home crying, with 2 red slap marks on her face that were particularly conspicuous. Tang Yongnian's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, Ruoshue, who slapped you on the face? Tang Ruoshue went upstairs to her room crying and slammed the door shut. Tang Yongnian was extremely anxious. He followed closely and knocked on the door gently. Ruoshue, tell daddy, who bullied you? However, the only response he got was the intermittent sobbing in the room. Tang Yongnian's face suddenly turned dark as water, his eyes burning with anger. His precious daughter was beaten up. How could this be tolerated? So he shouted loudly, Mr. Tang. The old butler Tang Xin came out in a hurry. Master, what do you want? Tang Yongnian's eyes turned cold. He took a deep breath, and said in a cold voice, just now I saw 2 slap marks on Shueruo's face, go and find out who hit her. Find out, beat her up severely, and then throw her into the toilet and drown her. Chapter 34, Thrown into a Septic Tank. Since Tang Ruoshue was late and her cell phone was unreachable, Xiaofang had no choice but to ask Gao Qingyue and Jiyu Jingming to go back first and find another time to meet later. Gao Qingyue and Jiyu Jingming had no choice but to leave the Aegean Sea Cafe. As they walked into the parking lot, a business car came galloping like a wild horse, brushing past the corner of Gao Qingyue's clothes, scaring her so much that she broke out in a cold sweat and her face turned pale instantly. Gao Qingyue's fear turned into anger, and she cursed, you bastard, do you know how to drive? The business car braked suddenly and stopped steadily. Then the door opened wide and 5 men came out one after another, approaching Gao Qingyue and Jiyu Jingming aggressively. The two looked at each other, their eyes full of panic, and they involuntarily clung to each other and stepped back. Gao Qingyue's throat was dry, and she managed to squeeze out a sentence, what are you going to do? Tang Xing's voice was as cold as the wind. Is there any need to ask? Of course I will deal with you. Gao Qingyue said with a trembling voice, I am Gao Qingyue from the Gao family. If you dare to touch me, do you know the consequences? Tang Xing shook his head lightly, a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, I don't want to know. Then he waved his hand, come on, beat them up. As soon as he finished speaking, the four men behind him pounced on Gao Qingyue and Gao Jingming and started punching and kicking them. It was not until Gao Qingyue and Gao Jingming were knocked to the ground, their faces covered in blood, that Tang Xing raised his hand to signal for an end to the beating. Tang Xing took 2 steps forward and put one foot on Gao Qingyue's face. Take them away. Immediately, several men came forward and dragged Gao Qingyue and Gao Jingming into the business car like dead dogs. After closing the door, they sped away. Gao Qingyue mustered up her courage and asked with a trembling voice, "Where are you planning to take us?" Tang Xing's mouth curled up into a cold smile. "Of course I will send you to see the king of hell." When Gao Qingyue and Gao Jingming heard this, they felt a chill running from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads, and were frightened out of their wits. Gao Qingyue's body instantly went limp, urine flowing uncontrollably down her skirt. She screamed in fear, then turned to begging, "Brothers, please let us go. We'll pay you whatever money you want." She thought that these people wanted to kill them simply because of the swearing in the parking lot. Hearing this, Tang Xing and the others burst into laughter and looked at Gao Qingyue as if she were a fool. Isn't it a joke to talk about money with them? They are subordinates of Tang Yongnian, the richest man in Jiangcheng. Do they need money? Seeing that the other party was unmoved, Gao Qingyue hurriedly said, "As long as you are willing to let us live, I am willing to give you 1 million. Tang Xing and others still just sneered. "No." Gao Jingming's voice trembled with fear. 2 million. How about 2 million? Tang Xing's mouth curled up into a cold smile. "Humph, even if I give you 100 million, you will die today." Gao Qingyue and Gao Jingming were so frightened after hearing this that they passed out. When they woke up, they found their hands tied behind their backs and an indescribable stench lingering in their noses. When I looked up, I saw a large septic tank next to it. Tang Xing pointed at the septic tank and said jokingly, "See this septic tank? This is where you will be buried. This place is very remote and rarely visited by people. Whether you can leave alive depends on your luck. Help, help." Gao Qingyue and Gao Jingming shouted in fear almost at the same time, struggling violently. Tang Xing sneered, "Shout, shout as much as you can." He waved his hand gently, "Throw them down." The 4 sturdy men, with ferocious smiles on their faces, approached Gao Qingyue and Gao Jingming step by step. "No. Please let us go. Someone, help. Help." Gao Qingyue and Gao Jingming cried out in despair and struggled with all their strength. 4 men came forward and pushed them into the septic tank. Thump. The feces splashed everywhere and the stench was everywhere. Tang Xing frowned, covered his nose and said, "It stinks, let's go." Then, he and the 4 men quickly got into the business car, the wheels kicked up dust, and the vehicle galloped away like a wild horse. In the septic tank, Gao Qingyue and Gao Jingming put in a lot of effort and finally managed to stand firm. The manure water was icy cold and just covered their necks. Their bodies were covered in suffocating feces, the stench of which was almost enough to make people faint, and a large number of maggots were wriggling freely on their skin. Gao Qingyue couldn't help it and vomited violently. Gao Jingming shouted loudly, "Help! Is there anyone who can save us?" In a very remote place on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, 3 tombs are built side by side. In front of the grave, Lin Hao knelt on the ground. "Dad, Mom, and little sister, I'm so sorry. After all these years, I still haven't been able to find the murderer who killed you. I'm so useless." As Lin Hao spoke, he burst into tears. Who says men don't shed tears easily? It's just that they haven't been too sad yet. He is the Wolf King of Langya, who has always shed blood but not tears, but today he shed tears. Who says men don't shed tears easily? It's just that they haven't been sad enough. He hated himself for being useless, having only one skill but not being able to find the murderer who killed his relatives in all these years. He raised his hand and slapped himself twice in the face. Seeing this, Chen Hui, who was standing behind him, hurriedly grabbed his hand and said, "Brother Hao, don't do this." Lin Hao wiped away his tears, kowtowed 3 times, and then said, "Dad, Mom, little sister, I swear, I must find the murderer, cut them into pieces, and avenge you." This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Just then, Chen Hui's cell phone rang and he hurried to the side to answer it. "Hey! Did you find any clues?" A deep voice came from the other end of the phone, yes, I found out that the murderer who killed the Lin family was sent by the old man of the Wen family, Wen Tailai. Okay. I got it. Chen Hui hung up the phone and hurriedly walked up to Lin Hao and said, Brother Hao, I have helped you find the murderer who killed your family that year. Hearing this, Lin Hao stood up suddenly, grabbed Chen Hui's arms, and asked excitedly, Tell me, who is it? Chen Hui said, It is the old man Wen Tailai of the Wen family. Is it him? Lin Hao was shocked. Because Wen Tailai was an old servant of the Lin family back then, and he was a loyal and honest man. Lin Hao could never have imagined that the murderer of his family was actually related to Wen Tailai. Yes. Chen Hui nodded, Brother Hao, it's just that the Wen family is now one of the four major wealthy families in Jiancheng. If you want revenge, you have to think of a foolproof plan. What foolproof plan are you thinking of? Lin Hao said coldly, Tonight, I will go to the Wen family and bring back Wen Tailai's head to commemorate my parents and sister. After saying that, he kowtowed 3 times again towards the graves of his parents and younger sister, then turned and left. Chen Hui said, Brother Hao, just in case, I will go with you tonight. No need. Lin Hao shook his head. It's a blood feud, I just want to avenge it myself. Help R. At this moment, Lin Hao suddenly heard someone calling for help, and their voice sounded very familiar. He hurriedly stopped and looked up, only to see 2 people struggling in a septic tank not far away. Chapter 35 Wen Tailai. Lin Hao frowned, strange, this voice sounds like Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming's. Chen Hui nodded and said, It sounds like theirs to me. But will they fall into the septic tank? Lin Hao looked puzzled, but still walked towards the septic tank. Soon, they arrived at the septic tank. Even though Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming had feces stuck on their faces, Lin Hao still recognized them. When their eyes met Lin Hao's, they were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect Lin Hao to be here. Gao Qingyue seemed to understand something, and then she cursed angrily, Lin Hao, you bastard. It turned out that you were the one who had us pushed into the septic tank. I will never let you go. Lin Hao remained calm and said calmly, Gao Qingyue, please stop slandering me. However, Gao Qingyue was furious and said, You bastard, you dare not admit it. If you think that I ordered someone to do it, then just say it was me who did it. Lin Hao said this and turned and left. Gu Jingming hurriedly said to Gao Qingyue, Qingyue, now is not the time to lose your temper, you should ask him to save us. Otherwise we will drown in there. After hearing what Gu Jingming said, Gao Qingyue finally reacted and hurriedly shouted, Lin Hao, you can't leave. Pull us up quickly. Lin Hao acted as if he didn't hear anything and continued to leave with Chen Hui without looking back. Gao Qingyue was anxious and burst into tears, Lin Hao, even though we are divorced, we were once husband and wife after all, you can't just stand by and watch me die. Lin Hao suddenly stopped, Gao Qingyue's words touched his heart. Chen Hui said coldly, Brother Hao, will you save him? Alas. Lin Hao sighed, although Gao Qingyue is hateful, he does not deserve to die. Besides, I am a soldier. How can I stand by and watch others in trouble? However, I will not save this couple so easily. Then, regardless of the stench, Lin Hao reached out and fished Gao Qingyue out of the septic tank, and untied the ropes tied around her hands. Gu Jingming looked at Lin Hao expectantly, hoping that Lin Hao could also pull him ashore. Lin Hao just glared at him coldly and said coldly, Let Gao Qingyue find a way to save you. After saying that, he and Chen Hui turned and left. Gao Qingyue roared, Lin Hao, come back here, you haven't saved Jingming yet. Lin Hao said without turning his head, I have rescued you, can't you save him yourself? You bastard. Gao Qingyue screamed at Lin Hao's back, even if you saved me, I will not forgive you. Just wait. In the evening, luxury cars gathered in front of the Wen family villa. The political leaders and business tycoons of Jiangcheng all showed up, because today is the 80th birthday of Wen Tailai, the old man of the Wen family. Although Wen Tailai is already in his 80s, he is as vigorous as a pine tree, and his eyes are as bright and lively as the bright stars in the night sky. He sat upright in the main seat in the villa's hall, looking at the gifts brought by the guests, smiling so hard that his mouth could not close. In order to ask Wen Tailai to say a word and resolve the crisis that the Gao family is currently facing, Gao Xingdong and Wang Mailan also spent a huge amount of money and spent 10 million to buy a piece of old mine mutton fat jade as a birthday gift for Wen Tailai. Wen Tai has always had a special liking for old pit mutton fat jade. He carefully took the mutton fat jade given by Gao Qingyue and Wang Mailan and looked at it carefully. Good. Great. I'm. Gao Qingyue hurriedly smiled and said, "Thank you, old man." At this moment, screams came from outside, breaking the silence in the villa. Wen Tai's old face sank, and he roared, "What's the matter?" A servant stumbled in and said, "Old master, this is bad. There's a man wearing a ghost mask outside, threatening to kill you." Wen Tai slammed the table and stood up, angrily scolding, "You have to report such a small matter to me, it's really a bummer. Can't you handle it yourself?" The servant looked nervous and said, "Old master, our people are no match for him." As he was speaking, 4 guards from the Wen family flew backwards into the yard, fell heavily to the ground, and then lay motionless. Upon seeing this, the guests present screamed in fear and hid in the villa hall. Immediately afterwards, a man wearing a ghost mask stepped into the villa yard. The man with the ghost mask was Lin Hao. The reason why he wore the mask was that people didn't want to know his identity. After all, he was the Wolf King. If he killed people in public, it would have a negative impact on the soldiers. Wen Tai looked calm, staring coldly at the man with the ghost mask. "Who are you? What's the hatred between us?" Lin Hao said coldly, "Wen Tai, I was your former master. Now you should understand why I want to kill you, right?" Upon hearing this, Wen Tai's face changed drastically. "It turned out to be you. You were stabbed several times back then, but you didn't die." Then, he sneered, "If you are not dead, you should hide well and never come out, and live a good life. But you shouldn't come to me for revenge. Since you are here, I can just cut the grass and eradicate the trouble forever. Someone, take this guy down for me." As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Peng, captain of the Wen family's guard, stood up. He took a step forward, staring at the masked man with cold eyes. "I don't care who you are, kneel down and I will kill you." Lin Hao said in a cold voice, "Today I will only kill the people of the Wen family. Other irrelevant people should leave immediately, otherwise they will die with the people of the Wen family." My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting later. However, no one left because no one believed that this man with a ghost mask could kill anyone from the Wen family. Because everyone knows that in addition to Lei Peng, the Wen family also has another top master hidden. "You are so arrogant." Lei Peng shouted angrily and raised his fist to smash towards the masked man's chest. Lin Hao dodged to the side and threw a punch at the same time. Although they were both punching, Lin Hao's punching speed was as fast as lightning, which was astonishing. Lei Peng was unable to dodge and was hit by the punch. His chest instantly caved in and he fell to the ground and died. This scene left all the guests present stunned. They had never expected that a master like Lei Peng would be so vulnerable in front of the ghost masked man. Wang Mailan whispered, "Lao Gao, why does this masked man sound a bit like that loser?" Gao Qingyue nodded, "I think so too, could it be that jerk?" Wang Mailan shook her head. "That guy doesn't even dare to kill a chicken, how could he dare to kill someone? If he had that kind of ability, Qingyu wouldn't have divorced him." At this moment, when Tai had a disdainful smile on his face, staring at the ghost masked man with contempt, as if he was looking at an insignificant ant, "I never thought that after not seeing you for a few years, you have actually practiced such powerful martial arts. With just one punch, you beat the captain of my Wen family to death. I am really impressed. However, if you think you can kill me with just this ability, then you are really naive and ridiculous. Master Lu, it's up to you from now on." As he finished his words, an old man with white hair and a youthful face, with an immortal look, flashed out from behind him like a ghost. This man was Lu Qianbao, the hidden master of the Wen family. "Don't worry, old man. No one has ever survived my attack." Lu Qianbao put his hands behind his back and took steady steps, approaching the ghost masked man step by step. His figure is as majestic as a mountain, giving people a strong sense of oppression. He cast a contemptuous look at Lin Hao. "Your kung fu is pretty good, but unfortunately, in front of me, you will only have one way to go, death." Lin Hao was too lazy to waste words and punched out. Before Lu Qianbao could react, he was hit in the chest by this powerful punch. His body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily in front of Wen Tai's feet. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and after struggling for a few times, he died. Then, Lin Hao walked towards Wen Tai. "Old dog, give me your life." Wen Tailai pulled out a pistol from his pocket and pointed it at the masked man. Your kung fu is very powerful. You can easily kill a master like Lu Qianbao. I really underestimated you. However, no matter how powerful you are, can you be as powerful as my gun? Chapter 36, When Qianlong, leader of the Northern Dragon Sword. Lin Hao showed no fear at all. Instead, he stepped forward and walked towards Wen Tailai. The gun in your hand is no different from scrap metal. It can't kill me. Okay. Since you are so arrogant, I will let you try whether my gun can kill you. Wen Tailai said with his finger on the trigger. But at this critical moment, he felt a flash before his eyes, and the gun in his hand had fallen into Lin Hao's hand. Lin Hao placed the gun in the middle of his palm and then rubbed it hard. Gradually, the gun began to deform in his hand and finally turned into a piece of scrap metal. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped and exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god! He actually crushed the gun into a pile of scrap metal with his hands. That's too much strength. Is this a human? It's impossible for a human to have such great strength. Wen Tailai was so frightened that his eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. Since you can't kill me, you're the one who will die. Lin Hao said, and attacked with lightning speed. Before Wen Tailai could come to his senses, Lin Hao hit him on the head. Wen Tailai's head exploded and blood gushed out like a fountain, staining his cheeks red. He said in a trembling voice, "No, don't kill me. Back then, I was also instructed by someone to kill your entire family." Lin Hao was about to ask who ordered this, but Wen Tailai had already died. The guests present were so frightened upon seeing this that they screamed and huddled together, trembling like a flock of frightened sheep. Lin Hao swept his cold eyes over every guest present and said in a cold voice, "I'll say it one last time, if you are not from the Wen family, get out immediately, otherwise, I will kill you without mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, the guests fled the scene like frightened birds, leaving only the Wen family. Gao Xindong also pulled Wang Mailan away in a hurry. Wang Mailan was so scared that her legs went weak and she fell several times before she escaped from the Wen family villa. Wen Tailai's eldest son, Wen Qianhao, had bloodshot eyes, like an enraged lion, and gnashed his teeth as he said, "You killed my father, I will tear you into pieces." He looked at the Wen family guards behind him and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Kill him." However, none of the Wen family's guards dared to step forward. They were just poor, not stupid. Even a master like Lu Qianbao was no match for the ghost masked man in one move. If they went forward, they would be committing suicide. Wen Qianhao was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. His eyes were wide open and he roared again, "All of you come at me. Whoever can kill him will be rewarded with 5 million. Hearing this, the frightened eyes of the Wen family guards instantly turned into a fiery look. Their fear of the ghost masked man disappeared in an instant. At this moment, the only thing in their minds was greed for the 5 million. After all, 5 million is enough to make them worry-free for the rest of their lives and save them 30 years of hard work. So, they rushed towards the ghost masked man like hungry tigers, fearing that if they fell behind, the 5 million would fall into the hands of others. Lin Hao clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and rushed towards the group of guards like a hurricane. These guards might be able to fight 10 people at a time under normal circumstances, but in Lin Hao's eyes, they are nothing more than a bunch of chickens and dogs who are vulnerable. He was like a tiger among a flock of sheep, punching like raindrops. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen guards fell to the ground, all of them died from sunken chests. The remaining guards were completely frightened upon seeing this. At this moment, money was no longer important to them, and the best thing to do was to save their lives. So, they turned around and ran away at the same time, regretting that their parents had not given them 2 more legs. Wen Qianhao roared, "Come back here." However, no one listened to him, and in the blink of an eye, only Lin Hao and Wen Qianhao were left in the entire Wen family villa, as well as dead bodies all over the ground. Lin Hao turned around and walked towards Wen Qianhao step by step. Wen Qianhao retreated continuously. He wanted to run, but his legs were no longer under his control. Lin Hao knew that Wen Qianhao would not know about the massacre of his entire family, so he was too lazy to waste time talking and just punched Wen Qianhao's head, smashing it like a broken watermelon. Jiangcheng Military Region, an Air Force base. A helicopter landed slowly, and a middle-aged man in a 4-star general's uniform walked down from the helicopter. Afterwards, he was surrounded by a group of soldiers, got into a military vehicle, and sped towards the Wen family. This 4-star general is none other than Wen Qianlong, the leader of the Northern Dragon Sword Army and the second son of the Wen family. When he learned the tragic news that his father and elder brother had been murdered, he rushed back to Jiangcheng without stopping. Soon, the military vehicle arrived at the door of the Wen family villa. When Qianlong opened the car door and rushed into the villa, the scene before him was like hell, with dead bodies lying all over the ground. When he saw the horrific bodies of his father and elder brother, the anger in his heart erupted like a volcano, and endless murderous intent raged in the air like a gale. Who on earth dares to kill my father and elder brother? When Qianlong's eyes were wide open and his voice was like thunder, shaking the whole villa. Wen Hai, the old butler of the Wen family, came out trembling. Second young master, you are finally back. You must avenge the old master and the eldest young master. When Qianlong grabbed Wen Hai's collar with his hands like iron pliers, tell me. Who did it? Wen Hai shook his head in fear. He was wearing a ghost mask, so his face couldn't be seen clearly. He only said that he used to be their master's little master. The master used to be a servant in the Lin family. I think this man with the ghost mask might be a descendant of the Lin family. Wen Qianlong's eyes were as cold as ice, and he immediately said to the adjutant behind him in a stern voice, within an hour, I want to know the detailed identity of that ghost masked man. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Yes. The adjutant turned and left. At this moment, Lin Hao had already placed Wen Tailai's head in front of the graves of his parents and sister. He knelt on the ground, tears filling his eyes, and choked up as he said, Dad, Mom, and little sister, I have cut off Wen Tailai's head. He was the murderer who ordered the masked man to kill you. You can rest in peace in your grave now. But before he died, Wen Tailai said that he was also instructed by someone to kill you. Please rest assured that I will find out who instructed Wen Tailai. No matter who he is, I will never let him go. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Chen Hui calling. As soon as he answered the phone, Chen Hui's anxious voice came, Brother Hao, it's bad. The second son of the Wen family, Wen Qianlong, the leader of the Northern Dragon Sword Army, has returned to Jiangcheng and has begun investigating you. With Dragon Sword's level of intelligence, I estimate that it won't take long for them to find you. Lin Hao and Wen Qianlong had met several times before during meetings in the War Department, but later he was promoted to Wolf King of Lanyar, a 5-star general, while Wen Qianlong was promoted to Dragon Marshal of Dragon Sword, a 4-star general. As he had 1 star less than Lin Hao, Wen Qianlong was very dissatisfied and challenged Lin Hao several times. However, for the sake of the overall situation, Lin Hao did not accept the challenge and generously admitted that he was no match for Wen Qianlong, so the matter ended. Lin Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a disdainful smile, so what if he finds out? If he wants to seek revenge on me, I don't mind killing him too. But you are all the most important guardians of Dragon Country. Chen Hui sighed, no matter who dies among you, it will be a huge loss to the country. Lin Hao smiled bitterly, don't forget, I am no longer the Wolf King, let alone the patron saint of the country. Back then, a team of Lanyar soldiers were ambushed by bandits on the border and were completely wiped out. In a rage, Lin Hao broke into the neighboring country alone and wiped out the bandits. By crossing the border to kill the enemy, Lin Hao violated international law. Unable to bear the pressure of international public opinion, the Dragon Country War Department had no choice but to remove Lin Hao from the position of Wolf King, and announce to the outside world that Lin Hao was forced to retire only for personal reasons. He sighed, okay, don't worry about me. I will fight back if an enemy comes, and I will block the water if an enemy comes. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Chen Hui was worried that one of Lin Hao and Wen Qianlong would die in a battle, so he hurriedly reported the matter to the War Department. After receiving the report, Chen Tai, Commander-in-Chief of the War Department, was worried that the matter would get out of hand, so he immediately flew to Jiangcheng on a special plane. Chapter 37 Paid Extras. General Long, we have found out the identity of the man with the ghost mask. The adjutant walked in hurriedly, his face a little unnatural. He is. When Qianlong frowned and roared, tell me, who is he? The adjutant was so frightened that he trembled all over and said hurriedly, he is the former Wolf King Lin Hao. He was the son-in-law of the Gao family before, but he was later kicked out by the Gao family. His whereabouts have not been found yet. It's actually him. When Qianlong clenched his fists, his bones made a crackling sound, and the blue veins on the back of his hands bulged like dragons. Lin Hao, you killed my father and eldest brother, I will never forgive you. Then, he said sternly, find out Lin Hao's whereabouts immediately. The adjutant asked tremblingly, General Long, although Lin Hao has been dismissed, he was once the Wolf King. If you touch him, I am worried about the War Department. Humph. He killed my father and elder brother, so it is only natural for me to kill him for revenge. When Qianlong said coldly, stop talking nonsense, and go check his whereabouts immediately. Yes. The adjutant saluted with a standard military salute, then turned and left. Late at night, Gao family. Wang Maigui was still in shock over Wen Tailai's death. Her face turned pale. I was so scared. I have never seen such a horrible scene. Gao Xingdong sighed and said, the most regrettable thing is that we gave Wen Qianlai 10 million worth of old pit mutton fat jade, but now Wen Qianlai is dead, and the 10 million is just a waste. The most difficult thing right now is that if we can't solve the GAO group's predicament as soon as possible, Qingyue and I will definitely be kicked out of the board of directors, and then we will be left with nothing. Just then, Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming came back. As soon as the two stepped into the living room, a disgusting stench spread. Gao Xingdong pinched his nose and took 2 steps back as if avoiding the plague. You fell into a cesspool, why do you stink so badly? Gao Qingyue's chest was heaving violently with rage. Her beautiful face was now twisted with anger. She gritted her teeth and said, this is all the fault of that damned bastard Lin Hao. He had Jingming and I arrested and taken to the suburbs and thrown into a septic tank. Gu Jingming added angrily, after we climbed up the septic tank, we found a pond and washed our bodies countless times, but we couldn't get rid of the stench. Wang Mailan finally couldn't bear it anymore, and rushed into the yard like a gust of wind. She squatted on the ground and vomited violently, as if she wanted to vomit out all her internal organs. Gao Xingdong flew into a rage upon hearing this, and slammed his palm hard on the coffee table. Lin Hao is such a loser, he is really going too far. Then, he sighed helplessly, Qingyue, but now is not the time to be angry. The most urgent task is to solve the urgent problem of GAO Group. Didn't you ask Tang Ruo Ruo for help today? Did she agree to help? Don't mention it. Gao Qingyue said with resentment on her face, Jingming's friend is not reliable at all. Tang Ruo Ruo didn't come at all. Alas. Gao Xingdong sighed, it seems that we can only solve this problem by ourselves. After all, Tang Ruo Ruo is the daughter of the richest man, so it is understandable that she doesn't want to help our GAO family. Gu Jingming said, Qingyue, stop talking, let's go and wash off the stench on our bodies. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. Gao Xingdong frowned and asked in confusion, who could it be at this late hour? He walked quickly to the video doorbell and saw several men in military uniforms standing outside, one of whom was a general. Strange. There are several officers outside. Wang Mailan said hurriedly, then hurry up and open the door. Gao Xingdong hurried out, opened the door, and looked at the officers in front of him. Excuse me, what can I do for you? Chen Tai, the supreme commander of the War Department, smiled slightly and said, we are from the War Department. Can we go in and talk? Then please come in. Gao Xingdong made a gesture of invitation and invited several officers in. The reason why Chen Tai and others went to Gao's house to find Lin Hao was because they didn't know that Lin Hao had been kicked out of the GAO family, nor did they know that Lin Hao had not told the GAO family about his identity as the Wolf King. Gao Xingdong smiled and said hurriedly, sirs, please take a seat. I wonder if you have anything to say that brings you here so late at night. Chen Tai sat down, his brows slightly frowned, like a disturbed lake, and then he quickly covered his nose with his hands, with a strange look on his face. Several other officers also sat down and covered their noses with their hands. They could not stand the stench from Gao Qingyue and Gu Jingming. Gao Xingdong was embarrassed, and he quickly made up a lie, I'm really sorry, the flowers in my house have always been watered with manure water, so there may be a little smell in the house. It's okay. Chen Tai smiled and said, we are from the War Department. Please forgive us for disturbing you so late at night. We are here to look for Lin Hao. Is he not at home? Hearing this, Gao Xingdong and Gao Qingyue were both shocked. Why would the people from the War Department look for that loser Lin Hao? Could it be that the people in the War Department have already known that Lin Hao forged the Wolf King's certificate and medal? Gao Qingyue asked with a hint of gloating in his heart, excuse me, officers, are you looking for Lin Hao because he forged the Wolf King's certificate and medal? Chen Tai was stunned when he heard this, and asked in confusion, "Forged the Wolf King's certificate and medal?" "Yes." Wang Mailan said impatiently, "Sir, let me tell you, my daughter has divorced Lin Hao, and what he did has nothing to do with our family." My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting later. I've said it before. Lin Hao is just a useless guy who can only play around with the pot. How could he be the Wolf King? When one of the officers heard Wang Mailan call Lin Hao a waste, he immediately looked irritated and said indignantly, "Madam, please be careful with your words. Lin Hao is the Wolf King and a hero of our country. I will never allow anyone to slander him." He had just said half of his words when he suddenly realized that the identity of the Wolf King was an absolute secret and must not be disclosed, so he quickly shut his mouth. Chen Tai glared at the officer, then said in a cold voice, "I tell you, the identity of the Wolf King is an absolute secret, but since you already know it, I will tell you. Lin Hao is not a waste, he is really the Wolf King. Since he has left this home, we will not bother him anymore." After saying this, he left with several officers. How is this possible? Gao Qingyue found it hard to accept this fact and took 2 steps back. Lin Hao is just a good-for-nothing waste. How could he be the Wolf King? Oh my god! Wang Mailan was heartbroken and beat her chest. "We actually treated the Wolf King as nothing all along, and you divorced him." Gao Shindong sighed repeatedly, "Alas! I originally thought that he forged the Wolf King's certificate and medal in order to impersonate the Wolf King, but I didn't expect that he really is the Wolf King. Our Gao family really didn't recognize the real man and mistook the hero for a worthless one." Wang Mailan suddenly shook her head again, her face full of suspicion. "Impossible. If he was the Wolf King, how could he have endured the bullying of our Gao family for several years in vain?" Gao Qingyue's eyes were empty. Everyone in the War Department said he is the Wolf King, so it must be true. She regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. If she had known that Lin Hao was the Wolf King, she would never have divorced him no matter what. The Wolf King is the hero, dream lover, and Prince Charming in the hearts of thousands of girls in Dragon Kingdom. But she always treated Lin Hao as trash and even divorced him. Don't be fooled. At this moment, Jiu Jingming said with disdain, "Think about it, if Lin Hao is really the Wolf King, how could he have lived like a dog in the Gao family for 5 years? Well?" After hearing this, Gao Qingyue's family all felt that it made sense. Gao Qingyue frowned and asked, "Then, what about the people from the War Department?" "Heh." Jiu Jingming smiled slightly, "People from the War Department? Humph. I guess he spent money to find these extras from somewhere." Jingming's analysis is correct. Wang Mailan said, "I heard that some celebrities now also." Gao Qingyue nodded and gritted her teeth and said, "Lin Hao, this loser, almost scared me to death. I really thought he was the Wolf King." Chapter 38 When Qianlong's Declaration of War. "Brother Hao, wake up." Lin Hao was immersed in a dream when he was awakened by Chen Hui. Lin Hao asked sleepily, mumbling, "What's the matter?" Chen Hui sighed helplessly, "The old leader is here." When Lin Hao heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He had long expected that the War Department would interfere in the feud between him and Wen Qianlong. Then, he quickly put on his clothes and walked quickly to the living room. At a glance, he saw Chen Tai, the supreme commander of the War Department, sitting on the sofa, like a steady mountain. He hurried forward and saluted the white-haired old leader. Chen Tai stood up, patted Lin Hao's shoulder gently, and said with emotion, "Lin Hao, I haven't seen you for a few years. You have lost a lot of weight, and your eyes have lost their former sharpness." Lin Hao nodded. Seeing his old leader again, the life in the military camp back then kept playing in his mind like a movie, and he felt mixed emotions. Chen Tai sighed, "I know you've been wronged over the years. In order to avenge your brothers, you crossed the border to kill the enemy and were eventually forced to retire. I had no choice but to do it. I understand." Lin Hao sighed. Chen Tai said, "If it were me, I would do the same." Hearing this, Lin Hao's eyes instantly moistened. "Old chief, Okay, let the past be the past." Chen Tai helped Lin Hao sit down slowly, and then said, "You should know why I came here. I hope you and Wen Qianlong will give up your grudges. Both of you are the best in the Dragon Country's army. No matter who has any problems, it will be an immeasurable loss to the Dragon Country." Lin Hao smiled bitterly, "Old chief, I understand your painstaking efforts, but Wen Qianlong's father is the enemy who killed my parents and sister. I killed Wen Qianlong and Wen Qianhao just to avenge my blood feud. I didn't kill the entire Wen family, which was already a mercy. As for Wen Qianlong, if he wants to seek revenge on me, I will definitely accompany him. If he is willing to give up, then I am also happy to let go of the grudge." When Lin Hao spoke, his eyes were full of sharpness, as if he had regained his former edge. Chen Tai sighed, "I know you are not afraid of Wen Qianlong, I just hope you can avoid him temporarily and wait for me to persuade him to let go of his hatred." Lin Hao shook his head gently. "Old commander, I will listen to you on everything else, but if you ask me to hide, I absolutely cannot do it. Although I am no longer a soldier, I will always remember what you once said, only cowards would choose to escape." This. Chen Tai felt like something was stuck in his throat, speechless, because he did say this. In fact, before he came, he already knew that it was impossible to convince Lin Hao because he knew Lin Hao too well. Lin Hao stood up and said seriously, "Old chief, it's already late at night. You should go back and rest. I will visit you when I am free in the future." Chen Tai nodded, patted Lin Hao's shoulder gently, turned and left without saying anything else. Lin Hao slowly got up and lit a cigarette. In the smoke, no one knew what he was thinking at the moment. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Chen Hui thought it was Chen Tai who had returned, so he hurried forward to open the door. However, the person standing outside the door was an officer he had never met before. Chen Hui frowned and asked, "Excuse me, who are you?" The officer saluted and then said in a loud voice, "I am the adjutant of Longjian Longshui Wen Qianlong." He turned his gaze to Lin Hao, "Wolf King, I am here to challenge you on behalf of our Dragon Marshal. Our Dragon Marshal said that you and he are both soldiers, so he hopes to have a life and death battle in a military way to resolve the feud between you." After saying that, he respectfully handed the letter of challenge to Lin Hao. Lin Hao took the letter of challenge and said without even glancing at it, "Tell Wen Qianlong that I accept his challenge." "Okay. Then I'll take my leave first." The adjutant saluted with a standard military salute, then turned and left. Chen Hui couldn't wait to ask, "Brother Hao, what's written on it?" Lin Hao unfolded the letter of challenge, took a look at it, and said calmly, "Wen Qianlong has asked me to fight to the death at the top of Feixia Mountain at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning." The next day, the news that Longjian and Longshui were challenging the Wolf King spread quickly on the internet. Of course, Wen Qianlong deliberately posted this online. He not only wanted to kill Lin Hao to avenge his father and elder brother, but also wanted to let everyone know that he was the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom army. It was not even 10 o'clock yet, and many citizens of Jiangcheng flocked to the foot of Feixia Mountain like a tide, ready to witness the peak showdown between the two strongest men in the Dragon Kingdom army. Gao Qingyue also saw this explosive news on the internet, and she dragged Jiyu Jingming to the foot of Feixia Mountain early. "Jingming, do you know? The person I admire most is the Wolf King." Gao Qingyue's face was full of excitement. She stood on tiptoe and looked around in the crowded crowd, looking forward to seeing what the Wolf King looked like. Jiyu Jingming jokingly said, "Qingyu, what if the Wolf King is that loser Lin Hao?" Gao Qingyue's face changed instantly when she heard this. "Jingming, are you disgusting? How can you compare that piece of trash with the Wolf King?" What made Gao Qingyue extremely depressed was that just after she finished speaking, she saw Lin Hao squeezing into the crowd and walking towards her. When she saw Lin Hao, the scene of being thrown into a septic tank immediately emerged in her mind, and the anger in her heart erupted like a volcano. "You useless bastard, you're still haunting me. Why are you everywhere? Get out of here." Lin Hao responded coldly and reached out to push Gao Qingyue away. Gao Qingyue staggered, and after she stood firm, she immediately rushed forward and grabbed Lin Hao's clothes tightly. "You bastard, I haven't settled the score with you for yesterday yet. You want to run away?" Lin Hao's eyes turned cold and he raised his hand to slap Gao Qingyue. However, when his eyes met Gao Qingyue's eyes, his heart couldn't help but tremble, because Gao Qingyue's eyes were exactly the same as Ruo Ruo's. He really couldn't bear to hit Gao Qingyue, so he slowly put his hand down. "Get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Gao Qingyue mistakenly thought that Lin Hao still had feelings for her, so he was reluctant to fight, and thus became more arrogant. "Lin Hao, I know you can't change your nature of being a bootlicker. You still can't bear to hit me, right?" Lin Hao was disgusted by her words. "Gao Qingyue, are you so? Seeing Lin Hao put down his hand, Jiyu Jingming felt that his chance to show off had come, so he rushed forward and protected Qingyue like a flower protector. Lin Hao, if you have the guts, come at me, don't hit Qingyue. Okay. Lin Hao had a playful smile on his face. You're the one who asked me to beat you, so don't blame me. Chapter 39, Unable to take a single move. As soon as Lin Hao finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped Jiyu Jingming hard on the face. Par. A crisp slapping sound was heard, and Jiyu Jingming took a few steps back and then fell to the ground with a bright red slap mark on his face. Gao Qingyue saw this and hurried forward to help Jiyu Jingming up. She asked with a distressed look on her face, Jingming, how are you? Are you in pain? Jiyu Jingming raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook his head gently. Then, Gao Qingyue suddenly raised her head and glared at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, you bastard, why don't you apologize to Jingming? Lin Hao said sarcastically with a playful look on his face, Gao Qingyue, are you out of your mind? Do you think it's possible for me to apologize to him? Besides, you heard it just now. He was the one who asked me to hit him. After saying that, Lin Hao ignored them and turned to walk towards the mountain. Gao Qingyue shouted at Lin Hao's back, Lin Hao, you bastard. Don't think I don't know that you deliberately appeared in front of me, wanting me to forgive you and remarry you. I tell you, you are dreaming, I will never forgive you, let alone remarry you. Lin Hao was completely speechless about this self-righteous woman. He really didn't know where she got her confidence from. Then, Lin Hao rushed towards the top of the mountain like an arrow. Although the mountain road was rugged and difficult to walk on, it was as easy as walking on flat ground for him. Before long, he reached the top of the mountain. When Qianlong stood on the edge of a cliff with his hands behind his back, like an unshakable mountain. Lin Hao, you are finally here. Today, either you die or I die. However, I can tell you clearly that you will be the one to die today, because I am the undisputed strongest man in the army. The reason why he was so confident was that he had challenged Lin Hao many times before, but Lin Hao chose to refuse without exception. Lin Hao's face was solemn, and he said in a deep voice, when Qianlong, I killed your father and your elder brother because. That's enough. I don't want to hear your nonsense. When Qianlong turned around abruptly, his eyes flashing with cold light, like two sharp blades. Anyway, you must die today. Over the years, everyone in Dragon Country has regarded you as the strongest in the army. Today, I will let them know that I am the strongest in the army. Watch out! He shouted angrily, and rushed towards Lin Hao like a tiger descending from a mountain. Then he raised his fist and hit Lin Hao with a force as powerful as thunder. Lin Hao's face was as calm as a lake, without any ripples. He did not make a move, allowing Wen Qianlong's fist to come at him like a storm. He didn't move sideways until Wen Qianlong's fist was about to hit him in the face. Wen Qianlong punched into the air, and then another punch came out like a cannonball, with great force and power. Lin Hao took a step forward and threw out a punch as well. Bang! The two fists collided fiercely like two meteors. Lin Hao stood as steady as a rock, while Wen Qianlong flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and only stopped after his back hit a huge rock. Lin Hao said calmly, you have already lost. You are a soldier of the Dragon Country. I don't want to kill you, but I hope that our grievances can be written off now. Wen Qianlong's face was ashen, as if his soul had been sucked out. He could not accept this cruel fact. He thought he would be able to defeat Lin Hao easily, but he didn't expect that he could not even take a single punch from Lin Hao. He screamed hysterically, impossible. You can't be that strong. Lin Hao's face was calm, and he said calmly, the reason why I didn't accept your challenge back then was not because I was afraid that I couldn't beat you, but because we are both tough soldiers of Dragon Country, and I don't want to hurt each other's harmony because of a competition, which is not conducive to the unity of the army. After saying that, Lin Hao went down the mountain without looking back. When Qianlong knelt on the ground, trembling all over. He never expected that the gap between him and Lin Hao was so huge. Lin Hao, I want you to die. I will never forgive you. As soon as Lin Hao came down the mountain, Chen Tai came up to him with an anxious look on his face. Lin Hao, did you kill Wen Qianlong? Lin Hao shook his head gently. He and I ended up in a tie. Hearing this, Chen Tai felt relieved, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Their conversation was heard by a citizen nearby. The citizen immediately shouted, come and see. He is the Wolf King, and he fought Dragon Marshal to a draw. Upon hearing this, other citizens rushed over like a tide, all wanting to see the true face of the Wolf King. Gao Qingyue and Gao Jingming also heard it, and then squeezed towards the middle, wanting to see what the Wolf King looked like. But there were too many people and they couldn't squeeze through. Lin Hao didn't want too many people to know his true identity, so he squeezed out of the crowd and left quickly. But the citizens were not willing to give up and kept chasing after him, some even taking out their mobile phones to take pictures. Just then, a military vehicle drove over and several soldiers hurriedly stopped the citizens who were rushing over. Chen Hui waved to Lin Hao hurriedly, "Brother Hao, get in the car." Lin Hao hurriedly got into the military vehicle and thus escaped the pursuit and blockade of the citizens. This scene happened to be seen by Gao Qingyue. She rubbed her eyes and said, "Jingming, I saw Lin Hao getting on that military vehicle. Could he really be the Wolf King?" Gao Jingming didn't see it, but he sneered, "Qingyue, what's wrong with you recently? Before you said you saw Lin Hao sitting in Tang Yongnian's Kulinan, and now you said you saw him sitting in a military vehicle. You think too highly of him." "No. I didn't see it wrong this time. I promise I didn't see it wrong." Gao Qingyue said seriously, "I really saw him get into the military vehicle just now. I can't be wrong." Just then, her cell phone rang. She quickly answered the phone. "Dad, what's the matter?" Gao Xingdong's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. "Qingyue, where have you been? Why didn't you come to today's board meeting?" "Never mind, it's not important anymore. What's important is that the board has only given us 3 days to resolve the problems of major companies and banks terminating their cooperation with us, otherwise they will kick us out of the board." "Okay, I get it. I'll find a way," Gao Qingyue said and hung up the phone. Gao Jingming asked, "Qingyue, what's wrong?" "Alas." Gao Qingyue sighed, her face full of worry. "It's all about the major companies and banks terminating their cooperation with our Gao group. Now the board of directors has only given us 3 days to resolve this matter, otherwise they will kick me and my dad out of the board of directors. Jingming, you have to help me think of a solution." Gao Jingming stammered, "What can I do?" Gao Qingyue looked displeased, and then said, "Ask Xiao Fan to help us make an appointment with Tang Ruo Ruo." Gao Jingming nodded, "Okay. I'll call him right away." Chapter 40 met again. After Gao Jingming finished calling Xiao Fang, he said to Gao Qingyue with a smile on his face, "Qingyue, Xiao Fang said that Tang Ruo Ruo has agreed to meet us, and asked us to go directly to Tang Ruo Ruo's house. She and Tang Ruo Ruo are waiting for us at home." Gao Qingyue was very excited when she heard this. Going to Tang Ruo Ruo's house? Wow! That's the home of the richest man. I've never seen what the richest man's home looks like. Don't get excited. Gao Jingming patted Gao Qingyue's shoulder and said, "We can't go empty-handed, right?" Yes. Tang Ruo Ruo nodded repeatedly, and then said thoughtfully, "We have to buy some gifts to bring, but the richest man's house must have everything. What should we bring?" Gao Jingming thought for a moment and said, "Let's just buy some birds' nests or something to express our gratitude. After all, the richest man has seen all kinds of rare treasures and would not appreciate our small gifts at all." At the same time, Lin Hao sat quietly in Chen Hui's car. He couldn't help but take out Ruo Ruo's photo. His eyes were like being attracted by a magnet, staring at his daughter in the photo. He sighed heavily, and his heart felt as if it was being pierced by thousands of needles at the same time. He stretched out his trembling hand and carefully stroked his daughter's bright smile in the photo. "It's a pity that my daughter's smile, as bright as a spring flower, can only be seen in photos now and can never be seen in reality again. Brother Hao." Chen Hui glanced at Lin Hao and sighed, "Are you thinking about Ruo Ruo again?" Lin Hao nodded silently, his eyes full of guilt and self-blame. "I'm sorry for her. If it weren't for my uselessness, she wouldn't have left this world at such a young age. How can you be blamed for this?" Chen Hui consoled him, "Brother Hao, you have done very well. I believe Ruo Ruo will understand you in heaven. She doesn't want to see you blaming yourself like this." Lin Hao looked up and suddenly realized something was wrong. He saw the car driving into a villa area. He asked doubtfully, "Chen Hui, where are you taking me?" Chen Hui raised his lips slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. "This is the top villa in Jiangcheng Tangcheng Yipin Villa District." Lin Hao's doubts grew stronger, and he asked again, "Why did you bring me here?" Chen Hui said, "It was the old chief. He asked me about your situation and knew that you had a hard time these years. He also felt that he owed you something, so he bought the second villa of Tangcheng Yiping for you. He asked me to tell you that the money used to purchase the villa is clean. It was all illegal funds that the brothers of Langyer confiscated when they wiped out the bandits. He knew you would definitely refuse, so he asked me to bring you here directly, and the property deed has been transferred to your name. If you refuse to accept the villa, you will have to pay the transfer tax yourself. Lin Hao really wanted to refuse, but he also knew that according to the tax laws of Long Country, the transfer of this villa would require at least tens of millions of taxes. Where does he get so much money? He smiled bitterly and said, even if I am willing to accept this villa, I don't have the ability to support it. You know, I have no income now, and I can't afford the annual property management fees for this villa. You don't have to worry about that. Chen Hui said with a smile. The old chief said that the annual property management fees will be borne by the gangsters. Because Langyer launches a large-scale clearing operation against bandits every year, and confiscates the illegal gains of the bandits after each clearing. These fees do not need to be turned over and are at Langer's disposal. While they were talking, the car stopped steadily in front of Tangcheng Yiping Villa number 2. Chen Hui looked at the villa and smiled. Brother Hao, how do you feel? Lin Hao said helplessly, what else can I do? It's nothing but luxury. I don't even dare to dream of living in such a luxurious villa. But I feel uneasy living in such a luxurious villa. This is what my brothers fought with bandits for with their lives. Chen Hui patted Lin Hao on the shoulder and said, Brother Hao, I know what you think, but you have made great contributions to the country, and you deserve this villa. At this moment, Lin Hao narrowed his eyes because he saw a very familiar car parked in front of the door of villa number 1 next to him. Gao Qingyue and Gao Jingming got out of the car. They were going to villa number 1 to find Gao Ruo Ruo. Looking at villa number 1, Gao Qingyue felt extremely nervous. After all, this was the villa of the richest man. Jingming, I'm a little nervous. Gao Qingyue rubbed her hands, her palms were full of sweat. Gao Jingming said, indeed, I am a little nervous. But no matter how nervous I am, I have to face it. After all, only Gao Ruo Ruo can save the Gao group now. He hurriedly took the gifts he had bought from the car and said, Qingyue, go ring the doorbell. Gao Qingyue walked to the door of the villa nervously. Just as she was about to ring the doorbell, she saw Lin Hao standing not far away. She immediately shouted angrily, Lin Hao, you bastard, you are really haunting me. Why are you following me here again? Lin Hao also had a look of helplessness on his face. He had not expected that this couple would follow him wherever he went. Gao Jingming walked up to Lin Hao with a look of disdain on his face. Lin Hao, do you know where this is? This is the Yiping Villa district in Tangcheng. Is it a place where a loser like you can come? The cheapest villa here costs hundreds of millions. With your poor appearance, you can't afford it even if you don't eat or drink for the rest of your life. If you still have any shame, get out of here. Lin Hao smiled disdainfully, you talk as if you can afford it. Gao Jingming was speechless. Indeed, he couldn't afford it. Gao Qingyue walked over quickly and said, Lin Hao, get out of here right now. Although we have signed a divorce agreement, we haven't completed the divorce procedures yet. Legally speaking, you are still my husband. Your actions will affect me. Get out of here right now and don't embarrass yourself here. Lin Hao didn't want to pay any more attention to this couple, so he turned around and walked towards villa number 2 with Chen Hui. Gao Qingyue rushed forward and grabbed Lin Hao's clothes tightly. You dog, don't you understand what I'm saying? I told you to leave here right now. At this time, 2 security guards from the villa area happened to be patrolling here. They heard them arguing here, so they stepped forward and asked, what happened? Gao Qingyue hurried forward and said, you came at the right time. This man is my ex-husband. He used to have a bad habit of stealing. This time he sneaked into the villa area. He must be doing something sneaky. You should quickly drive him out. The security captain looked Lin Hao up and down. Seeing that he was dressed shabbily, he did not look like the owner of the villa area. So he said sternly, boy, do you want to get out by yourself, or do you want us to throw you out? Chapter 41 The property certificate is forged. Chen Hui took a step forward and handed the property certificate of Tangcheng Yiping Villa number 2 to the security captain. Open your eyes and see clearly, what is this? The security captain took the property certificate, opened it, and his eyes widened suddenly. This was the property certificate of Tangcheng Yipin Villa No. 2, and the owner's name was Lin Hao. The owners who can afford to live in Tangcheng Yipin Villa are all wealthy or powerful people, and they are not people that a small security captain like him can offend. He handed the property certificate back to Chen Hui with both hands, his face full of fear and sweat on his forehead. "Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. I didn't know you were the owner of Tangcheng Yipin. I was too short-sighted. Please forgive me." Chen Hui pointed at Lin Hao and said, "No need to apologize to me, this is Mr. Lin, the owner of Villa No. 2. Gao Qingyue and Gao Jingming looked at each other, their faces looked uglier than if they had eaten shit. They simply couldn't believe that this loser Lin Hao was actually the owner of Tangcheng Yipin Villa. How is this possible? He is obviously a loser with no income, how could he possibly afford a villa in Tangcheng Yipin? The security captain turned around quickly and bowed deeply to Lin Hao, his voice trembling, Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry, All right. Lin Hao was not a petty person. He waved his hand impatiently, it's none of your business. Let's go. Yes. The security captain winked at another security guard, then turned and left in a hurry. Gao Qingyue was unwilling to give in, and hurriedly shouted, "Wait." The security captain stopped and stared at Gao Qingyue coldly, "You made us offend the distinguished owner, and we haven't settled the score with you yet, what else do you want to do?" Gao Qingyue pointed at Lin Hao and said, "I tell you, he is my ex-husband, a good-for-nothing piece of trash. How could he possibly afford a villa in Tangcheng Yipin?" The security captain said coldly, "You bitch, Mr. Lin has a property certificate, doesn't that prove he is the owner?" Gao Jingming said disdainfully, "His property certificate must be fake. He has forged Wolf King's certificate and medals before to deceive people. You must investigate it clearly. Otherwise, if the real owner pursues it, can you bear the responsibility?" The security captain was stunned and didn't know who to believe for a moment. Another security guard said, "Captain, I suddenly remembered that Villa No. 2 was bought by an old man this morning. According to the normal process, it takes at least 15 working days to get the real estate certificate. Think about it, how could the real estate certificate be obtained in the afternoon for a villa that was just sold in the morning? So I also think that this real estate certificate must be fake." The security captain was thoughtful after hearing this. After a moment, his cold eyes moved towards Lin Hao like a knife. "Boy, I was almost fooled by you. You dared to forge the real estate certificate, you are really bold." Lin Hao responded coldly, "Whether the property certificate is real or fake, wouldn't it be clear if you just call the Housing Management Center to verify it? Do we need to verify this?" The security captain approached Lin Hao step by step. "The villa was just sold this morning. Do you think you can get the property certificate this afternoon? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Gao Qingyue crossed her arms and looked at Lin Hao with disdain. "What a good-for-nothing, don't you know your own worth? You can't even afford a villa but you still come out here to show off, don't you feel embarrassed?" Gao Jingming stretched out his finger, poked Lin Hao's chest, and said with disdain, "Lin Hao, it's okay for you to be a waste, but why are you also a vain thing? Don't you think about it, with your ability, can you afford a villa in Tangcheng Yipin?" Par. Lin Hao swung his hand back and slapped Gao Jingming on the face. "If you dare to bark like a mad dog in front of me again, believe it or not, I will slap you again." Gao Jingming covered his face and stepped back repeatedly. Although his heart was burning with anger, he did not dare to say another word. He just glared at Lin Hao hatefully. Gao Qingyue saw this and hurried forward, protecting Gao Jingming behind her. "Lin Hao, you useless piece of shit, is this the only way you can solve problems?" Lin Hao smiled playfully, "I'm not good at talking, and I always solve problems with violence, especially when dealing with you two, this couple." As he spoke, he raised his palm and waved it in front of Gao Qingyue. Gao Qingyue and Gao Jingming were so frightened that their faces changed and they quickly hid behind the security captain like frightened birds. The security captain sneered and stared at Lin Hao coldly. "Boy, not only did you forge the property certificate, you even beat someone in front of me. Do you think I am heir?" As he said that, he hit Lin Hao's head hard with the rubber stick in his hand. Lin Hao was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He stretched out his hand and grasped the rubber stick tightly like a pair of pliers, then kicked out like a cannonball. The security captain was unable to dodge and was kicked in the lower abdomen. His body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. After falling heavily to the ground, he slid for a few meters before stopping. He struggled to get up, knelt on the ground, and kept spitting out acid, his face full of pain. Seeing this, another security guard hurriedly picked up the intercom and called his companions for support. Gao Qingyue and Jiu Jingming hurried forward and helped the security captain up. Gao Qing also took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. He is simply too arrogant. Not only did he forge the property certificate, but he also dared to attack you. You must not let him off easily. The security captain covered his lower abdomen and broke out in a cold sweat due to the pain. The anger in his eyes erupted like a volcano. Boy, you F-King dared to hit me. If I don't kill you today, I'll take your last name. Just then, a noisy sound of footsteps was heard in the distance, and a large group of security guards holding rubber sticks ran towards this side like a tide. The security captain pointed at Lin Hao and Chen Hui and shouted angrily, "These two guys not only forged the property certificate of the villa, but also beat me up. You beat them to death." Lin Hao sneered, "You should think carefully about the consequences of attacking the villa owner." Gao Qingyue laughed gloatingly, "Lin Hao, although you are a good fighter, can you beat so many security guards?" Jiu Jingming glared at Lin Hao fiercely, then shouted to the security guards, "Your captain told you to beat them to death, didn't you hear it?" The security captain roared again, "Are you all made of wood? Hurry up and do it." Upon hearing this, the security guards raised their rubber sticks and pounced on Lin Hao and Chen Hui like hungry tigers. Chapter 42 Throw them out. Stop. Just then, two middle-aged men came over. The two middle-aged men are Xue Ming, the general manager of the property group, and Song Fugue, the property manager. Seeing them coming, all the security guards hurriedly stopped, put down their rubber sticks, and stood straight in a line. Xue Ming's face was gloomy. He turned his cold eyes to the security captain and asked sternly, "What are you doing?" The security captain came forward with a flattering look on his face, pointed at Lin Hao and said, "Boss Xue, this guy not only forged the property certificate of villa number 2, but also beat me up. I was just about to ask someone to teach him a lesson." Xue Ming looked at Lin Hao, then at the property certificate in his hand. He felt uneasy. He smiled and said, "Sir, can you let me see your property certificate?" Lin Hao didn't say anything, but just handed over the property certificate silently. When Xue Ming saw it, he was shocked. He had received a call from the mayor of Jiangcheng City, saying that there was a new owner of villa number 2 named Lin Hao, an important person, and asked him to take good care of him in the future. That's why he rushed over in a hurry to visit this important person. Unexpectedly, the security guard wanted to teach this big shot a lesson. He immediately looked at Lin Hao with a face full of panic, and stammered, "Excuse me, are you the owner, Mr. Lin Hao?" Lin Hao nodded expressionlessly. Xue Ming hurriedly returned the property certificate to Lin Hao with both hands, and said in panic, "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, these security guards under my command were blind and offended you. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation." The security captain was struck by lightning when he heard this. He realized that he might have caused a huge disaster and hurriedly said, "Boss Xue, is he really the owner? You good for nothing." Xue Ming roared, kicking the security captain to the ground. "You even dare to teach our distinguished owner a lesson? Are you tired of living? Is he really the owner?" The security captain was in a state of panic. He hurriedly crawled in front of Xue Ming, knelt on the ground, pointed at Gao Qingyue and Jiu Jingming and said, "Boss Xue, they were the ones who said that Mr. Lin was a good for nothing and a waste." "Shut up!" Xue Ming roared, and then called Gao Qingyue and Jiu Jingming. He asked coldly, "Excuse me, are you two the owners of this place?" "No." Gao Qingyue said hurriedly, "I am from Gao Group. I don't want to know who you are." Xue Ming interrupted Gao Qingyue rudely, then turned to look at Lin Hao. "Mr. Lin, how do we deal with them?" Lin Hao said calmly, "Throw him out, I don't want to see them again." Xue Ming nodded immediately, and then shouted to the security guards standing in line, "Throw them out." Upon hearing this, the security guards walked towards Gao Qingyue and Jiu Jingming. Gao Qingyue and Jiu Jingming retreated again and again. Qingyue screamed in horror, "What are you doing? Lin Hao is really a poor guy. He can't afford to buy a villa. You must be mistaken." But the security guards turned a deaf ear to her words. They dragged Gao Qingyue and Jiu Jingming out of the villa area like two dead dogs. Gao Qingyue struggled desperately and roared angrily at Lin Hao, "Lin Hao, you bastard, I'm not done with you. I will never let you go." Lin Hao didn't even bother to look at her, as if she was just a disgusting fly. Then, Xueming said coldly to the trembling security captain, "You can go to the finance department to settle your salary and get out." The security captain was struck by lightning and said hurriedly, "Boss Xue, I was wrong. I have parents and children to take care of. I can't lose this job." Song Fugue kicked the security captain fiercely, as if he was chasing away a nasty mouse. "Boss Xue told you to get out, so get out now. Otherwise, I won't even give you this month's salary." The security captain climbed up, turned around and left with a grief-stricken look on his face. Xueming hurriedly looked at Lin Hao flatteringly, "Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with my handling of the matter?" Lin Hao nodded. "Mr. Lin." At this moment, Tang Ruo. Lin Hao raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, pointed at Villa number 2, and said softly, "I just moved here." "Really?" Tang Ruoshua's smile was as bright as a flower blooming in spring. "I live in Villa number 1. We will be neighbors from now on." Then, she lowered her head shyly and whispered softly, "From now on, we can meet, every day." "Yes." Lin Hao said with a smile, "I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that your home is also here. By the way, tomorrow is my birthday. I'm going to hold a grand birthday party on the princess." Tang Ruoshua whispered, Can you come tomorrow?" Lin Hao smiled slightly, "Of course I will go to your birthday party." Xueming could tell that the daughter of the richest man must be. At this time, Tang Ruoshua said to Xiaofang, "I won't meet your two friends today. Bring them to my birthday party tomorrow." "Okay." Xiaofang turned and left. She had long been dissatisfied with Jiu Jingming and Gao Qingyue's late arrival. Then she took out her cell phone and called Jiu Jingming. At the same time, Gao Qingyue and Jiu Jingming were roughly dragged out of the villa area by security guards, who threw them to the ground like garbage and beat them up. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. This scene attracted many people to stop and watch. The security guard was worried about the reputation of the villa area, so he quickly explained to the crowd, "Don't get me wrong, they are not the owners of the villa area, but two thieves who are ready to steal." The crowd of onlookers were all owners of the villa area. Upon hearing this, they denounced it in indignation. "These two men looked well dressed, but I didn't expect them to be thieves. Why didn't you report it to the law enforcement team and have them arrested? You two thieves, get out of here." A middle-aged fat woman spat in Gao Qingyue's face. Gao Qingyue was furious, "We are not thieves." However, no one believed her and continued to point fingers at her and Jiu Jingming. Jiu Jingming struggled to get up and quickly helped Gao Qingyue up. "Qingyue, let's go." Afterwards, the two left in embarrassment amid the scolding of the crowd. At this moment, Jiu Jingming's cell phone rang, and he quickly answered it. "Xiaofang, please apologize to Miss Tang on our behalf. We may come today." "Okay, why didn't you tell me earlier that you couldn't come? We've been waiting for you for a long time in vain." Xiaofang said dissatisfiedly, "I'm telling you, Ruoshua is holding a birthday party at sea on the princess tomorrow. She asked me to take you there tomorrow. Remember, you should prepare a good birthday present tomorrow." "Okay. Got it." Jiu Jingming hung up the phone. She hurriedly said to Gao Qingyue, "Qingyue, tomorrow is Tang Ruoshua's birthday. Xiaofang said that Tang Ruoshua also invited us. Let's quickly prepare a birthday gift." Chapter 43 Tang Ruoshua meets Gao Qingyue again. Tang Ruoshua had already prepared a dress for the birthday party in advance, but in order to show her best side in front of Lin Hao, she ordered another dress. Yunlan is a specialty store in Jiangcheng that specializes in high-end brand dresses. Each dress embodies the ingenious craftsmanship of the most prestigious Italian designers. It also avoids the embarrassing situation of wealthy ladies wearing the same clothes as others, as Yunlan only produces one of each dress, so it can be said that each one is unique. Although Tang Ruoshua is the daughter of the richest man, she is different from other rich ladies. She entered the Yunlan store and was greeted warmly by a salesgirl. "Miss." Tang Ruoshua raised the corner of her mouth and smiled slightly, "I want to buy a dress." The salesgirl looked Tang Ruoshua's outfit up and down. Everything from head to toe was high-end brands. She was obviously a lady from a wealthy family. So, she carefully took out a sky blue dress, as if holding up a bright pearl. Miss, this dress was just airlifted from Italy. It is called Blue Enchantress. It is inlaid with a diamond and 99 small diamonds, which means 99 plus 1, 100% perfect. Tang Ruoshua took the blue dress and looked at it carefully. She was very satisfied with the evening dress, and sky blue was her favorite color. The salesgirl struck while the iron was hot. Miss, although you are already very beautiful, if you wear Blue Enchantress, it will definitely make you more beautiful. Really? Tang Ruoshua smiled sweetly, like a blooming spring flower. Then can I try it? Shopping guide lady. Then, Tang Ruoshua entered the fitting room holding the blue rose. Soon, Tang Ruoshua changed into her dress and walked out of the fitting room. The salesgirl's eyes widened like bells. Miss, you are so beautiful. You are like a fairy from a painting. Her words were sincere and without a trace of flattery, because Tang Ruoshua was indeed the most beautiful woman she had ever seen, and she was even more beautiful and charming after putting on the Blue Enchantress. At the same time, Gao Qingyue and Jiu Jingming also came to the Yunlan store to choose a dress to attend Tang Ruoshua's birthday party tomorrow. They had just bought a priceless diamond necklace at a jewelry store and planned to give it to Tang Ruoshua as a birthday present tomorrow. Qingyue, you must leave a good impression on Miss Tang tomorrow. Jiu Jingming said, so you have to choose the most beautiful dress. Gao Qingyue raised her chin slightly. She was confident in her appearance and abilities. Don't worry. I will definitely be able to handle Tang Ruoshua. Just at this moment, Tang Ruoshua, dressed in blue, appeared in her sight like a shining pearl. It's really a narrow road for enemies. How come I run into you, a little fox, again? Hearing Gao Qingyue's voice, Tang Ruoshua turned around, was startled at first, and then said coldly, please keep your mouth shut. I don't need to be clean with my mouth when it comes to a little slut like you who seduces other people's husbands. Gao Qingyue stared at Tang Ruoshua coldly. She was already jealous of Tang Ruoshua's beauty, and now seeing that she looked even more charming in the blue dress, her dissatisfaction became even stronger. Tang Ruoshua didn't want to get entangled with Gao Qingyue, so she said to the salesgirl, I want this dress. After that, she walked towards the fitting room. At this moment, Jiu Jingming rushed forward and stopped Tang Ruoshua. Tang Ruoshua frowned, what do you want to do? Jiu Jingming ignored Tang Ruoshua and said to Gao Qingyue, Qingyue, I think the dress this little fox is wearing suits you very well. Gao Qingyue raised the corner of her mouth slightly, indeed. So she said to the salesgirl, I like this dress. I want to buy it. The salesgirl said awkwardly, Miss, I'm sorry, this lady has already liked this dress. You should choose another one. Gao Qingyue's eyes turned cold and she roared, I like the dress she's wearing. Ask her to take it off for me right now. Let me tell you, I know your store manager. If you don't sell this dress to me today, I'll have your store manager fire you. At this moment, the store manager Xu Yang ran in after hearing the roar. Ms. Gao, what makes you so angry? Gao Qingyue pointed at Gao Ruoshua and said coldly, Manager Xu, I like the dress this little slut is wearing. I want to buy it, but you, the shopping guide, won't sell it to me. The salesgirl looked aggrieved and said to Tang Ruoshua, Manager, but this lady has already taken a fancy to Blue Enchantress. Xu Yang naturally knew Gao Qingyue. She knew that she was not only the daughter of the Gao family, but also the chairman of the Gao group, someone she could not afford to offend. So she said to the salesgirl, I'll take care of this. Then, she walked up to Tang Ruoshua and said indifferently, Miss Gao likes this dress. Please change it and I want to sell it to her. Tang Ruoshua's face was filled with anger. It was obviously me who saw it first, so there should be a first-come first-served rule. Why should I give it to her? Xu Yang looked disdainful and said, because I'm the store manager, I have the final say. Is that a good enough reason? Little slut, did you hear me? Gao Qingyue said smugly, take off your dress quickly, or you will defile it. Although Tang Ruoshua was furious, she was helpless as the other party refused to sell it to her. She could only go into the fitting room angrily and change out of the dress. She stuffed the clothes fiercely into Xu Yang's hands and said, this is how you treat your customers. I will never come here again. As if I really want you to come. Xu Yang raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a look of contempt. Please leave here immediately and don't interfere with our work. Compared to Gao Qingyue, she doesn't even look at clients like Tang Ruo. Of course, she was familiar with almost all the wealthy ladies and young ladies in Jiangcheng, but she had never seen Tang Ruo, so she didn't think that Tang Ruo could have any impact on Yunlan's reputation. Tang Ruo turned and left in anger. Jiu Jingming had a sly sneer on his face and deliberately stretched out his foot to trip Tang Ruo. Tang Ruo staggered and fell forward to the ground, grimacing in pain. Har har har. Gao Qingyue and Jiu Jingming looked at Tang Ruo's embarrassed appearance and burst into laughter at the same time. Look! The little slut fell down. This is the retribution for seducing someone else's husband. Xu Yang also started laughing. Tang Ruo's elbow was rubbed and bleeding. She shed tears of grievance, then got up and left in a hurry. Chapter 44 I'm really not a thief. Gao Qingyue hurriedly shouted to the security guard at the door, stop her. The two security guards guarding the door of the store reached out their hands at the same time and stopped Tang Ruo. Tang Ruo turned around abruptly, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, stared at Gao Qingyue with her eyes wide open. What on earth do you want? Gao Qingyue turned to Xu Yang and said, Manager Xu, maybe she stole something from your store. Why don't you bring her in for a thorough interrogation? You can search her body if necessary. Tang Ruo gnashed her teeth in anger. You are really going too far. Xu Yang followed Gao Qingyue's instructions, so she said to the two security guards, take her to the security room first. I'll come over later to see if she has stolen anything from our store. Tang Ruo gritted her teeth and said, your name is Xu Yang, right? I want to complain about you for treating customers like this. Gao Qingyue smiled and said, Manager Xu, don't worry. Your boss's son Fu Hongyu and I are friends. You don't have to worry about being complained about. With Gao Qingyue's assurance, Xu Yang's fear instantly disappeared. So she shouted at the two security guards, take her away now. Immediately, two security guards stepped forward, held Tang Ruo's arms tightly, and dragged her towards the security room. Let me go. Tang Ruo struggled desperately, but in front of two strong security guards, her struggle seemed futile. Gao Qingyue's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a cold smile. Lin Hao, you bastard, you humiliated me, I will let this little slutty fox taste the feeling of being humiliated too. Jiu Jingming said with a smile, Qingyue, this time I finally let out my anger, you should be relieved now, right? Gao Qingyue said coldly, to vent the anger in my heart, I have to humiliate that bastard Lin Hao. At this time, Xu Yang hurriedly said to the salesperson, what are you still standing there for? Help Miss Gao pack the dress. Gao Qingyue took out his bank card and smiled smugly, how much is it? Xu Yang said flatteringly, originally it was 1.5 million, but you and our master Fu are friends, so I'll give you a discount and charge you 1.2 million. Although Gao Qingyue was not short of money, he did not ask about the price just now. When he heard that it would cost 1.2 million, his heart suddenly bled. But she still pretended to be indifferent on her face. After all, she was the daughter of the Gao family and could not lose face because of such a small amount of money. So she readily swiped her card to pay. Security room. Two security guards pushed Tang Ruo in forcefully, then slammed the door shut. Tang Ruo's face was full of horror, like a frightened deer, her eyes full of helplessness and fear. She hurriedly took out her cell phone, ready to ask her father for help. One of the security guards grabbed her phone and said angrily, don't make any calls until you figure out what's going on. Then, his lustful eyes wandered over Tang Ruo like a venomous snake, and he kept muttering, girl, you are so beautiful. I really can't bear to hit you. As he spoke, his hand reached out to Tang Ruo's delicate face. Tang Ruo quickly opened his hand and asked tremblingly, what are you going to do? The security guard shouted, little girl, stop talking nonsense and tell the truth. What did you steal from our store? I didn't steal. Tang Ruo shook her head desperately and dumped out everything in her bag. If you don't believe me, just look. The security guard had a sly smile on his face. You didn't hide it in your bag, maybe you hid it on your body. I think I'd better search it to prove your innocence. Just then, the door was pushed open with a creaky sound and Xu Yang walked in. She crossed her arms, a sneer on her face, and looked at Tang Ruo with disdain in her eyes. Tell me the truth, what did you steal from us? I really didn't steal your things. Tang Ruoshue's tears of grievance slid down her cheeks. I am Tang Yongnian's daughter. Do you think I would steal things? Tang Yongnian. Xu Yang frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. The name Tang Yongnian seemed somewhat familiar in her mind. The security guard next to him quickly reminded, Manager Xu, Tang Yongnian is the richest man in Jiangcheng. Xu Yang was stunned when she heard this, and then she burst into a shrill laugh. Girl, you said you are the daughter of the richest man Tang Yongnian. Do you want to make me laugh to death? I am also the wife of the President of the United States. The two security guards also laughed. Tang Ruoshue burst into tears and said inconsolably, I definitely did not lie to you. What I said is true. I am really Tang Yongnian's daughter. If you don't believe me, I will call my father right now. That's enough. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Xu Yang's voice was as cold as ice. How could the daughter of the richest man go out without bodyguards? I'll give you one last chance. Tell the truth. What did you steal? I really didn't steal it. Tang Ruoshue shook her head desperately, helplessness written all over her face. Xu Yang said coldly, okay. Since you insist on not confessing, I can only let them search you. Tang Ruoshue was horrified and took a step back, her back pressed tightly against the wall, as if it was her last safe haven. You searched me without any evidence, this is illegal. Illegal behavior. Xu Yang said disapprovingly, in this security room, I have the final say. I am the law here. Okay, I don't want to listen to your nonsense anymore. She turned her head sharply and ordered the two security guards, search her body carefully. Understood. The two security guards grinned maliciously and approached Tang Ruoshue step by step. They would love to search a stunning beauty like Tang Ruoshue, and they could take this opportunity to take advantage of her. Tang Ruoshue was terrified, her back was pressed against the wall and she had no way to retreat. She hugged her body tightly and screamed at the top of her lungs, don't come over here. A security guard stretched out his dirty hand and touched her sensitive parts. She subconsciously raised her foot and kicked the security guard hard in the crotch. The security guard clamped his legs together in so much pain, sweat ran down his face, and his face turned as pale as paper. He angrily slapped Tang Ruoshue's face, which was as delicate as a petal. Little bitch, if you dare to kick me, I'll beat you to death. Due to the excessive force, the back of Tang Ruoshue's head slammed into the wall, leaving a blood mark on the wall like a blooming blood flower. Tang Ruoshue's body fell against the wall, then she raised her head with difficulty and fainted. The security guard was a little scared when he saw Tang Ruoshue fainted and bleeding. Manager Xu, it will be troublesome if someone dies. What should we do? Chapter 45, Find a secluded place to throw it away. It's just a worthless life. If she dies, she dies. Why panic? Xu Yang looked indifferent. She stepped forward and kicked Tang Ruoshue. Seeing that she didn't react, she coldly ordered, you two, drag her to a deserted place and throw her away. This. The two security guards looked at each other, hesitant. After all, this was a matter of life and death, and they could be sentenced to death if they were not careful. What are you afraid of? Xu Yang said calmly, don't forget, I have young Master Fu backing me up. He and the law enforcement captain Gao Juanzong are close friends. If anything goes wrong, he will naturally help us resolve it. The two security guards then felt relieved, and immediately carried Tang Ruoshue out of the back door, stuffed her into a van like cargo, and prepared to find a deserted place to dump her. At this time, Lin Hao and Chen Hui were coming over here. Lin Hao is planning to buy a suit in preparation for attending Tang Ruoshue's birthday party tomorrow. Chen Hui said with a smile, Brother Hao, I can see that Tang Ruoshue seems to be interested in you. Lin Hao said indifferently, don't talk nonsense. I'm a divorced man, and Tang Ruoshue is the daughter of the richest man. How could she be interested in me? There is a huge difference between us. It's impossible. Chen Hui insisted, Brother Hao, I admit that my martial arts and command abilities are not as good as yours, but when it comes to picking up girls, I can be your master. I can tell from Tang Ruoshue's words and deeds that she is really. You think too much. Lin Hao shook his head. She is nice and polite to me because I once saved her. Don't say anything more. She and I are totally incompatible. How about I ask her for you? Chen Hui joked with a grin. Lin Hao said seriously, don't do anything stupid. I told you we are not suitable for each other. Besides, I have been heartbroken by a woman and I don't want to talk about love for the time being. Chen Hui wanted to say something else, but suddenly, Lin Hao stopped. His eyes were fixed on the front, where he saw two security guards stuffing a girl into a van. That girl seemed to be Tang Ruo Ruo. Seeing this, Chen Hui couldn't help but frown and asked, "Brother Hao, what's wrong with you?" Lin Hao's face was as hard as iron, and he ran forward anxiously. Seeing this, Chen Hui hurriedly followed. The two security guards were about to open the car door, but were suddenly grabbed tightly by Lin Hao's iron-like hand. Lin Hao asked sternly, "What happened to the girl in the car?" The two security guards looked at each other with a trace of panic in their eyes, and shouted at the same time, "Don't mind your own business, get out of here." Lin Hao pushed them aside with force, then got into the car. When he looked closely, he saw that the girl in the car was Tang Ruo Ruo. He was extremely anxious and shook Tang Ruo Ruo desperately. "Ruo Ruo, what's wrong with you?" However, Tang Ruo Ruo did not react at all. Lin Hao's heart tightened instantly, and he hurriedly carried Tang Ruo Ruo out of the car. Seeing that the situation was not good, the two security guards raised their fists and rushed towards Lin Hao. Seeing this, Chen Hui took a step forward and knocked them to the ground with two punches, wailing in pain. Chen Hui asked, "Brother Hao, what happened to Tang Ruo Ruo?" Lin Hao looked solemn and said in a deep voice, "Don't ask any more questions. Go drive the car and help me take her to the hospital." The two security guards took this opportunity, struggled to get up, and then fled back to the security room. One of the security guards frantically took out his cell phone and called Xu Yang, stammering, "Xu, Manager Xu, no. Something bad has happened. The girl has been rescued. They are two useless pieces of trash." Xu Yang said calmly, "Just save them." After saying that, she hung up the phone. Gao Qingyue and Jiu Jingming walked out of the Yunlan store happily and met Fu Mingyu head-on. The two of them hurriedly stepped forward and greeted him with smiles on their faces. "Mr. Fu, long time no see." Fu Mingyu nodded slightly. "I heard from Xu Yang that a little girl was fighting with you for Blue Enchantress just now. Come and take a look." "It's okay. The problem has been solved." Gao Qingyu asked, "Master Fu, didn't you teach that loser Lin Hao a lesson last time?" When talking about this, Fu Mingyu became very angry. Last time he wanted to give Lin Hao a good beating, but Lin Hao forced his four bodyguards to beat him up instead. He was only discharged from the hospital yesterday. However, he is a man who cares a lot about his reputation, so how could he tell the truth about what happened that day? So, he forced a far-fetched smile and said, he knelt down and begged for mercy, so I let him go." "Really?" Gao Qingyue's eyes flashed with disappointment. "What a pity, that bastard. You should let him know why the flowers are so red." "Let's not talk about this anymore." Fu Mingyu quickly changed the subject and said, "I still have to go pick out a dress. I have to attend the birthday party of Tang Ruo Ruo, the daughter of the richest man, tomorrow." "That's such a coincidence." Gao Qingyu smiled and said, "Jingming and I are going there tomorrow too, why don't we go together tomorrow?" "Okay." Fu Mingyu nodded gently, "Then I'll excuse myself first. I have to go pick out a dress quickly." After Tang Ruo Ruo was sent to the hospital, she woke up soon after emergency treatment by the doctor. Lin Hao hurriedly asked, "Doctor, how is her injury? Is it serious?" The doctor comforted, "It's not too serious, just a mild concussion. If there are no headaches, dizziness and other discomfort symptoms, she will be fine after a few days of rest." "Thank you, doctor." Lin Hao felt relieved. He nodded to the doctor, then helped Tang Ruo Ruo leave the emergency room. Tang Ruo Ruo secretly glanced at Lin Hao, her face flushed. "Mr. Lin, why did you send me to the hospital?" Lin Hao explained, "I happened to pass by the Yunlan store and saw two security guards stuffing you into a van, so I stepped forward and rescued you." Suddenly, Tang Ruo Ruo's tears burst out from her eyes like a flood, and she couldn't help but throw herself into Lin Hao's arms and sobbed. Chen Hui gave Lin Hao a playful look. "I didn't see anything." Lin Hao was embarrassed and asked softly, "Ruo Ruo, stop crying. Tell me quickly, what happened?" Then, Tang Ruo Ruo recounted in detail what happened in the Yunlan store. After hearing this, Lin Hao was immediately furious. He clenched his fists tightly, and his joints crackled as if he was going to crush steel. "It's Gao Qingyu and Jiu Jingming again. This matter was all caused by me. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you.